Chapter 1089. As the encompassing emperor said this, he gazed at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge understood his meaning as he shook his head. I cannot be sure if it is the exalted lunar luminary. Our sect does not know much about her, only knowing that she once descended to the Eight Extremities world and left behind the extreme Yin crown. The encompassing emperor nodded as they entered the rear hall together. As the flames dispersed, a silhouette flickered amidst space, seemingly real whilst also illusory as it drifted unceasingly. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw a small black ember at the center of that silhouette. It looked extremely weak as it flickered unceasingly as if it might be extinguished at any moment. Yet, devilish chi surged to the heavens from within, just that it was forever unable to strengthen. That was the original owner of this place, an emperor amongst devils who had once presided arrogantly over the heavens and earth. While it was not that they could not be destroyed for good, devils were indeed undying and inextinguishable most of the time. Even if they perished for a time, they would be reborn in the 9 underworlds later on. Yet, this 9 underworlds devil emperor's rebirth process had been suppressed by someone, having been unable to revive for thousands of years as it was akin to being eternally extinguished. Devils that are equivalent to immortal bridge martial saints are already very hard to slay. Even devil-shattering arrows are unable to do anything to them, let alone true immortals of Taoism. Yan Zhaoge's eyes narrowed into slits. It is truly not easy to suppress the rebirth of this emperor amongst devils. Observing carefully, he saw that the surroundings of that small black ember seemed to be enveloped by a layer of boundless darkness. This darkness devoured the light and heat of the ember, causing it to be eternally unable to strengthen. Feeling that darkness that devoured the heavens and devoured the sun, Yan Zhaoge coughed lightly. The power of corrosion, Rahu? Yan Zhaoge was not unfamiliar with this concept. It was the power of the sun against the stars, the Rahu luminary. The identity of the person who had slain a great devil of this place and sealed it so that it could not be reborn was obvious. The encompassing emperor and the brocade emperor exchanged glances as they spoke in unison. The exalted Rahu luminary? Of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries of post-Great Calamity times, the exalted Rahu luminary had been acclaimed alongside the earthly sovereign, concealed sovereign and the exalted gold luminary Yan Xintong, being an expert of great importance in the resurgence of Taoism following the Great Calamity. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, the brocade emperor pondered, I heard from southeastern Chao that your sect seems to possess a treasure related to the exalted Rahu of the past, that this little friend Feng also wields it? It's not the Luoho blade. Yan Zhaoge answered frankly, instead, it is a new saber that was forged from the remains of the Rahu saber after it was destroyed. It would not be wrong to say that it is related to the exalted Rahu luminary. Still, it is unclear how much of a relationship they have. He looked thoughtfully at Gloomy, who was suppressing the flames in front of him. From the looks of it, the relationship seems to be bigger than I thought. The brocade emperor and the encompassing emperor both nodded slowly. The brocade emperor extended a finger, lightly tapping on that clump of light. The light and shadow swayed slightly. The black flame was still weak, but the ominous darkness was rippling like water. The dark aura turned into boundless black flames and demonic chi. They were mournful and glaring, even more ferocious and domineering than the flames that made up the palace. Within the black flames and demonic chi, a human figure gradually appeared. It was the manifestation of the true intent of martial arts. Looking over, Yan Zhaoge saw that it was a black-clothed girl with a head of short hair that just reached her ears. She could not be said to be beautiful, her facial features strong and tough. A cold, stern aura emanated from her entire body as her gaze was resolute, not wavering in the least. While it was just a trace of light, a harsh killing intent still emanated from it, causing a chill to arise within one's heart. Yan Zhaoge had learnt much information from his previous visit to Kunlun Mountain's northern high peaks jade capital Crag. Yan Zhaoge had already seen the portraits of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries of the past, his grandfather included. The figure before him was none other than the exalted Rahu luminary Jian Shenhua. Like the exalted gold luminary Yan Xintong, she was a 9 luminaries expert who was confirmed to have perished. She had left behind countless legends in her lifetime as she was famed for being iron-blooded and tough. The exalted Rahu luminary perished even before my ancestor, the exalted gold luminary. Yan Zhaoge surveyed the devilish palace of flame before him. It looks like this is one of her battle accomplishments from back then. It is just that, Yan Zhaoge frowned, it does not feel that simple. Gazing at the silhouetted figure of the exalted Rahu luminary, the encompassing emperor could only feel that this illusory figure's gaze was unwavering as it met his gaze. Carefully sensing the environment here, he suddenly said after a while, "It is indeed not simple." Yan Zhaoge pondered as well, saying, "There seems to have once been a mechanism here. While it has already dissipated, some traces of it still remain." After observing for a moment, the Brocade Emperor extended a palm, the force of his palm pulsing as a lot of dark devilish fire suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The devilish chi of the black fire condensed, manifesting as numerous runes and talismans. Looking at those runes, the gazes of Yan Zhaoge and the others all hardened slightly. Haha. The Brocade Emperor laughed lightly. So, this was a contingency prepared by the exalted Rahu luminary in case she perished and intended to be reborn. The encompassing Emperor slowly shook his head. She wants to borrow the profundities of rebirth of the devils of the 9 underworlds to complete her own rebirth? This is a little too. At the end of the day, the encompassing Emperor did not want to speak too much on this matter. Still, Yan Zhaoge and the Brocade Emperor both understood what he was thinking. The exalted Rahu luminary was playing with fire. Whether or not her scheme would succeed, even if it did, a single misstep would result in her becoming a devil on the spot. What was most concerning was whether she would care about becoming a devil for the sake of success. Perhaps this was just a backup plan, and it would be best to not use it. Still, the exalted Rahu luminary had truly perished over 2,000 years ago. According to the rumored personality of the exalted Rahu luminary, she would probably disdain becoming a devil in exchange for a chance at rebirth. Yan Zhaoge said, "I just fear that she might be overconfident." He carefully analyzed those dark patterns of light, murmuring, "It feels like this mechanism does not just have a chance at rebirth. It seems to have other uses as well. She is not just setting up a contingency plan for her rebirth. She also wants to make use of this chance to wrest away the power, profundities, and authority of a certain great devil." Yan Zhaoge's expression changed slightly as a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Hearing his words, the encompassing Emperor's expression changed as well. This was even more like playing with fire. Since the exalted Rahu luminary had taken a liking to this power, the original great devil must have been extraordinarily strong. The Brocade Emperor's gaze flickered as he too was rather taken aback. The exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shenhua. Yan Zhaoge slapped his head. "I wonder if I should say that you are ambitious, already thinking of doing something even bigger after you are not dead yet?" None of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries of the past had been easy to deal with. "I really have to suspect whether you were intentionally seeking death back then," Yan Zhaoge thought rather maliciously. He really felt rather exasperated at this moment. If it were any other time, he might still be in the mood to watch the show and even give Jian Shenhua a thumbs up. Now, however, she was involved as well. The encompassing Emperor frowned as he looked at the scene before him. The mechanism has already ended. What then? Chapter 1090. Whether they were concerned about Feng Yunxing or whether the scheme of the exalted Rahu luminary Jian Shenhua had succeeded. In the end, everyone present was concerned. Yan Zhaoge inhaled deeply, closing his eyes. A thin screen of light appeared around his body which gradually turned blurry, watery light. Where the watery light passed, everything seemed to turn black and white as it lost its luster. Beneath the infiltration of time that resembled water, the flow of time here seemed to be virtually stagnant. Watching this scene calmly, the Brocade Emperor and the encompassing Emperor both nodded to themselves. With his cultivation base and age, his attainments in the Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture are unexpectedly brilliant. "Please lend me a hand, your majesties." Yan Zhaoge's voice was rather ethereal as it sounded fast at times whilst slow at others. The Brocade Emperor and the encompassing Emperor did not hesitate as they both made a move. With their help, Yan Zhaoge circulated the Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture as time here seemed to flow in reverse. It was not truly flowing in reverse. Even if it did, it would still be hard to return to a few months or even years ago. Still, the rippling time merged with the black fire and devilish chi amidst space, gradually forming a silhouette as it attempted to restore the earlier scenes. Suddenly, white light flickered amidst space. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was stern, the traces left behind by Yunsheng. Accompanied by the appearance of the white light, an image gradually surfaced as it was disjointed and disjointed. A familiar face appeared before Yan Zhaoge and Meng Wan. Her hair was like a waterfall that was tied up simply behind her back. Garbed in white and wielding a black saber, her gaze deep. It was none other than Feng Yunxing. Feng Yunxing was seated in the meditative position on the ground, the extreme Yin crown emitting clear, cold radiance above her head as it resembled the bright moon in the sky. The cold sun divine saber was placed horizontally on her knees, threads of black chi extending from it, transforming into runes that resembled chains as they entangled her body. Before Feng Yunxing was a great black sun that hovered amidst space. Beside her, the tiny ember of fire was completely suppressed by the dim darkness as it was unable to move. Black sunlight was emitted from the great black sun, illuminating the cold sun divine saber. Feng Yunxing's expression was calm as her gaze was firm as she gazed at the great black sun before her. A figure surfaced amidst the great black sun. It was none other than the exalted Rahu luminary Jian Shanhua. Her expression was as cold and solemn as ever as she calmly stared at Feng Yunxing, her gaze threatening. I'm not the reincarnation of the saber soul, and you don't exist in the saber. Why is this saber so close to me? Feng Yunxing's tone was calm and unhurried. Jian Shanhua, who was rumored to be a man of few words, was not stingy with her words when facing Feng Yunxing. It is true that you are not the reincarnation of a saber soul, but a strand of your soul is sealed in the remains of the Rahu saber. You should say that this saber is the reincarnation of a portion of your soul. Although it cannot be considered your clone, it is connected to your mind, and you can wield it as if it were your own arm. The bright moonlight suppressed the pitch-black rune chains on Feng Yunxing's body to a certain extent. But resisting these seals depended more on Feng Yunxing's willpower. She said quietly, "Exalted Rahu luminary? Although I admire Senior's demeanor in the past, I don't want to become someone else's reincarnation." What an outstanding little girl. Not only was Jian Shanhua not annoyed, a faint smile even appeared on her cold and stiff face, but this smile disappeared in a flash. The great black sun advanced, gradually about to devour Feng Yunxing's body. Feng Yunxing did not resist as she sat unmoving where she was, merely stabilizing her mind. Looking at the image before him, the encompassing emperor nodded slightly. While the exalted Rahu luminary has been revived, in order to ensure that she does not fall to the dark side, she is exceptionally weak. This is not a battle between an immortal realm expert and a seeing divinity martial saint. What is being compared is not external cultivation base but internal strength. Yen Zhaoge did not speak. Feng Yunxing's mind was strong and her will was firm as she was one of the few people he had ever seen who was powerful. That was a might that surpassed her age and the limits of her strength. As compared to other opponents, he was not worried about Feng Yunxing at all. Still, Feng Yunxing's opponent this time was no ordinary person as well. She was a woman who had left behind an awe-inspiring, iron-blooded name in history. She was a great devil who, after her death, had not only set up a method to revive herself, but also schemed against a great devil whose foundation was even deeper than hers. It was to the extent that her own death might even be a part of her plan. Also, how many could be certain that she would be able to be reborn as she wished after her death under the precondition that she did not become a devil? Even so, Jian Shanhua had dared to gamble on it. She might not have lost to the point where she would have to stake it all on a single throw. What supported her was not her gambling nature or luck but her firm will to the extreme. It was rumored that she had once suffered the soul-nailing needle, which was one of the 7 great tortures alongside the cold marrow needles, without a change in expression. Facing such an opponent this time, what were Feng Yunxing's chances of victory? In order to ensure that she does not fall to the dark side, the rebirth ritual arranged by the exalted Rahu luminary had to be borrowed. A rather interested expression appeared on the brocade emperor's face. Still, from the looks of it now, the outcome was not entirely within her expectations. It did not go so smoothly. The great black sun completely enveloped Feng Yunxing. Amidst the great sun, a black pattern of an annular solar eclipse gradually appeared on Feng Yunxing's forehead. Devilish qi vaguely circulated within her pupils as well. Still, her gaze remained clear and bright. Feng Yunxing suddenly roared, standing up and chopping forward with the cold sun divine saber in her hand. The extreme Yin crown above her head shook, pure moonlight transforming into a saber light which broke through the great black sun. While the great black sun had vanished, the black annular solar eclipse on Feng Yunxing's forehead still remained as dim light leapt within her pupils. The white saber light left behind a mark amidst space, resembling a passageway that led to Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge met the gaze of his lover before him, even though he knew that she could not see him. Still, Feng Yunxing's gaze seemed to traverse through time at this moment, arriving in the present. I do not know who will be able to see this in the future. Feng Yunxing said, I am Feng Yunxing, a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain of the world beyond world's southeastern Yang Heaven territory's Royal Reed Sea. As you saw earlier, due to what happened just now, I am currently unable to fully control my body. The ritual of the exalted Rahu luminary has only been completed half as of now. There is still the other half that involves a great devil. I do not know who it is exactly, but it is definitely no ordinary devil. Next, because of her, I will be venturing deeper into the 9 underworlds. Because I am unable to fully control myself, I am unable to leave behind any clues for others to follow. The marks left behind by my right hand may be erased by my own left hand the next moment. Therefore there is no need to try and find me. I will leave as soon as possible. Otherwise this message may be destroyed by me as well. She said slowly, if you are willing to help, Feng Yunxing will be endlessly grateful. Please help me pass this message to my clan, to my master Ling Yun and to my husband Yan Zhaoge. Having lived for several decades now, I have often failed and rarely succeeded. I have caused much trouble for those related to me. Feng Yunxing said solemnly, still this time I will not lose. Not for gain or loss, not for strength or weakness. It is just that I must return to see you all again. With that she smiled brightly, bright and enchanting. Zhaoge, I will definitely return. We still have not consummated our marriage. Chapter 1091. The Brocade Emperor, the Encompassing Emperor and Meng Wan all turned to look at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge was in a daze as he gazed at that illusory image of light, not speaking. Within the image, Feng Yunxing cupped her fists towards space before turning elegantly, her figure traversing through the layers of flames as she vanished from this devilish palace of flame, no longer being seen. The white light faded as the silhouette before them gradually vanished. Time was reversed as everything returned to its current state. Yan Zhaoge gazed at the empty palace, not speaking for a long time. Little friend Yan, this matter involves the life of the exalted Rahu luminary. This old man and others of the world beyond worlds will probably have to get involved. At the very least, we must report this to the 3 sovereigns. After a long time, the Encompassing Emperor coughed softly and said slowly, a top-notch great devil is also involved in this matter. For the proud, exalted Rahu luminary to target him, this great devil must be extraordinary. While it will be difficult to continue pursuing the clues as little friend Feng says, if there is a chance, we will also attempt to enter the depths of the 9 underworlds to search. I hope to find little friend Feng as soon as possible. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he turned to look at the Encompassing Emperor. The old man with a ruddy complexion had a calm gaze as no ripples could be seen within it at all. Your Majesties, please get involved. The chances of success will naturally increase greatly. Yan Zhaoge said, of course this Yan hopes to find my wife as soon as possible. Apologies for this Yan has always been looking forward to our wedding night. The Encompassing Emperor's gaze flickered slightly as he said nothing more. While he rather admired this youth before him, the matter of the exalted Rahu luminary this time had too many implications as the Encompassing Emperor had no choice but to be prudent. The worst-case scenario would be Feng Yunxing losing to Jian Shanhua, but Jian Shanhua not winning as well. The one who would benefit from this would be the great devil who had been schemed against by Jian Shanhua. Whether it was Jian Shanhua or Feng Yunxing who became a devil, the outcome would be extremely terrible. The Encompassing Emperor naturally had to consider this possibility. Still, he similarly had to consider Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. The youth before him had too many connections. Besides the sword sovereign of Kunlun Mountain's northern high peaks Jade Capital Crag, he was actually also inextricably linked to the roving Jade Heavens. Even with the Encompassing Emperor who was used to all sorts of storms, he had to calm his heart now, he had to be extremely cautious. It looks like we can only stop here. The Brocade Emperor did not seem to be thinking so much as he just looked rather regretfully at Meng Wan. I hope that your friend will be able to turn misfortune into fortune. Meng Wan looked at the empty palace and felt a sense of loss in her heart. Hearing the Brocade Emperor's words now, she nodded saying, don't worry about it, Daddy. I understand. I only hope that Senior Apprentice Sister Feng can return safely now. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Being able to see you upon her return is undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. She should be very happy. With that, he cupped his hands towards the Brocade Emperor and the Encompassing Emperor. Please wait a moment. Then Yan Zhaoge walked up to the dim darkness that was suppressing the black ember, and extended his palm. Under the circulation of the faceless devil scripture, Yan Zhaoge's entire body seemed to turn illusory. A green Buddha statue appeared above his head. It had 4 faces and 12 arms. Every face was blank and no facial features could be seen. The gazes of the Encompassing Emperor and the Brocade Emperor both flickered. What an outstanding youth. His talent is peerless indeed. With their knowledge, while they were not proficient in the faceless devil scripture, they naturally knew that the faceless heavenly devil of legend actually did not have a specific external form while possessing the true intent of no self and no form. Those who cultivated an external form of the faceless heavenly devil would still be far from being proficient in their cultivation basis. Or perhaps, the cultivators would intentionally infuse other concepts within. This was what Yan Zhaoge was currently doing. While he was projecting the profundities of the faceless devil scripture, he had no intention of falling to the dark side. The 12 arms of the green Buddha statue simultaneously extended, coming together towards the center as it suppressed and subdued that dim darkness and the ember. Then the Buddha statue slowly descended, descending above Yan Zhaoge's head. Little friend Yan, you still have to be careful. That ember is the source of a devilish emperor's revival at the end of the day. While the encompassing emperor did not stop Yan Zhaoge, he still warned him. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Thank you for your concern, encompassing emperor. Still, it is fine. He closed his eyes, the acupoints of his entire body suddenly shuddering. Seeing this, the gazes of the brocade emperor and the encompassing emperor both lit up. Ha! As Yan Zhaoge sat at the center of the back hall of the devilish palace of flame, his entire body suddenly glowed brightly. Streams of radiance that resembled bright starlight illuminated the surrounding area with him as their center, even penetrating through the walls of the palace formed of flames. At this moment, radiance lit up amidst the gloomy devilish domain of the 9 underworlds, resembling the morning star in the night sky at the center of blazing flames and scorched earth. All the acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's body emitted light. Now one of them suddenly dimmed and was extinguished. Soon after, a second, a third. While the light of some of his acupoints was extinguished, the light that surged from the other acupoints that were still glowing grew increasingly dazzling as a qualitative change occurred. As the light flickered, it was like numerous stars circulated within the actual universe. Yan Zhaoge's entire aura surged along with this. He has actually ascended to the 8th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-immortal bridge stage, just like this. Seeing this, the encompassing emperor sighed softly. According to the news that this old man heard, he should have only ascended the immortal bridge not long ago before his lineage's opening ceremony? Besides admiration, the gaze with which the encompassing emperor looked at Yan Zhaoge also contained pity. This was naturally because Yan Zhaoge had already heard of the immeasurable heavenly lord back at Star Reflecting Lake. The encompassing emperor shook his head as he looked at the brocade emperor, a rare look of dissatisfaction appearing within his gaze. While Yan Zhaoge's attitude towards Feng Yunxing had given him a headache, this did not affect his admiration of Yan Zhaoge's talent. The encompassing emperor felt great regret that the brocade emperor's rash actions had resulted in the destruction of an unparalleled genius of Taoism. The brocade emperor smiled as he seemed to have long since forgotten about the matter of Star Reflecting Lake as he just clicked his tongue in admiration as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. Your determination is commendable. Indeed. The encompassing emperor shook his head, looking at Yan Zhaoge once more. While this was not shown on his face, the resolute aura emanating from Yan Zhaoge's body was obvious for all to see. The dissatisfaction and suppression within his heart did not transform into vexation, worry, defeat, or dispiritedness. Instead, it was like an erupting volcano as it completely transformed into a resolute will to advance unceasingly upwards. Yan Zhaoge's accumulations were incomparably abundant. Aside from major bottlenecks, there was no difficulty in his advancement at all. Still, in order to stably tread this rare path of his, he was neither hurried nor impatient as he steadily advanced one step at a time. Still, at this moment he no longer suppressed himself. While refining the devilish fire had repercussions, he still suddenly strode forward. Looking at the calm youth before him, the encompassing emperor really felt a headache coming on. I admire him even more now, the brocade emperor smiled leisurely. The encompassing emperor glanced at him. He is different from you. The brocade emperor smiled. There is nothing bad about being different from me. Red Lian has a rather good impression of him. I once thought of taking him in as a son-in-law. From the looks of it now, my judgment was not bad. This person is not just overflowing with talent. Chapter 1092. The brocade emperor's tone was relaxed, but it caused the encompassing emperor to glance at him again. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge now slowly ceased his cultivation. The starlight emitted by the acupoints of his entire body gradually retracted, returning to his body. He opened his eyes, smiling as he looked at the brocade emperor and the encompassing emperor. This Yan has been impetuous. I have incurred your ridicule. The brocade emperor and the encompassing emperor both said, It is fine. Meng Wan smiled from the side. Congratulations to senior apprentice brother Yan for advancing further in your cultivation. Junior sister Meng, you're too polite. Yan Zhaoge stood up, looking at the devilish palace of flame before him as he said, "This place already has no more value." The group exited the palace constructed of flames. The encompassing emperor pondered and said, "Little friend Feng is being coerced by the exalted Rahu luminary into venturing deeper into the 9 underworlds. At the same time, it would be hard for him to leave behind any clues for us. If we continue forward, not only will it be hard for us to gain anything, the risk will also greatly increase." After all, there were still many great demons in the 9 underworlds. The encompassing emperor looked at Yan Zhaoge and Meng Wan. "This old man means that we should return to the world beyond worlds and report this to the 3 sovereigns, asking them to make a decision and consider this matter at length. When the time comes, if we want to search the depths of the 9 underworlds again, with His Majesty the 3 sovereigns leading the way, it will be easier for us to enter deeper into the 9 underworlds." Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge nodded slowly. "Thank you, encompassing emperor, for understanding this Yan's feelings. I'm not someone who does not know the gravity of things. Blindly entering the 9 underworlds without any clues would be no different from sending a sheep into a tiger's den. While I am worried about my wife, it is hard for me to think of anything now. Your Majesty, your words are wise and prudent. I have no objections." Meng Wan, who was at the side, also said, "We shouldn't have troubled you to this point. It's all up to you and Father to decide. Junior will naturally comply." The encompassing emperor said, "You are too polite, little friend Fu. I have gained a lot from my trip to the 9 underworlds this time. If not for this trip, I would not have known that the exalted Rahu luminary had actually done such a great thing." He looked at the brocade emperor, who smiled. "There are still some regrets in the end. Still, it is difficult for things to always go according to one's wishes. I believe that this is also fate." The gazes of Yan Zhaoge and the encompassing emperor flickered slightly upon hearing this as their gazes shifted between the brocade emperor and Meng Wan. The group didn't stay any longer. They left the Flame Demon Palace and tried to go back the way they came. Along the way, Yan Zhaoge paid attention to the brocade emperor's movements. Still, from the looks of things, the brocade emperor seemed to be doing as per normal. The abnormality came from the outside world. As Yan Zhaoge and the others retraced their steps, halfway through their journey away from the 9 underworlds, an intense feeling of unease suddenly arose within their hearts. In the boundless darkness, killing intent lurked everywhere. All of a sudden, a majestic wave swept over and struck them head-on. That terrifying aura seemed to surpass that of a perfected immortal expert who had already pushed open the gate of immortality. The first thought that flashed through the minds of Yan Zhaoge and the others was that while they had tried their best to keep a low profile, they had still ended up alerting even more powerful devils of the 9 underworlds. But then, a loud voice reverberated in the void. "Where is Yin Tianxia's successor?" This emperor can clearly sense the aura of the orthodox dim radiant 12 arts originating from that immortal artifact left behind by Yin Tianxia. Emperors of the immortal court. The encompassing emperor's expression suddenly darkened. "There's more than one." Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. "Why would a sovereign of the immortal court appear in the 9 underworlds? Did you discover me in the dim radiant wheel by chance, or?" His thoughts flashed at lightning speed as he suddenly swiveled his head to look at the brocade emperor. He saw that the brocade emperor had a calm expression on his face as he smiled. "While the sovereigns of the immortal court are powerful, they are still inferior to the 3 sovereigns of my orthodox Taoism at the end of the day. While Taoist Li and I dare not say that we can win, we should still be able to hold them off for a while. Let's not get entangled in battle and try to make use of the geography of the 9 underworlds to shake them off." The encompassing emperor shot a deep glance at the brocade emperor before saying decisively, "Let's leave first." He swept his black sleeve, bringing along Yan Zhaoge as he fled in another direction. The brocade emperor did the same as he brought along Meng Wan and sped away. Amidst the frenzied tides behind them, a second voice resounded, "Li Jun Fu Yunqi, must things really go to such an ugly extent? You were the one who obstructed us first. It should be this old man who finds it strange," the encompassing emperor said. "Is the immortal court going to break the agreement?" The first voice resounded, "Don't try to quibble. Yin Tianxia brought about his own destruction, and his descendants are also guilty of unforgivable crimes. This is the agreement. If you want to stop us today, do not blame this emperor for not giving you any face." The encompassing emperor said mildly, "We can only offend you then." As he said this, he did not cease in his footsteps as he transformed into a streak of light, traversing the heavy darkness of the 9 underworlds with the brocade emperor by his side. Yan Zhaoge did not mind being brought along by the encompassing emperor as he observed the brocade emperor beside him while looking behind him. Their roiling yellow sand had actually arisen amidst space which had previously been dim and filled with devilish chi. Waves of sand that surged to the heavens roiled unceasingly over the vast ocean that spanned 10,000 li as they pursued Yanzhaoge's group. Meanwhile, a phoenix soared above the ocean of sand. It was unlike the fire phoenixes that Yanzhaoge was already used to seeing from the lineage of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope in the world beyond worlds. This phoenix was shockingly an ice phoenix. It was small and petite, merely 6 feet tall if it stood upright. Its wings spread wide, it seemed inconspicuous as it resembled a tiny white dot in the air above the ocean of sand. Still, the power emanating from it was more than 100 times greater than that of Zhuangxin, who had been a human exalt in the past. Zhuangxin was truly like a firefly compared to the sun and moon. In pre-Great Calamity times, there was once an Ice Phoenix Emperor who passed down the Ice Phoenix Nirvana scripture. Yanzhaoge's eyes narrowed into slits. In the current immortal court, there are already experts of the Ice Phoenix Nirvana scripture who can be called sovereigns. While it is a legacy of the immortal court, it is still extraordinary. Instead, as Yanzhaoge recalled the roiling ocean of sand, he was unable to find a matching supreme martial art. There were a few that seemed similar yet were not completely the same. From the looks of it, it was possible that it was like the dim radiant 12 arts, a supreme martial art that had only been born after the Great Calamity as it had been derived from the crystallization of the wisdom of predecessors. While the foundation of martial practitioners of the immortal court lay in the treasured light of the power of faith, there were still many outstanding geniuses amongst them at the end of the day. The two of them chased each other, fighting and moving at the same time. The encompassing emperor and the brocade emperor no longer cared about keeping a low profile and concealing their tracks. Their intense battle instantly drew the attention of the devils of the 9 underworlds as more and more devils began approaching. Finally, a similarly terrifying aura arrived from the distance. Frenzied, evil howls resounded deafeningly as a great devil of the 9 underworlds that was comparable to immortal realm experts had finally been drawn over. While they had no intention of working together, the experts of the immortal court and the great devils had formlessly formed a pincer attack. As the great devils obstructed the path of Yanzhaoge's group, the 2 sovereigns of the immortal court instantly made use of this chance to catch up. The encompassing emperor flicked his sleeve, releasing Yanzhaoge as the brocade emperor similarly released Meng Wan. The two of them began to fully focus on battling with their opponents as Yanzhaoge retreated to the side along with Meng Wan. The chaotic battle between the 3 sides immediately caused the heavens and earth to overturn in this devilish domain of the 9 underworlds. Chapter 1093. As Yanzhaoge retreated along with Meng Wan, he gazed intently at the stalemate situation. The experts of the immortal court, the great devils of the 9 underworlds, the encompassing emperor and the brocade emperor were locked in a chaotic battle. It was impossible to say who was working together as they were all attacking and defending each other. The 9 Serenity's great demon's body was as large as a mountain. It had 4 wings and 6 thick and short legs. Its body was like a large sack and its facial features could not be seen. From its appearance, it looked a little like the legendary exotic beast Jianghu. However, unlike Jianghu, who looked like a yellow sack and was surrounded by scarlet fire, this great demon was pitch black and was surrounded by purple-black demonic fire. It looked like a Jianghu that had fallen into the demonic path, becoming a demon on the spot. This great demon was originally the weakest, but the purple-black demonic fire around his body began to bubble. Sizzling sounds came from the surface of the giant bubble. Lightning flickered on it. It was clearly made of lightning. The bubble floated in the air, looking fragile and light as if it could not withstand any force. However, when those lightning-like bubbles exploded, they expanded outwards, forming an independent foreign space. Then the space shattered, setting off an even more terrifying tide. A bolt of lightning was like a world of its own. The void collapsed and the surrounding world changed time and space. This great devil in the form of the Jianghu did not clash head-on with the brocade emperor, the encompassing emperor and the others, as he instead relied more on the miraculous prowess of his thunderbolts to roam about by the side. As the brocade emperor, the encompassing emperor and those 2 sovereigns of the immortal court fought and restrained each other, they were unable to do anything to that great devil for the time being. It's actually the void spatial thunder. Yanzhaoge gazed at that massive ball of thunder that resembled a bubble. The Jianghu is proficient in the Tao of spatial variations in the first place. Having refined the grand illusory spatial thunder, it is truly like adding wings to a tiger. The brocade emperor and the others frowned as they gradually grew impatient as they looked at that great devil. After all, they were fighting in the 9 underworlds. If they delayed for too long, it would definitely attract more peak experts of the 9 underworlds to attack them, and even more powerful demonic path experts would be attracted. Being entangled by Jianghu was like a maggot in their bones, exposing their location at any moment. This great demon that looked like Jianghu was clearly a cunning one. Its mind wasn't in a frenzied state, and it was consciously fighting with the others. Just as everyone was thinking of dealing with this great demon first, there was a sudden commotion in the distance. A crimson stream of fire tore through the void and appeared in everyone's line of sight. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge and the encompassing emperor were both slightly taken aback. Mars halberd. The raging sea of fire washed away the surrounding black devil chi, and in the center of the sea of fire, a god of fire, who was standing on 2 fiery dragons, appeared. It was the incarnation of Mars halberd. Engulfed in flames, the giant god wasn't surprised to see Jianghu. Instead, he was shocked to see the 2 emperors of the immortal court, heretics. The ice phoenix spoke in the human language. Mars halberd? We actually encountered each other in the 9 underworlds. We're destined to not return empty-handed today. He spread his wings and flew off, shaking off the brocade emperor and the others as he flew towards Mars halberd. Although Mars halberd was surprised, he was not afraid at all. He raised boundless raging fire and collided with the ice. Both sides were engaged in a fierce battle. The world was frozen for thousands of miles, but there were still flashes of fire from time to time. Meanwhile, while the brocade emperor and the encompassing emperor had lost an immortal court expert, that cunning great devil Jianghu had instead begun to target them as he vaguely seemed to be joining forces with another expert of the immortal court. Sovereigns were sovereigns at the end of the day. Even if they hailed from the immortal court, they were still powerful to the extreme. Whether it was Mars halberd, the brocade emperor, the encompassing emperor or that great devil Jianghu, all of them were peak experts. Still, it would not be easy for them to face a sovereign of the immortal court alone. While they hailed from the immortal court, having been able to attain their current cultivation bases, they were definitely outstanding figures themselves. Still, as compared to the brocade emperor, the encompassing emperor and the others, the primary target of this sovereign of the immortal court was still Yan Zhaoge and the dim radiant wheel. Observing the battle situation, Yan Zhaoge was fearless in the face of danger as he suddenly approached the battlefield along with Meng Wan. A grand illusory spatial thunder that had just shattered exploded, causing the surrounding space to distort as a result. Yan Zhaoge made use of this opportunity to directly shoot into that chaotic space as its destructive power had weakened following the explosion of the thunderbolt and its influence on space had yet to vanish. Red light vaguely appeared within his pupils as he secretly circulated the immortal trapping sword, traversing the chaotic turbulent flows of space as he speedily left the battlefield. A cold snort resounded behind him as all-encompassing yellow sand swept over in hot pursuit. Yet, devilish intent that surged to the heavens manifested amidst space, surrounding him from all directions. That great devil Jianghu's wish was fulfilled as even more peak experts of the 9 underworlds finally arrived. The battle instantly grew more chaotic as that sovereign of the immortal court's movements were delayed slightly, allowing Yan Zhaoge and Meng Wan to vanish from the spot. Drifting amidst chaotic space, when the scenery before Yan Zhaoge and Meng Wan regained normal, they were finally far away from the battlefield from earlier. Feeling the devilish chi fluctuations in the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds, Yan Zhaoge turned and gazed in a certain direction. There, streams of light could still be vaguely seen flickering as the radiance of death lit up. Meng Wan said softly, "Thank you, senior apprentice brother Yan, for saving me." "No need to stand on ceremony," Yan Zhaoge answered casually as he gazed in that direction. Meng Wan hesitated for a moment before asking, "Senior apprentice brother Yan, what exactly is father?" Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before telling her about the brocade emperor's situation and his earlier guess. Even though she had already been mentally prepared, Meng Wan was still taken aback upon hearing this. "Want to kill me and my sister?" "This is only my guess at the moment. Still, it should not be wrong. It might even be within these 9 underworlds that he is most likely to make a move," Yan Zhaoge said in a heavy tone. "While it is said that even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs, this tiger is currently not very normal." He paused for a moment before adding, "Apart from you, I might also be his target. Making a move within the 9 underworlds would be completely undetectable, and everything could be pushed to the devils of the 9 underworlds. That would be perfect." Hearing his words, Meng Wan asked softly, "If we leave the encompassing emperor's line of sight now, wouldn't it be more convenient for us to make a move?" Yan Zhaoge shrugged, "There is no helping it. Can be said that I am burdening you. Those two sovereigns of the immortal court are targeting me. In terms of direct threat, they are even greater than your father, as they definitely want to make things difficult for me. Also, the Brocade Emperor's current thoughts are still rather unpredictable. What are you saying, Senior Apprentice Brother Yen? How could it be you burdening me? If not for you, I would probably have died on the spot in that situation just now, even if father had not acted, Mengwan said. It is I who is burdening you. Her thoughts were sharp as she immediately thought of more things after knowing the whole story. Even if we are separated, father should still have a way to find me. If you bring me along, you will still be found. Yan Zhaoge continued fleeing with her as he said, if Yunqing is able to see you on the day she returns, she will probably be exceptionally happy and overjoyed. Mengwan said softly, Senior Apprentice Brother Yen, you can give Senior Apprentice Sister Feng a lot. You do not have to take the risk for me. As compared to what I want to give. Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly, don't you feel that satisfying what she likes would be better? Mengwan shot Yan Zhaoge a deep glance. Before she could speak, Yan Zhaoge drew back the corners of his lips. While I also know that your father will be able to find you, isn't this a little too fast? Is it indeed prepared? Before his words had landed, space suddenly shook as purple chi actually surged all the way to 5,000 kilometers away. Chapter 1094. The Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi's handsome figure was indistinctly visible amidst the endless purple chi. When he used the grand beginning bright emptiness body, it was extremely convenient for him to move through the void. Seeing this scene, Mengwan's emotions were instead calm and peaceful. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, she continued what she had not been able to finish earlier. With my understanding of Senior Apprentice Sister Feng, let's first not talk about what she likes, but she definitely wouldn't like you bearing the risk for her sake. While I like to take risks, I won't do things that throw my life away. Since I do things, I have confidence in them. It is the same this time. Yan Zhaoge gazed at the Brocade Emperor who had appeared amidst the purple chi cloud sea. Probably? He looked first at the Brocade Emperor and then at the distant battlefield. This Yan's luck is not bad that I was able to escape death and see your majesty again. I just wonder how the encompassing emperor is doing? While the Brocade Emperor's aura was currently slightly weak, his expression was as per usual, as there was even a hint of a genial smile on his face, as if he had not experienced that great battle just now. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and Mengwan, he smiled and said, the situation is chaotic and everyone is restraining each other. There are fewer dangers. Since you've already escaped, there's no need for Daoist Li to stay there and tangle with the Immortal Court's people. As long as you're careful, there'll be a chance for you to escape. Yan Zhaoge raised his eyebrows. The one in trouble is Mars Halberd? While it was a question, Yan Zhaoge's tone was very certain. Judging from the words of the Emperor of the Immortal Court who had transformed into an ice phoenix, it seemed that the Immortal Court also wanted to capture Mars Halberd. While the reason was unclear, Yan Zhaoge guessed that it was most likely related to the exalted fire. Now that Yan Zhaoge and the dim radiant wheel had escaped, their attention would naturally be placed on Mars Halberd. On the other hand, the Sunluo Emperor was not taken seriously. The opponents they needed to be careful of were the demons of the 9 underworlds. However, Mars Halberd was targeted by 2 emperors of the Immortal Court, and he was entangled by the 9 nether great devils, which were hard to tell if he was a friend or foe. This trip was more than troublesome. If he was not careful enough, he would be buried in the 9 nether. Mars Halberd challenged me again. I'd like to have a fight with him after visiting my little friend Feng and getting out of the 9 underworlds. The Brocade Emperor answered mildly, who would have thought that the Immortal Court's intervention would actually result in the current situation? Yan Zhaoge spoke after a while. Mars Halberd's attack had sent me and your daughter, Fu Ting, to the Immortal Court, causing your daughter to suffer. It should be an unintentional mistake. The Brocade Emperor smiled. This seat understands. It is just that it is inevitable that he will still feel displeased. Still, I still hope that he is safe and sound. Whatever enmity we have, we are all of Orthodox Taoism at the end of the day. Yan Zhaoge looked at him quietly, not speaking. A chill rose in Mengwan's heart. Her biological father, who she was not familiar with, became even more unfamiliar at this moment. She was not very clear on the enmity between the Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd, only having heard the conversation between the encompassing Emperor, the Brocade Emperor and Yan Zhaoge from the side. Still, referring to what Yan Zhaoge had told her about the Brocade Emperor's current condition, it was not hard for her to understand the truth of the matter. In today's battle, the first person to be schemed against was neither Yan Zhaoge nor her, but Mars Halberd. In normal times, the Brocade Emperor would naturally not have done such a thing. Now, however, he was in an extremely abnormal state of mind. Even his way of doing things was vastly different from how he usually acted. The Brocade Emperor's soul had split into two at this moment. When it came to Mars Halberd, his emotional side hated Mars Halberd because of what had happened to Fu Ting. Still, his emotional side was prideful and reserved. If he wanted to settle things with Mars Halberd, he would do so openly, fighting him to the death. To his emotionless, heartless side, Mars Halberd was a scourge who should be completely eliminated. Yet, the whereabouts of the exalted fire luminary were unknown. Whether or not he succeeded in eliminating Mars Halberd, it would still be detrimental to him. Therefore, the best way was to not make a move himself and kill him with a borrowed knife. Whichever side he was thinking of, they both desired to kill Mars Halberd. The combination of the two was the final decision, the only difference being the method used. Comparing this to what was happening before her, Meng Wan felt a chill run through her heart. Because Yan Zhaoge's guess was gradually coming true. In the internal conflict after the Brocade Emperor's soul had split, his emotionless side was indeed gaining the upper hand. Don't panic, Wan. The Brocade Emperor seemed to see through Meng Wan's thoughts as he suddenly smiled. Seeing how you are now, little friend Yen must have told you a lot. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. The situation is still not as bad as you think. I am still unceasingly trying to find a better way to resolve this. The Brocade Emperor sighed. It is just pitiful that we father and daughter have been separated for so long before finally being reunited. Yet, not long after we were reunited, a gap arose in our hearts once more. This is not your fault. It is my problem. It is just that there are always some things in this world that one cannot do anything about. Meng Wan was slightly shocked. Father? The Brocade Emperor smiled, raising a hand and stopping her. Relax, Wan. It's fine. He gazed at Yan Zhaoge. Instead, little friend Yan, why must you expose this matter? What difference does it make? Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart. You are killing two birds with one stone. Even as you deal with Mars Halberd, you are also sending the encompassing Emperor away. Your target is either your daughter or me. If you want to deal with your daughter, you will expose this matter yourself. If you want to deal with me, whether or not I spoil your plans now, don't you still want to kill me? The Brocade Emperor was silent for a moment before he smiled. I was being unreasonable. Little friend Yen is right. His attitude was low and his words were sincere and courteous. Yet Yan Zhaoge instead felt greatly alarmed. Indeed, the next moment, the Brocade Emperor raised a hand, directly slapping down towards Yan Zhaoge's head with a palm. He raised his palm, the qis combining yin and yang. Beneath his palm, he first separated Meng Wan while the devilish qi around Yan Zhaoge's body was completely repelled. Time turned blurry, space no longer existing as all things were reduced to the primordial qis of yin and yang. A massive taiji diagram appeared amidst the dark heavens and earth of the devilish domain, enveloping Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge could only feel his entire body rotating alongside it, seemingly unable to escape this taiji diagram no matter how many variations and abilities he possessed. This was the might of a true immortal attacking. Yan Zhaoge had once personally experienced it when facing the Heaven Emperor in the Royal Reed Sea. Still, with the Earth Mother Tao ritual and the later Earth text as his backing, he had still felt a gap at the end of the day. It was only now that he truly understood what the gap between the human and immortal realms was. The difference between the heavens and the earth was something that even the current him would be hard-pressed to surmount. Still, Yan Zhaoge did not panic. His roar resembled the enraged howls of myriad devils of the deep abyss whilst also resembling the chanting of the Buddhas of the blessed lands. The ancient green Buddha with 4 faces and 8 arms appeared above Yan Zhaoge's head once more. It was just that this time, Yan Zhaoge's body was completely merged within the ancient green Buddha. The next moment, boundless devilish qi surged, coiling around the ancient green Buddha before condensing into an even more massive black Buddha. The massive black Buddha's forehead, chest and palm all had a reverse swastika character. This move of yours has confirmed my suspicions as well. The massive black Buddha opened its mouth, Yan Zhaoge's voice resounding, Brocade Emperor, you cultivate in the unfeeling Tao. If you want to completely rid yourself of any future threats and ascend to the next level, you will indeed have to refine my father's grand simplicity splendor cloud. Chapter 1095. The massive black Buddha resembled the heavenly tribulation of the end of the world as he sat in the meditative position at the center of the 9 underworlds. It was just that no tranquil Zen intent could be seen in this Buddha at all, as there was only devilish qi that seemed capable of driving one mad. as I have heard, devilish salvation for all life forms. Yen Zhaoge's voice resounded from the mouth of the Buddha, different from usual as it emanated a fierce, evil intent. Seeing that jet-black Buddha with the reversed swastika character on its forehead, chest and palm, the brocade emperor was rather taken aback. You have actually attained such a high level of attainment in the faceless devilish scripture? I have never seen you devolve into the devilish Tao in the least. He clicked his tongue in wonder. Is it because you have concealed it too well, or is your mind so resolute? Being able to cultivate in the faceless devilish scripture to such a level without falling to the devil is really rare. The jet-black Buddha said, the thoughts of the brocade emperor are too hard to guess now. This yin has no choice but to be careful. If I had not been prepared, I really would not have dared to enter the 9 underworlds with you. After all, you can kill and bury anyone you want here. It is the same now, killing and burying anyone you want. The brocade emperor could not help but smile, showing no mercy whatsoever. The massive Taiji diagram obscured the heavens and concealed the sun as it enveloped the heavens and earth of the 9 underworlds, suppressing all life forms to the point of returning to the primordial yin and yang. The jet-black Buddha raised its palms together, the reversed swastika character rotating as the boundless devilish sea vowed never to turn back, forcibly blocking the brocade emperor's Taiji yin-yang palm. Yen Zhaoge had not spent much time on the faceless devilish scripture. Under normal circumstances, it would indeed be impossible for him to attain such attainments. Yet this was the 9 underworlds. Meanwhile, the foundation of Yen Zhaoge's martial arts was the peerless heavenly scripture. Extinguishing all things, creating all things, encompassing all things. This was the supreme scripture that was most proficient in containing and deriving other martial arts. Within Yen Zhaoge's body, every single acupoint manifested the phenomenon of infinite chaos. Then, boundless devilish chi was drawn into his body from the 9 underworlds of the outside world, transforming into numerous jet-black Buddhas. The Buddhas chanted, the devils roared. Yen Zhaoge merged all of his true essence with the devilish chi at this moment, relying on peerless infinity to guard his foundation before manifesting the form of the faceless heavenly devil. This was a technique that could only be used in the 9 nether. Under the boundless demonic aura, the Black Buddha became more and more solemn, but also more and more evil. Although you can gather devil chi to protect your body here and manifest the body of the devil Buddha, it's just a facade. The brocade emperor said mildly, a late immortal bridge martial saint or even a human immortal who specializes in the faceless devilish scripture might not be able to defeat you in your normal state. Now, you've given up the advantage that you've always had and changed your mind to wholeheartedly activate the faceless demon scripture. You're buying the casket and returning the pearls. The terrifying Taiji diagram kept pressing down, and the reverse swastika on the pitch-black Buddha's body gradually stopped spinning. The gigantic body of the Buddha began to sway incessantly, and pieces of it began to fall off rapidly. A human immortal who specializes in the faceless demon scripture is naturally unable to defeat me, even in the 9 underworlds. As if confirming his words, the jet-black Buddha manifested by Yen Zhaoge showed signs of shattering in the blink of an eye. The jet-black Buddha said, while this yin has always been arrogant, I still know my own limitations at the very least. If I thought that I could resist the brocade emperor just like this, it would not be an insult to you. Instead, it would be me seeking my own humiliation. So, you were waiting for this grand illusory spatial thunder? The brocade emperor asked mildly. Because Yen Zhaoge had gathered boundless devilish chi, the devilish chi of the surrounding 9 underworlds was drawn over as well. Some things even further away were drawn over as well. The brocade emperor's words had yet to land when a strange light of thunder suddenly flickered amidst the dense devilish chi in the darkness of the horizon. The next moment, a clump of thunder that resembled a crystal appeared within their field of vision. As that light of thunder flickered, there were many densely packed spatial folds within the clump of light which were stacked together in a shocking manner. The layers of thunder light were refracted and transmitted, resembling countless layers of light stacking on top of one another as they finally came together to form a thundercloud that resembled a crystal. This crystal was incomparably massive as it seemed only slightly smaller than the devil Buddha that Yen Zhaoge had transformed into. It was precisely a thundercloud formed of grand illusory spatial thunder of the 9 heavenly immortal thunders that had been stacked to a certain extent. When Yen Zhaoge and the others had first entered the 9 underworlds, the foreign dimension formed of those 2 streaks of sword light had been formed precisely because of this thundercloud. It was just that the thundercloud had drifted and left its original location afterwards. Still, because that great devil Jianghu who also possessed grand illusory spatial thunder had been active in this region earlier, the thunderbolts had attracted one another as they had gradually drawn this thundercloud closer. Now, as Yan Zhaoge gathered devilish qi, affecting the circulation of devilish qi in the surroundings, the thundercloud formed of this grand illusory spatial thunder was drawn over to the vicinity of Yan Zhaoge and the Brocade Emperor. If such an oceanic amount of grand illusory spatial thunder was detonated, it would be sufficient to completely shatter the surrounding 9 underworld space. Even if a true immortal was swept within, even if he could withstand it, he would still be sent to who knows where by the chaotic flows of space. Yan Zhaoge had naturally noticed that clump of grand illusory spatial thunder. But the Brocade Emperor had noticed it as well. He had long since been prepared for it as he casually suppressed the pitch-black Buddha with one hand while lightly beckoning towards that thundercloud with the other. The supreme martial arts of the grand beginning bright emptiness form could not only be used for protection. As the Brocade Emperor beckoned, space changed as that thundercloud was instantly locked in place, no longer approaching. Now, however, the pitch-black Buddha that seemed on the verge of collapse and on the verge of collapse suddenly chanted once more. Thus I have heard, devilish salvation of all life. The Brocade Emperor, who had always been calm as usual, suddenly changed his expression at this moment. It was as if something had exploded at the bottom of his heart. Hearts will thunder. The Brocade Emperor blurted out. It was precisely another type of divine thunder of the 9 heavenly immortal thunders alongside grand illusory spatial thunder, the strangest thunderbolt between the heavens and the earth. Hearts will thunder. Grand illusory spatial thunder was merely a pretense. Hearts will thunder was the true trump card that Yan Zhaoge had prepared to deal with the Brocade Emperor suddenly falling out with him. While it was called thunderbolts, there was no form of thunderbolts to be seen. No traces of this thunder could be seen amidst the 4 seas and 5 lakes, only directly resounding at the bottom of one's heart as the thoughts of one's heart transformed into thunderbolts to explode. The difficulty in using it against an enemy lay in how to induce the eruption of their heart thunder. It was fine if it did not explode. So long as it originated from the heart, external forces would be hard to defend against as one's cultivation base would be all for show. It all depended on whether one could subdue the heart devils that had suddenly been triggered. Yan Zhaoge had given up on his original advantage and forcibly drawn in devilish qi to temporarily raise his cultivation base precisely so that this thunderbolt would explode within the Brocade Emperor's heart. At the end of the day, he had not pushed open the door to immortality. If it were any other true immortal, it would definitely be hard for him to succeed. Still, the Brocade Emperor was different. Even without the explosion of hearts will thunder, the current Brocade Emperor would still be mentally unstable. In his current state, having suffered this explosion was precisely him meeting his nemesis. The Brocade Emperor emitted a muffled groan as he directly stumbled backwards in retreat. His pupils completely transformed into the phenomenon of intermingling black and white taiji which circulated rapidly, actually vaguely showing signs of shattering. Chapter 1096. The Brocade Emperor stumbled backwards, no longer able to suppress the pitch-black Buddha that Yan Zhaoge had transformed into. He knit his brows tightly as black and white light appeared on his face, the changes occurring multiple times in an instant. His soul, which had already been unstable in the first place, seemed about to be ripped apart at this moment. Hearts will thunder exploded within his heart, triggering his own heart devil. The level of one's cultivation base was no longer important now as it all depended on one's mental state to subdue the devil within. The Brocade Emperor's current problem was caused by cultivation deviation. Now it was even worse. Even though he had already pushed open the door to immortality for 1,000 years, he was still having a hard time now. Yan Zhaoge said calmly, "You should take it easy, Your Majesty. This is the 9 underworlds at the end of the day, and the heart devil is always present in this world." The inner demons he was talking about were not the inner demons of a martial artist's cultivation. Instead, it was one of the 12 devilish gods, the heart devil of the 6 supreme devils, one of the strongest devils in the universe. It had always existed since its birth and was destined not to be completely exterminated. As long as there were still sentient life forms in this world, the heart devil had the possibility of being reborn. From this alone, it was even more terrifying and difficult to deal with than the 6 ancestral devils. It was an existence that could only be suppressed, not exterminated. Unless all life forms perished together, the heart devil would never die. No one knew if the heart devil was currently in the 9 underworlds. Still, if it was in the 9 underworlds with the Brocade Emperor's cultivation deviation as a true immortal, the devil within rampaging, it might alarm the ancestral source of all the heart devils of this world. The Brocade Emperor's mind was unstable as he often did shocking things, different from how he usually was. Still, whether it was his emotional side or his emotionless side, he would not be happy to see that great devil descend before him. Gazing at Yan Zhaoge, he did not continue attacking. He flicked his sleeve, a large flag appearing as it unfurled. That flag had the grand commencement heaven unity chi as its pole and the grand beginning bright emptiness formless as its face. Streams of plain-colored cloud chi wreathed the flag as a huge taiji diagram of yin and yang appeared on its lacquer surface which rotated on its own. As the flag fluttered, a majestic power manifested as it virtually turned the devilish domain before it back to earlier heaven. That majestic scene was like the difference between the immortal realm and the human realm as one, causing one to be unable to approach it. Even sacred artifact kings like the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown were unable to compare to it. The Grand Longevity banner was also in the form of a banner. Although its foundation and concept were not much inferior, the quality of the weapon itself was a notch lower. And this notch was like an insurmountable chasm. This was the Brocade Emperor's immortal artifact. In his battle with Mars Halberd that year, the Brocade Emperor had been at a disadvantage as he had not been able to defeat that opponent who had dominated the world thousands of years ago. After that, he took out the Four Grands earlier heaven flag and turned defeat into victory. In the end, he defeated Mars Halberd and won the match. At this moment, the great banner fluttered, enveloping the heavens and earth as it protected the Brocade Emperor beneath it. The Brocade Emperor sat in the meditative position, his eyes closed as he stabilized his mind and suppressed his inner demons. To Emperor Saint to the his to still, he to the Emperor who to. With the Four Grands earlier heaven flag protecting him, he would not be able to do anything to the Brocade Emperor. Chin into it to the Emperor. The Emperor into a Buddha. Hu and he and to he, to. Now that the Brocade Emperor was unable to continue attacking, Yan Zhaoge had achieved his initial goal. The pitch-black Buddha vanished from the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds, streams of devilish chi dissipating as Yan Zhaoge's figure reappeared. He did not relax. Now was far from the time to relax. Having lost the obstruction of the Brocade Emperor, that thundercloud of grand illusory spatial thunder which he had drawn over instantly approached once more. Still, having been suppressed by the Brocade Emperor's grand beginning bright emptiness form earlier, the Brocade Emperor had suddenly retreated after suffering the heart's will thunder. As a result, that thundercloud was affected as it instantly showed signs of exploding. Yan Zhaoge grabbed Meng Wan and fled into the distance. Still, the grand illusory spatial thunder had already exploded. While the thundercloud did not shatter completely, the spatial folds which had originally folded and shrunk together now expanded outwards layer by layer. In an instant, layer after layer of the void world, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, continued to expand, unfolding like ripples on water, seemingly endless. The surrounding space turned chaotic. Even with Yan Zhaoge's proficiency in the Immortal Trapping Sword manual, he could only barely withstand it now. Seated beneath the Four Grands earlier heaven flag, the Brocade Emperor's eyes were still closed as he relied solely on his immortal artifact to protect himself. Even as he was assailed by the multiple explosions of grand illusory spatial thunder, he was still shaken as he could only barely remain where he was. Yan Zhaoge similarly stabilized his footing where he was. Otherwise, it was unknown where he and Meng Wan would be swept away to. There seemed to be no end to the explosions of the void spatial thunder. It was endless. Yan Zhaoge, however, did not mind it. As time passed, the Brocade Emperor might be able to stabilize his mind and suppress his restless inner demons, regaining his strength. Still, as long as he had the heart's will thunder within the 9 underworlds, Yan Zhaoge would be able to protect himself. With the protection of the Four Grands earlier heaven flag, the threat that the heart's will thunder posed to the Brocade Emperor was greatly reduced. Still, it was still very hard for him to withstand this power that emanated from within. After all, the root cause was his own soul, which was unstable in the first place. It was just that besides the Brocade Emperor, there were still many other threats in the 9 underworlds at the end of the day. The shockwaves caused by their clash as well as the disturbances caused by the grand illusory spatial thunder would definitely alarm the devils of the 9 underworlds. The movements of those 2 sovereigns of the immortal court in the distance were also of concern. Yan Zhaoge stabilized his figure amidst the numerous spatial folds caused by the grand illusory spatial thunder, also attempting to determine his direction. The numerous spatial folds that expanded into the surroundings ripped apart the original heavens and earth of the 9 underworlds, forming numerous spatial crevices that led to various places in all directions. Only the heavens knew where each of them ended. Still, that thundercloud of grand illusory spatial thunder had not completely exploded at the end of the day. Therefore, as time passed, the chaotic flows amidst space slowly weakened, gradually calming down. Still, Yan Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted as he gazed at one of the spatial crevices. There, a powerful aura suddenly surged from within. A figure slowly flew out from the distorted spatial crevice. It was a youth who could still be considered handsome. He was dressed in purple, his skin pale as he looked lazy, seemingly unable to rouse his spirit towards anything at all. As he struggled out of the spatial crevice and scanned the scene before him, his gaze suddenly lit up as he became spirited. "It's a small world indeed," this youth sighed emotionally. It was none other than the upper exalt who had entered the 9 underworlds earlier, Chen Qianhua. Yan Zhaoge could clearly feel a powerful aura emanating from him that seemed comparable to that of the Brocade Emperor and the Encompassing Emperor. In this 9 underworlds and not a lower world, the upper exalt was the upper exalt, that most powerful martial saint who presided arrogantly over the world beyond worlds. Chapter 1097. 10th level martial saints, human immortals, were also known as human exalts. Chen Qianhua was probably the most deserving of the title of a supreme being in the world at the moment. Still, looking at this upper exalt, Yan Zhaoge could only feel disappointed. He put a hand to his forehead. As the old saying goes, 1,000 cups are not enough when drinking with a bosom friend. Still, Yan Zhaoge shook his head looking at Chen Qianhua. Still, if we are not on the same page, even half a sentence is too much. Chen Qianhua first appraised the Brocade Emperor curiously. The Brocade Emperor was still seated in meditation, seemingly not having sensed Chen Qianhua's arrival at all. Ah! Chen Qianhua clicked his tongue before turning away to look at Yan Zhaoge again, smiling. "You have really gone to a lot of trouble for the Brocade Emperor." Yan Zhaoge chortled. "It feels like you are even more worried than I am." No, Chen Qianhua shook his head repeatedly. "That was before." He gazed at Yan Zhaoge. "Now, I feel that you are far more interesting than him." Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly as Chen Qianhua hurriedly said, "Before this, I hoped that the Brocade Emperor would always remain in his current state. As for you and most of the others, you probably hoped that he would not be like this anymore." Chen Qianhua smiled. "Still, it is hard to say what he will be like now. Will he be affectionate or heartless? I believe that different people like you all have different plans." "As for your plans?" Chen Qianhua's gaze shifted between Yan Zhaoge and Meng Wan. "From the looks of it, you do not wish to see a heartless and heartless Brocade Emperor?" Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits, light flickering within them. "From your words, could it be that you want to help the Brocade Emperor walk the unfeeling path?" Chen Qianhua nodded matter-of-factly. "Of course." Chen Qianhua was not concerned about which path the Brocade Emperor walked at all. As he had said, the opponent he was currently interested in was Yan Zhaoge and not the Brocade Emperor. When he was interested in the Brocade Emperor, he would oppose him. When the Brocade Emperor wanted to break free of his current split soul state, Chen Qianhua would try to stop him from maintaining his current state. Still, when he felt that Yan Zhaoge was more interesting than the Brocade Emperor, he would turn to help the Brocade Emperor whose unfeeling side was gradually gaining the upper hand, going against Yan Zhaoge. At this moment, the Brocade Emperor resembled the chessboard that he was playing against Yan Zhaoge on. Chen Qianhua looked at a true immortal emperor in such a manner. Rather than being arrogant, it would be more accurate to say that he was crazy. "So, the person I want to kill now is not you." Chen Qianhua looked at Meng Wan. "It is this little girl." After killing her and then Fu Ting, the Brocade Emperor will be able to stably walk the unfeeling path. Are you going to protect her? What do you plan to do? Chen Qianhua appeared to be in rare high spirits as his gaze shifted between Yan Zhaoge and Meng Wan before he suddenly laughed. "Hearts will thunder is useless against me." He was not like the Brocade Emperor who had suffered cultivation deviation. His soul having split apart as a problem had arisen in his mind. Chen Qianhua's thoughts and actions were all based on his nature. Externally speaking, there were no flaws in his divine soul. If one wanted to forcibly trigger his heart devil with hearts will thunder, it would have to be executed by someone whose cultivation base was clearly higher than his. Yan Zhaoge deeply doubted whether such a person might have a heart devil at all. What he was more concerned about was that Chen Qianhua had only arrived here due to the chaotic flows of space after the Brocade Emperor's mental state had already gradually stabilized. He had actually been able to see through the Brocade Emperor's current situation with a single glance as it had been caused by hearts will thunder. Yan Zhaoge met Qin Qianhua's gaze, his heart jolting as he vaguely sensed that something was amiss. While he was pondering, Qin Qianhua was already smiling as he strode over towards him and Mengwan. Yan Zhaoge, I won't kill you. How boring would this world be without you? Come, let me see how you are prepared to protect this little girl. Give me some more surprises. Before his words had landed, he raised a hand, a cyclic heavenly seal descending towards Mengwan's head. The current Qin Qianhua was completely different from when he had fought in the Eight Extremities world back then. As the cyclic heavenly seal descended, the heavens and the earth instantly overturned. Looking calmly at Qin Qianhua, Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. Let's not talk about me first. Someone else will give you a surprise. At the same time, the Brocade Emperor's voice suddenly resounded. Little friend Qin, you might be stretching your hand a little too far. Qin Qianhua raised his brows, looking at the Brocade Emperor. If I am not wrong, your two daughters just need to vanish from this world. You do not have to personally take action. The Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi, who had been meditating with his eyes closed earlier, had already reopened his eyes now. That has nothing to do with you. Amidst his words, he suddenly arrived before Qin Qianhua, raising his palm and blocking Qin Qianhua's cyclic heavenly seal. The Taiji Yin-Yang palm of the Grand Clear Direct lineage clashed against the cyclic heavenly seal of the Jade Clear Direct lineage. Qin Qianhua's palm lightened as he was jolted into the air by the Brocade Emperor. Brocade Emperor, you are indeed much more interesting than before. Qin Qianhua's expression did not change as he looked at the Brocade Emperor through the corner of his eyes. If you truly walk the unfeeling and unfeeling path, you would only care about the outcome, not feeling dissatisfied that someone has overstepped their bounds. As he said this, he raised his other hand as well, combining the earth-overturning seal with the cyclic heavenly seal, his fist intent as great as the great earth of the sovereign heavens pressed down on the Taiji diagram down below. As the three palms clashed, space instantly distorted as a long crack was ripped apart amidst space, extending far into the distance with no end in sight. The nearby 9 underworlds seemed to have been ripped into 2 at this instant. I originally thought that you had already gradually decided on your path. From the looks of it now, however, you are still wavering. Qin Qianhua suddenly broke into laughter. Could this be the effect of the heart's will thunder? He laughed so hard that he bent over backwards, swiveling his head to look at Yan Zhaoge. Originally already gradually tilting towards one side, it has now reverted to a state where the two sides are clashing non-stop. Isn't this what you hate the most? Is this a gain or a loss to you? Crossing his arms before his chest, Yan Zhaoge smiled relaxedly. It is still too early to say this now. The Brocade Emperor said mildly, little friend Qin talks too much. The Taiji diagram on his palm rotated, sucking in Qin Qianhua's palms. Then he raised his other hand, striking down towards Qin Qianhua. As Yan Zhaoge said, Brocade Emperor, you have truly given me a pleasant surprise. Qin Qianhua seemed to have long since predicted this as his figure suddenly turned illusory as he executed the grand beginning bright emptiness form, breaking free of the suction force of the Brocade Emperor's palm. The Brocade Emperor did not speak. Still, he formed a fist seal with his other hand, executing the grand beginning bright emptiness form as he too executed the supreme martial art of the grand beginning bright emptiness form. Affected by this, Qin Qianhua's figure instantly turned from illusory to corporeal once more. Still, he leapt, instead taking the initiative to clash with the Brocade Emperor who was also executing the grand beginning bright emptiness form. Strange laughter resounded as Qin Qianhua simultaneously struck out with his palms, golden flames suddenly surging. Where those flames passed, they shockingly burned through the bright emptiness grand beginning. Earlier heavenly fire essence? Earlier heavenly fire divine palm? The Brocade Emperor was rather taken aback. The earlier heavenly fire divine palm was a peak martial art of pre-Great Calamity times. It was said that it originated from Taoist Lu Ya, a bigwig of the investiture of the gods era. Earlier heavenly fire essence manifested from Qin Qianhua's palm forcibly burning through the grand beginning bright emptiness form as he arrived before the Brocade Emperor. Chapter 1098. While the Brocade Emperor was slightly astonished that Qin Qianhua was even proficient in a long-lost martial art like the Connately Fire Divine Palm, thinking of how Qin Qianhua had always been well-read, he felt at ease. He stood there unmoving. The essence of the Connately Fire was strong, but when it was used by someone who had not reached the realm of immortals, it could not do anything to him who had become a true immortal. Indeed, the golden flames that incinerated the heavens and extinguished the earth and pierced through the Grand Beginning's body were unable to harm the Brocade Emperor in the slightest. The body of a true immortal was flawless and immeasurable. It was difficult for the power of mortals to harm it. It was definitely not as simple as it sounded. Still, Qin Qianhua had long since anticipated this, as he had already arrived behind the Brocade Emperor in a flash before punching towards the back of his neck. The fist-intense true essence manifested, transforming into a scepter which swung towards the Brocade Emperor. The Khanate Li fire essence was just a pretense. This was his true killing move. As Yan Zhaoge watched this battle from the side, his pupils dilated slightly. As a martial saint, Qin Qianhua actually seemed to be even swifter than the Brocade Emperor, who was a true immortal. It wasn't that his movements were faster, but it was as if he had countered the enemy first and seized the initiative. In the vast ocean world that year, Yan Zhaoge had once seen a martial art known as the Spirit Rhino Palm. They looked similar, but in reality they were worlds apart. It must be known that the Brocade Emperor's cultivation base was above Qin Qianhua's, as the gap between the human immortal and immortal realms was like a heavenly chasm. If Qin Qianhua had been able to predict the future when clashing with the Brocade Emperor, what would it be like when he clashed with experts of the same cultivation level, or even those whose cultivation bases were lower than his? While a great deal of bewildering fog enveloped this person, Yan Zhaoge instead gradually felt as though the clouds before his eyes were dispelled and the sun could be seen. The Brocade Emperor did not seem all that surprised by Qin Qianhua's miraculous ability to predict the future. However, when he felt the walking stick coming at him from behind, his gaze turned slightly cold. While the Brocade Emperor would not be injured by this, he would be sent stumbling back a few steps, inevitably losing face. More importantly, this crutch technique was also a supreme martial art of the Grand Clear Direct lineage. Besides the Grand Beginning bright emptiness form, streams of plain-colored cloud chi circulated around the Brocade Emperor as he executed the Grand Plainness immeasurable body as well. Grand Beginning and Grand Plainness combined, their powerful defensive power manifested as the Brocade Emperor's figure did not even shake as he abruptly turned and grabbed towards Qin Qianhua. Qin Qianhua's attack had failed, and he retreated once more. This time, however, the Brocade Emperor's gaze was calm as he pointed out with a finger. His movements were slow and gentle, seemingly nonchalant. However, this finger of his ignored space and time. It arrived before Qin Qianhua even though it was launched later. One of the Grand Cosmos 5 manifestations, Grand Primordial Divine Finger. It was also called the Supreme Innate Divine Finger, and it contained the concept of formless and immaterial at the absolute beginning of time. It developed the innate chi before the heavens and the earth were split open, and it was boundlessly profound. As the Brocade Emperor pointed out, his fingertip had virtually already arrived between Qin Qianhua's brows. Qin Qianhua yelled softly as the power of the Jade Clear lineage's later Heaven 6 scriptures converged, manifesting the foundation of the world. His powerful defensive power and regenerative abilities simultaneously came into play as this time, it was his turn to forcibly resist the Brocade Emperor's attack. Under the powerful effect of the absolute beginning divine finger, Qin Qianhua's foundation of the world dispersed and reassembled, then dispersed again and again, opening and closing. While the Brocade Emperor's finger inched forward, it was still just a hair's breadth away from Qin Qianhua's forehead. When the Jade Clear lineage's later Heaven 6 scriptures were combined, the foundation of the world was formed, and it could withstand various pre-celestial supreme arts. As the Brocade Emperor's cultivation base was more profound, he was still able to hold the upper hand and suppress Qin Qianhua. Now, however, Qin Qianhua tilted his head slightly, smiling at the Brocade Emperor. He clasped his palms together and streams of air interweaved, some red and some white. Seeing this, the gazes of Yan Zhaoge and the Brocade Emperor both flickered. Bright red tribulation scripture? You even know the supreme arts of the Prime Clear Direct lineage? There were 10 supreme martial arts of the 3 Clear Direct lineage. The Jade Clear lineage had the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures, while the Grand Clear lineage had the earlier Heaven 5 manifestations and the later Heaven 5 absolutes. As for the supreme martial arts of the Prime Clear lineage, other than the numinous treasure 4 swords and the final secret art, before the 4 swords, there were 5 scriptures which explain the changes of the 5 tribulations of an era. The 4 swords of the numinous treasure were too famous and powerful, while the 5 scriptures of the new era had mostly been lost, so few people knew about them. The founder of the Prime Clear lineage, the Lord of Numinous Treasure, did not simply symbolize destruction. Instead, he symbolized the transition from existence to non-existence. First talk about being, and then non-being. The Lord of Numinous Treasure was the symbol of being in this world. The 5 scriptures of the new era were the scriptures which explained being between earlier heaven and later heaven. The Numinous Treasure 4 swords sent all life forms of the great Tao, time and space into destruction, going from being to non-being. The final law explained non-being. One of the 5 scriptures was known as the Bright Red Tribulation scripture, which explained the Tao of the Bright Red Tribulation, the changes of yin and yang intermingling to create life. The principles of the Bright Red Tribulation scripture were similar to the Yin-Yang Heavenly Scripture of the Jade Clear Lineage's Primordial Heavenly Scripture and the Taiji Yin-Yang Palm of the Grand Clear Lineage's Grand Cosmos 5 Manifestations. The Bright Red Yin-Yang change of the Northwestern Red Sea of the World Beyond Worlds originated from Master Red Essence. Still, its principles were somewhat similar to the Bright Red Tribulation scripture. Qin Qianhua first used the foundation of the world to resist the Brocade Emperor's Grand Commencement Divine Finger before executing the Bright Red Tribulation scripture. With the cyclic heavenly seal as a link, it went from earlier heaven to later heaven. Amidst the changes of creation, while the power of the Grand Commencement Divine Finger could not be completely diminished, it allowed Qin Qianhua to escape danger as he was no longer suppressed by the Brocade Emperor. Watching from the side, the corners of Yan Zhaoga's mouth arched slightly upwards. Qin Qianhua's actions were rather similar to him executing the cyclic heavenly seal to revert to earlier heaven. It was just that he had reverted to earlier heaven with the cyclic heavenly seal while he had gone with the flow, guiding earlier heaven into later heaven. While this person had not been able to merge the various supreme martial arts into one, given the current situation, it was still a good method to dispel the Brocade Emperor's attack. After all, from the looks of it, Qin Qianhua did not know the heaven opening scripture. Whatever this upper exalt's temperament was like, his martial arts were indeed tough. While he had suffered from cultivation deviation and been dazed by the heart's will thunder, the Brocade Emperor's cultivation base was still domineering as his true immortal body was immeasurable and leakless as it swept through the mortal realm. Yet he was still unable to do anything to this young opponent before him. The heavenly young master of the past, the current upper exalt Qin Qianhua, was indeed able to resist a true immortal as a human. His strength was unparalleled throughout history. While Qin Qianhua was unable to break through the leakless body of a true immortal, an exalted emperor would also be hard-pressed to defeat him. Both sides were currently locked in a stalemate. If they just dragged things on, while Qin Qianhua's true essence was vigorous and thick, it was still rather lacking compared to the Brocade Emperor who had already pushed open the door to immortality. His gaze flickered slightly as a shocking radiance suddenly erupted from within. A miraculous, formless force condensed into a tangible radiance which surged from Qin Qianhua's eyes and landed on the Brocade Emperor. Hearts will thunder. Hearts will heavenly scripture, heh. The Brocade Emperor smiled coldly. Qin Qianhua had unleashed the power of the Hearts will heavenly scripture of the later heaven 6 scriptures of the primordial heavenly scriptures to the maximum as he struck out with his full power. The Hearts will heavenly scripture narrated the Tao of later heaven's mind and spirit. As Qin Qianhua executed it now, it was like Yan Zhaoga's earlier attack of Hearts will thunder had been aimed at the Brocade Emperor's current weakness. Still, how experienced was the Brocade Emperor? Having suffered greatly from Hearts will thunder earlier, having already sensed that Qin Qianhua was proficient in the Hearts will heavenly scripture, he had been guarding against this move. Seeing Qin Qianhua unleash a full-powered attack with the Hearts will heavenly scripture, the Brocade Emperor did not retreat as he instead rampantly exerted more force, continuing to fiercely attack Qin Qianhua with a Grand Commencement Divine Finger. As Qin Qianhua wielded the Hearts will heavenly scripture with all his might, the earlier combination of the later heaven 6 scriptures lost its balance, the foundation of the world rapidly weakening as his defenses weakened as well. Chapter 1099. Qin Qianhua imitated Yan Zhaoga's earlier method of dealing with the Brocade Emperor. True immortals are leakless. It is difficult for mortals to injure them. It was rare for the Brocade Emperor to have such a flaw. Qin Qianhua naturally made use of it. Still, what sort of figure was the Brocade Emperor? He had long since been prepared for this as he instead retaliated mightily. Qin Qianhua's eyes flickered slightly. He did not seem surprised. Because he had used the Hearts will heavenly scripture to attack, the foundation of the world formed of the combined later heaven 6 scriptures had weakened as he was very hard-pressed to resist the Brocade Emperor's Grand Commencement Divine Finger like before. However, he did not panic and continued to chant. Immediately, the boundless demonic qi in the 9 underworlds started to gather around Qin Qianhua. The image of a jet-black demon god appeared between heaven and earth. It was like an ancient demonic divine mountain that had stood since the ancient times, unmoving and indestructible. The origin of the 9 underworlds demon domain was one of the 12 devilish gods and devils, the second ancestor devil, creation heavenly devil. Although he had perished, his demonic arts had been passed down. His descendants had studied his power and intent and created it. It was called the creation demon scripture. The classics recorded 8 kinds of demonic supreme arts, which were the 8 trigrams of heaven, earth, wind, thunder, water, fire, mountain, and lake. Thus they were also known as the 8 absolutes of creation. Among them, the image of Gen Mountain corresponded to an absolute art called immovable heavenly demon body. It was one of the top defensive arts of the demonic path. At this moment, Qin Shenhua was displaying this ultimate technique. The 9 underworlds was formed from the corpse of the fortune creation heavenly demon. Using this ultimate art in the 9 underworlds would gather endless demonic chi to strengthen one's defense. Even if it was inferior to the foundation of the world formed from the jade clear lineage's later Heaven 6 scriptures, it could still be said to be impregnable. The Brocade Emperor's grand commencement divine finger was truly powerful as it broke through the grand beginning bright emptiness form, the twin chis of red and bright and the palm power of the cyclic heavenly seal. Then he pierced through the weakened foundation of the world and finally attacked the unmovable heavenly demon body. However, under the continuous wear and tear of the layers of defense, it was like an arrow at the end of its flight. While cracks appeared on the massive statue of the devilish god that stood as firm as a mountain, it had not been shattered by the Brocade Emperor's finger at the end of the day. Now, Qin Shenhua's attack with the heart's will heavenly scripture also began to take effect on the Brocade Emperor. As long as the Brocade Emperor's mind was thrown into chaos once more, Qin Shenhua would have a chance to gain the upper hand. He naturally knew that with the Brocade Emperor's abilities, just using the heart's will heavenly scripture alone would only result in a situation where both sides would be heavily injured. This sudden move of the motionless demon body, using defense as offense, was the key to victory. Still, the current Brocade Emperor was indeed very capable of giving others pleasant surprises. Suddenly there was a flash of profound light, and then a huge flag that covered the sky appeared. Immortal artifact, 4 Grand Xiantian flag. A true immortal great emperor was using an immortal weapon to fight against a martial saint. Even if this martial saint was the number 1 martial saint of the world beyond worlds, Qin Shenhua, the Brocade Emperor's actions were truly shameless and shocking. Still, for the Brocade Emperor who had suffered cultivation deviation and was currently in an unstable mental state, this did not seem all that unexpected. Qin Shenhua should be proud that he could make a perfected immortal great emperor act shamelessly. However, if a great emperor who had pushed open the gate of immortality really didn't care about his demeanor and status, then he really wasn't someone that could be stopped by the power of mortals. In the past, it was said that the 4 exalts of the prime clear direct lineage had joined hands to lay down the immortal extermination formation, successfully slaying immortals as martial saints. Yet their enemies were also unarmed. With the protection of the 4 Grands earlier heaven banner, it could not completely defend against this kind of attack that came from the bottom of the heart. It was the Brocade Emperor himself who had a loophole. His gaze flickered slightly as his mental state was still rather unstable. Still, it was not as severe as when he had been struck by Yan Zhaoge's heart's will thunder earlier, as he still possessed the strength to battle. Looking at the fluttering 4 Grands earlier heaven banner, Qin Shenhua did not show any signs of mockery or disdain or unwillingness to accept this. Instead, his eyes shone as he appeared overjoyed. Brocade Emperor, your current appearance is unprecedentedly perfect. I am almost about to be reluctant to help you enter the unfeeling Tao just to compete with Yan Zhaoge. The Brocade Emperor's expression did not change as he was not moved by the words of others in the least as he directly waved the 4 Grands earlier heaven banner, swinging it down towards Qin Shenhua. Qin Shenhua was neither flustered nor flustered as he pointed behind him. In that direction was precisely that thundercloud of grand illusory spatial thunder which had yet to completely explode earlier. While he was temperamental and did things as he pleased, Qin Shenhua would always be extremely confident when it came to the specifics of something. This thundercloud of grand illusory spatial thunder had always been within his plans. While clashing with a powerful enemy like the Brocade Emperor, while Qin Shenhua was teleporting, he had always remained between the Brocade Emperor and the thundercloud. With his back to the thundercloud, he could wield it at any time. Qin Shenhua had also considered whether Yan Zhaoge would make a move. As he shifted, he similarly kept Yan Zhaoge and the thundercloud at bay. In clashing with the Brocade Emperor, he had been at a slight disadvantage most of the time. A large part of the reason for this was that he had restricted the trajectory of his movements to a certain extent. In a clash between experts, the slightest difference could result in a great loss. The slightest difference could determine victory and defeat. Chen Qianhua's actions were truly bold and daring. Yet, just as he was about to wield the thundercloud to resist the four grands earlier heaven banner, someone suddenly moved. Yan Zhaoge, who had always been watching coldly from the sidelines and acting cautiously, suddenly flickered as he arrived beneath Chen Qianhua. Boundless devilish qi also congregated on Yan Zhaoge's body at this moment. Instantly, another jet-black devilish avatar appeared within the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds. This was not the jet-black devilish Buddha that Yan Zhaoge had condensed earlier. Instead, it was similar to the devilish avatar that Chen Qianhua had manifested with his immovable heavenly devil body. It was also the manifestation of the creation heavenly devil. Roiling thunder resounded, shooting straight beneath Chen Qianhua's feet. This is also one of the 8 ultimates of creation of the devilish Tao? Chen Qianhua was taken aback slightly, the corresponding supreme martial art to the manifestation of shocking thunder? It was precisely the 8 Desolations thunder palm that originated from the creation heavenly devil and ranked alongside the immovable heavenly devil body. This strike was unable to break through Chen Qianhua's immovable heavenly devil body. Still, the brocade emperor who was currently attacking Chen Qianhua suddenly felt that incomparably stable immovable heavenly devil body that resembled an eternal divine mountain earlier suddenly become weak. While it still seemed sturdy, inconcealable weakness emanated from within. Thunder descending the mountain and thunder descending the mountain divination? Chen Qianhua felt it more clearly as his gaze flickered as he instantly understood this principle. The manifestation of the 8 trigrams, thunder descending the mountain and thunder descending the mountain, the divination. The 2 yang facets were external, solid on the outside and weak on the inside. One had to recuperate as one could not force it. It was tough on the outside but soft on the inside, strong on the outside but weak on the inside. While the 8 Desolations thunder palm of the same source had not been able to break through the immovable heavenly devil body, it had caused it to become incomparably weak against external attacks. Now, the 4 grands earlier heaven flag descended, instantly sending Chen Qianhua flying backwards as he spurted blood from his mouth. Behind him, the grand illusory spatial thunder that he had detonated had completely lost control as it transformed into numerous spatial vortexes that devoured him. The trump card that he had prepared earlier had now become a weapon for others to threaten him with. Injured, Chen Qianhua was hard-pressed to break free of the chaotic flows of space as he could only be devoured by the spatial vortexes. Gazing upwards, he saw Yan Zhaoge and his jet-black Buddha form once more. Making use of the time when the brocade emperor's 4 grands earlier heaven flag was used to attack Chen Qianhua instead of protecting him, Yan Zhaoge chanted once more, "As I have heard, devilish salvation of all life." Yet another heart's will thunder struck towards the brocade emperor. Having previously suffered a heart's will thunder and then being attacked by Chen Qianhua with the heart's will heavenly scripture, the brocade emperor suffered a third strike now. Chapter 1100. The brocade emperor was caught off guard by this sudden blow. Chen Qianhua, who was about to be devoured by the spacetime vortex, also widened his eyes. Even Meng Wan, who had been protected by Yan Zhaoge earlier, was stunned on the spot. While he had clashed with the brocade emperor earlier, now that the brocade emperor and Chen Qianhua were enemies, he could be considered a helper. Worried that the brocade emperor and Chen Qianhua would suddenly change their minds, Yan Zhaoge had been silently observing from the sidelines. This was very normal. It was normal for him to attack Chen Qianhua. As compared to the brocade emperor, who was clearly flawed due to cultivation deviation, Chen Qianhua's threat was even more direct. Still, Meng Wan was inevitably rather shocked that he had immediately attacked the brocade emperor even as he attacked Chen Qianhua. Although it wasn't uncommon for friends to turn hostile the next moment, it wasn't that rare. Although Chen Qianhua was about to be devoured by the spacetime vortex, there was still a chance for him to turn the situation around. Who knew if this mysterious upper exalt still had other trump cards? However, Yan Zhaoge did not hesitate in the slightest. After helping the brocade emperor break through Chen Qianhua's defenses, he immediately turned his spear around, making use of the time when the 4 grands earlier heaven flag was attacking Chen Qianhua rather than defending. He bluntly sent the brocade emperor another heart's will thunder. The timing was naturally perfect, and it was perfect to the extreme. However, it could really be said that he changed his attitude faster than flipping a book. It was only natural that Chen Qianhua would do something like this. It was also not surprising that the brocade emperor, who had a split soul, would do something like this. While Yan Zhaoge's moral integrity had not been high before this, he still had a bottom line. Now he was doing it even more smoothly than that emperor in Exalt. Right from the start, his target seemed to have been the Brocade Emperor and Qin Qianhua at the same time. This was even more arrogant than Qin Qianhua's direct confrontation with the Brocade Emperor. Qin Qianhua's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. He was excited like never before. He urgently wanted to see what Yan Zhaoge would do next. However, the spacetime vortex after the explosion of the Grand Void spatial thunder had already swallowed him. Even a true immortal would find it hard to control the turbulence caused by the complete explosion of such a huge Grand Void thunder cloud. He could only watch helplessly as Yan Zhaoge and the Brocade Emperor vanished before his eyes. Hey! Whether it was when he had been heavily injured by Yan Zhaoge in the Eight Extremities world or when he had just been injured by the Brocade Emperor using the Four Grands earlier heaven flag, Qin Qianhua had not felt any sense of defeat or unwillingness in the least. Instead he had been in high spirits. But at this moment he was strangely dissatisfied. However, no matter what Qin Qianhua thought, he could only be swallowed by the spacetime turbulence and disappear in an instant. After confirming that this unstable factor had already vanished, Yan Zhaoge no longer paid it any heed as he focused all his attention on the Brocade Emperor before him. With the protection of the Four Grands earlier heaven flag, even if he used the Heart's Will Lightning, he would only achieve half the result with twice the effort, and it would be difficult for him to achieve the desired effect. Now that the Brocade Emperor was attacking Qin Qianhua with the Four Grands earlier heaven flag, suddenly making a move, he would definitely be able to succeed. Including his first Heart's Will Lightning, this was his third strike. Yan Zhaoge and Qin Qianhua seemed to be working in tandem as they both targeted the holes in the Brocade Emperor's mind. Qin Qianhua's attack had also become a part of Yan Zhaoge's plan. As for the problem of burning the bridge after crossing the river and getting rid of the donkey when it was no longer of use, Yan Zhaoge automatically ignored it. At this moment he activated the Heart's Will Lightning with all his might. The Brocade Emperor let out a muffled groan as a Taiji diagram appeared within his pupils which rapidly rotated. However, the black and white yin and yang fishes that formed the Taiji diagram shattered under this high-speed rotation. Having broken through the final boundary, the Brocade Emperor roared towards the heavens before he actually shed his human form entirely, transforming into a massive Taiji diagram that enveloped the heavens and the earth. Mengwan gazed up at that Taiji diagram in shock, unable to speak. Pushing open the door to immortality, no longer being human. Yan Zhaoge gazed at that Taiji diagram as well. Many rules of the human realm may continue to be applicable to true immortals, and they may also no longer be applicable. What determines everything is the true immortal themselves and not the rules. Therefore, immortals may also possess fleshly bodies, being able to conceive and give birth. Yet, they may also lose their fleshly bodies, losing the characteristics of all lifeforms. Whether they do or not depends on their will. It is not surprising that some changes occur. Yan Zhaoge said casually, if one cannot transcend the immortal mortal tribulation, they will perish and their Tao vanquished. Having transcended, it is a new heavens and earth. How could it be as simple as that? He had already generally understood what changes would occur to the Brocade Emperor now. That massive Taiji diagram of yin and yang was rotating rapidly as well. Then, the black and white Taiji diagram similarly began tearing apart to the sides, gradually changing shape. In the end, the black and white yin and yang fishes separated with a loud bang. One black and one white, they split apart and became independent. The demonic slaughter chi in the nearby 9 underworlds began to crazily gather towards the black and white yin-yang fishes, forming 2 huge masses of chi in the sky. The speed at which the devilish chi was being gathered was even faster than when Yan Zhaoge and Qin Qianhua were using their devilish arts to condense their incarnations. Mengwan seemed to think of something as she shockingly swiveled her head to look at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was fixated on those 2 masses of chi, one black, one white, not wavering in the slightest. But when he sensed the bewilderment and uncertainty in Mengwan's heart, he nodded slightly to confirm her guess. Seeing Yan Zhaoge nod, Mengwan turned to look at those 2 massive clumps of clouds in disbelief. The 2 clouds, one black and one white, revolved around a point in the void. Rays of light surged out from the 2 clouds at the same time. In the sky above, the immortal artifact, the 4 Grand Xiantian flag, was also trembling. As the light grew brighter, the trembling of the 4 Grand Xiantian flag became more and more obvious. When the brilliance reached its peak, the black and white clouds gradually unfolded. Vast purple chi surged within the 2 clumps of clouds, instantly suffusing a radius of 5 million kilometers. The two purple seas of clouds both extended unceasingly into the distance. A region of vacuum formed between them as they stood opposite each other, clearly separated from each other. The four grand Xiantian flag up above, however, was shaking even more intensely. Gazing over carefully, Yan Zhaoge and Meng Wan saw a figure appear at the center of each purple sea of clouds. Of the two, one was garbed in white, the other in black. Yet, their appearances were exactly the same, as there was no difference at all. Elegant and extraordinarily handsome, they were both clearly in the appearance of the Brocade Emperor. Two Brocade Emperors, one in black, one in white, appeared before Yan Zhaoge and Meng Wan. The two Brocade Emperors stood where they were with their eyes closed, neither speaking nor moving. Seeing this scene, Meng Wan was rendered speechless. She looked at Yan Zhaoge, who shook his head. "Don't get close for now." The great battle earlier had stirred up the winds and clouds of the 9 underworlds, as many evil devils of the 9 underworlds had been drawn over. Amongst them, there had been those wild and violent evil devils whose minds were not clear as they lunged over. Amidst the purple sea of clouds, the two Brocade Emperors still had their eyes closed. Still they simultaneously moved. It was exactly the same movement as they simultaneously waved outwards with their right hands. Instantly, it was like a formless blade had slashed through the heavens and the earth, cleaving all the devils of the 9 underworlds who were approaching them into two. With no great devils comparable to immortal human experts present, the remaining devils hurriedly retreated upon seeing this. Now the two Brocade Emperors simultaneously opened their eyes. Chapter 11:01. Before they had opened their eyes, the two Brocade Emperors were exactly the same. Apart from the fact that one was clothed in black and the other in white, there was no difference at all. Even their devil-slaying moves were already exactly the same, as if they were one person. Now, however, after opening their eyes, it was clearly possible to see the difference between the two. The white-clothed Brocade Emperor's gaze was filled with various emotions, such as fury, sorrow, joy, benevolence, and so on and so forth. One would simply have to sigh in admiration at how a single person's gaze could simultaneously reveal so many emotions. Meanwhile, the black-clothed Brocade Emperor was the complete opposite, as his gaze was indifferent with no emotional fluctuations at all. He did not seem like a living being, as he looked at other living beings like they were lifeless objects. While his gaze was clearly not ferocious, it caused one to tremble in fear. After opening his eyes, the white-clothed Brocade Emperor first looked at Meng Wan, his gaze filled with benevolence and tender love. "Don't be afraid, Wan. It's fine." When he looked at Yan Zhaoge, his emotions were rather complex. Little friend Yan's methods are truly impressive. The black-clothed Brocade Emperor first gazed at the four grands earlier heaven flag up above before glancing indifferently at Yan Zhaoge and Meng Wan. Yan Zhaoge could not feel any warmth from his gaze at all. The shaking four grands earlier heaven flag finally emitted a wung sound as it transformed into a streak of light, flying off into the distance. The black-clothed Brocade Emperor's gaze swept across Yan Zhaoge, Meng Wan and the white-clothed Brocade Emperor before he said nothing, as he directly set off in pursuit of the four grands earlier heaven flag. We can slowly discuss this when we have the time. Looking at Yan Zhaoge and Meng Wan, the white-clothed Brocade Emperor sighed before chasing after them as well. The chaotic battlefield, which had still been filled with danger a moment ago, suddenly calmed down at this moment. Yan Zhaoge placed a hand over his eyes as he watched the two figures leave before he turned and said to Meng Wan, "It is not that the white-clothed Brocade Emperor does not want to console you. Instead, if the four grands earlier heaven flag falls into the hands of the black-clothed Brocade Emperor, you will be in great danger. In order to ensure your and Red Lotus Fu's safety, this white-clothed Brocade Emperor can only place the four grands earlier heaven flag as his top priority. Of course, he definitely has feelings for the weapon that he has carried with him for many years. After all, the four grands earlier heaven flag has accompanied him for many years. He is much older than you and Red Lotus." Hearing his words, Meng Wan smiled bitterly. "Senior apprentice brother Yan, you know that this is not what I am concerned about. What I want to know is that father is currently—" Yan Zhaoge collected the remnant grand illusory spatial thunder drifting amid space as he explained. To put it simply, the Brocade Emperor's soul completely split into two, making use of the devilish chi of the 9 underworlds to reforge his body, thus becoming two. Past memories, knowledge, and mastery of martial arts are the same no matter if it's black or white. The only difference between the two is their consciousness and temperament. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. From the looks of it now, white-clothed walks the path of emotion, while black-clothed walks the unfeeling path. Meng Wan asked softly, "What will happen next?" Now they will have to decide the victor between them. Yan Zhaoge answered, only the victor has the hope of advancing further. Otherwise, one's cultivation base will remain stagnant. Currently, the two of them are comparable in strength. While they are both still true immortals, they are both weaker than they were before they split apart. Still, there are no gaps in their minds like before. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. Of course, the so-called weak is only in comparison to other true immortals and the Brocade Emperor himself. Compared to martial practitioners of the human world, there is still no comparison at all. The gap between the human immortal and immortal realms is still the gap between the human immortal realms at the end of the day. Meng Wan blinked as she understood what Yan Zhaoge was implying. The victor between the black and white Brocade Emperors would probably not just be a simple matter of victory or defeat. It would be a battle of life and death. The victor would have the hope of advancing further. Actually, only the living would have the hope of advancing further as well. Or rather, only the soul existence would be able to advance further. Because neither of them was the other's clone. Winning the battle between them is only the first step. Yan Zhaoge compressed the drifting thunderbolts into a tiny thundercloud before storing it away, saying, the victor will have complete control over himself just like before. While their minds are united, the scars caused by cultivation deviation still remain. If they truly want to advance further, they will have to mend those scars. To mend those scars, the things that were changed still have to be done. For example, Yan Zhaoge looked at Meng Wan. If the black-clothed Brocade Emperor wins, he will still try to eliminate the two of you. Also, he would kill Yan Di and obtain and refine his Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. Without the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, the Brocade Emperor who walked the unfeeling path would only be able to reach the peak of the true immortal realm at most. Only with the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud would he be able to advance further, standing shoulder to shoulder with the three sovereigns. Meng Wan nodded, expressing her understanding before asking softly, what if the white-clothed Brocade Emperor wins then? The white-clothed one. Yan Zhaoge said very straightforwardly, I too cannot be certain. Still, I can be certain that if the white-clothed Brocade Emperor wins in the end, the two of you would not be in any danger at the very least. Meng Wan instantly smiled bitterly once more. Perhaps even the white-clothed Brocade Emperor himself is still unclear on how he can advance further. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, it is precisely because of this uncertainty that the unfeeling side of the Brocade Emperor's soul has been gaining the upper hand before the split. As compared to the Tao of emotion, however difficult it was, the future of the unfeeling Tao at least had a clear path to tread. Meanwhile, the Tao of emotion seemed like a path of death that could not be thought of. Yan Zhaoge deeply suspected that while the peak figures of the world beyond worlds might not like it, most of them would be happy to see the Brocade Emperor walk the unfeeling Tao. That would entail that the Brocade Emperor had hopes of becoming a new sovereign, even continuing to climb higher. For Taoism, which had many things to do in post-Great Calamity times, the more peak experts there were, the better. Still, this was definitely under the precondition that Yan Di and the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud were not involved. If Yan Di was involved, it was not just the Sword Sovereign who would not agree to it. The other bigwigs would have to reconsider as well. Yan Di's potential and strength naturally went without saying. While it is selfish, I still hope that the white-clothed father can win at the end of the day. Meng Wan sighed, saying candidly. Yan Zhaoge smiled, this is only human nature. Things having come to this point was not caused by your decision in the first place. Meng Wan looked at Yan Zhaoge. Senior apprentice brother Yan, was this your original plan? I more or less predicted the current situation. Yan Zhaoge waved his hands, still that was not my original goal. I acted in hopes of restraining the unfeeling side of the Brocade Emperor. Still, it looks like the intensity of the confrontation between the Brocade Emperor's soul has already reached a very serious level, resulting in the current situation. He kept the drifting grand illusory spatial thunder before leaving with Meng Wan. While it is not very ideal, the current situation is still not bad. With the white-clothed emperor restraining that black-clothed emperor, it will be much easier for everyone as there will also be more room for us to maneuver. Still, we cannot completely ignore this. Otherwise, I personally feel that the black-clothed one has a greater chance of winning in a battle between the two Brocade Emperors. Chapter 1102. As compared to the cold and rational black-clothed Brocade Emperor, the emotional white-clothed Brocade Emperor was more prone to revealing flaws in their battle, which were then grasped by the other party. While he supported the white-clothed Brocade Emperor, Yan Zhaoge personally felt that the black-clothed Brocade Emperor's chances of victory were greater. A person who was absolutely rational and unaffected by emotions might not necessarily be successful in every endeavor. Most people would be affected by their emotions to some extent. Rational and ruthless people might be able to gain some advantages, but they might also be at a disadvantage. Not to mention the emotional tendencies of most people, just based on the way of thinking, rational and emotionless people would make many wrong judgments when they judged others by their own standards. The wrong choice in his eyes might be the right choice in most people's eyes. On the contrary, what was undoubtedly correct in his eyes might be rejected and resisted by most people. If he couldn't understand this point, the deviation would be enough to make his head bleed. And if he could understand this, then he would no longer be an absolutely rational and neutral existence. Still, this referred to the problem of someone like the black-clothed brocade emperor assimilating into the environment. In the battle between him and the white-clothed brocade emperor, it was indeed harder for him to reveal any flaws. He was also better at capturing and even creating flaws in his opponent. If there are no external forces interfering, the battle between the two emperors will probably drag on for a long time. Yan Zhaoge traversed the 9 underworlds along with Meng Wan. It is just that how many people are paying attention to this matter? For you and Red Lotus Fu, while the black-clothed brocade emperor is constantly thinking of getting rid of you, there is still the white-clothed brocade emperor who will do his best to protect you and stop him. Yan Zhaoge smiled. You can also look at it from another angle. If you two sisters are safe, the black-clothed brocade emperor will not be able to win at the end of the day. As for now, the focal point of the battle is the immortal artifact, the 4 Grands earlier heaven flag. Whoever manages to regain control of the immortal artifact will gain the upper hand in the battle. Hearing this, Meng Wan nodded silently. Yan Zhaoge brought her along as he flew. While the 9 underworld's devils were blocking their way, there weren't any particularly troublesome devils. Their journey was rather smooth. In comparison, it was more troublesome to think about how to leave the 9 underworlds and return to the human world. The 9 underworlds corroded the heavens and the earth, and everyone in the mortal world cursed and beat them up. Once a crack of the 9 underworlds was discovered, Kendi would immediately seal it if he had the ability to do so. While this prevented the 9 underworlds from corrupting the human realm, it also left Yan Zhaoge with no way of turning back. Previously, it would be best if he could return to where he came from the land of Tranquil Stream. However, he had to be wary of the experts of the Immortal Court waiting there for him to fall into their trap. Traversing the 9 underworlds, Yan Zhaoge identified his direction whilst also thinking about how the encompassing Emperor and Mars Halberd were doing earlier. Logically speaking, as the Brocade Emperor had said, the encompassing Emperor should be fine. Yan Zhaoge and Mars Halberd were the main targets of the experts of the Immortal Court. Thinking of Mars Halberd, Yan Zhaoge scratched his head a little. He didn't feel any ill will towards this existence who should be considered a weapon or an expert of Taoism. He still hoped that the heavens would help him and allow him to escape with his life. The place where the battle took place had long been destroyed beyond recognition. In the demon domain, there was a scarlet path that extended far into the distance. Raging flames burned for a long time. From the looks of it, it was obviously the traces left by Mars Halberd, who had broken through the encirclement and escaped far away. However, there were also remnants of the aura of other forces, which belonged to other people, chasing the trace of Mars Halberd. Looking at the traces of flames, Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before he suddenly turned and walked along that scarlet path. After a long time, Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. Continuing forward, he indeed saw a door that seemed to exist vaguely amidst the 9 underworlds before him. In order to escape, Mars Halberd attempted to flee into extra-dimensional space. Indeed, he found another land of Tranquil Stream as an exit. Yan Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily. The 9 underworlds corroded everywhere, forming more than one land of Tranquil Stream amidst endless space. It was just that they were very hard to find. Through this land of Tranquil Stream, Yan Zhaoge finally left the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds with Meng Wan, returning to the human realm. He was careful in all aspects to avoid being ambushed. Still, everything was still peaceful. As far as the eye could see, there was an even more obvious path of flames in the land of Tranquil Stream which continued extending into the distance. Meanwhile, while the traces left behind by his pursuers were also very obvious, they seemed to have been unable to stop him as they continued to pursue and flee unceasingly. Yan Zhaoge calmed down slightly. From the looks of it, Mars Halberd still had a chance to escape. Although there were at least 2 sovereigns of the Immortal Court attacking together, the environment in the 9 underworlds was very complicated. The 9 underworlds was surrounded by devils, which attracted the top great devils. Even the sovereigns of the immortal court would be affected and unable to act freely. Yan Zhaoge didn't continue to pursue the path of flames. Instead, he left the land of Tranquil Stream in another direction and fled into the endless space. The land of Tranquil Stream was so vast that it would take many days to get out of it. When they arrived at the extra-dimensional space, it would take even more time and energy to distinguish the path and return to the world beyond worlds. And this was under the premise that Yan Zhaoge had a good understanding of the changes of space. If it were someone else, he would probably be completely lost in the void. After drifting for many days, Yan Zhaoge gradually got a clear idea of the direction. However, at this moment he vaguely felt that the two of them seemed to be approaching a grand world, which was similar to the world beyond worlds, but also completely different. Yan Zhaoge seemed to have understood something. Could it be? As he was thinking, he suddenly saw several sword lights shining in the distance. The sword light approached, and the person in the lead was a young man with handsome features. Seeing the other party's appearance, Yan Zhaoge could not help but feel amused. The newcomer was someone familiar. It was precisely the disciple of the prime clear lineage, Sun Zhongda, who had once impersonated Yan Zhaoge and traversed the southeastern Yang Heaven territory of the world beyond worlds. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, Sun Zhongda was first dazed before his face was filled with awkwardness. Yan Zhaoge noticed that the other party seemed to subconsciously want to turn tail and run. Sun Zhongda naturally didn't really flee as he slowly walked over, bowing towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan, senior apprentice Uncle Yan. The other disciples of the prime clear lineage beside him were mostly appraising Yan Zhaoge curiously. Still, they did not forget their manners as they all came forward and bowed. We greet senior apprentice Uncle Yan. Like Gao Qing, Sun Zhongda and the others were all successors of the roving Jade Heavens Green Duckweed Mountains Minor White Peak. The master of Green Duckweed Mountains Minor White Peak was Gao Qing's grandfather, the eldest son of the Dragon Spring Emperor and the profound sovereign, Gao Shuebua. Gao Shuebua was of the same generation as Yan Zhaoge's father, Yan Di. Meanwhile, Sun Zhongda and the others were even a generation younger than Yan Zhaoge. After Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony in the world beyond worlds, the identities of Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di had been known by all under the heavens. The roving Jade Heavens had received the news as well, with the Dragon Spring Emperor personally confirming it. Only then did Gao Qing and the other disciples of the younger generation know that Yan Zhaoge, whom they had met once before, actually had such a relationship with their family. Sun Zhongda was naturally no exception. Therefore, upon seeing Yan Zhaoge, he awkwardly turned tail, wanting to flee. No need to be so formal. Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh. I was wandering amidst space and inadvertently came here. It looks like I came to the vicinity of the roving Jade Heavens? Chapter 1103. Sun Zhongda's personality was slick and flexible. Although he was arrogant, he was much calmer than other sword cultivators. Most of the time, he was the one who had to socialize with the outside world when his fellow disciples went out to gain experience. Being embarrassed in front of Yan Zhaoge was not just because of seniority. In order to make it easier for him to traverse the world beyond worlds that year, he had impersonated Yan Zhaoge. Who would have thought that his luck would really be so bad, having only impersonated Yan Zhaoge for a few days before he met the real Yan Zhaoge? After Yan Zhaoge had captured him, he had indeed suffered a bit. And it just so happened that Yan Zhaoge had now actually become his senior. However slippery Sun Zhongda was, seeing Yan Zhaoge now, he could only awkwardly find a hole to hide in. After a while he finally regained his composure, straightening his posture as he bowed towards Yan Zhaoge, replying to senior apprentice Uncle Yan, "This place is indeed already very close to the roving Jade Heavens. We came out to gather some special treasures of extra-dimensional space. Now that we have gained enough, we are just about to return to the roving Jade Heavens. If senior apprentice Uncle Yan is free, why not travel with us? The seniors of the sect often talk about you and your father, senior grand uncle Yan." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "The elders of your clan are polite. It should be this Yan who has disturbed you. I'm ashamed to say that I didn't know about the relationship between our two sections. It wasn't until our sect's opening ceremony that my father and I found out about our ancestors. While we are in the world beyond worlds, we father and son have always hoped to have a chance to visit the roving Jade Heavens and meet the Dragon Spring Emperor's family. It was just that we were unable to find a way to do so. Previously, we were still waiting for a fortuitous encounter. I didn't expect that the opportunity would come so soon. This Yan is pleasantly surprised. If the seniors of the roving Jade Heavens don't mind, this Yan hopes to pay a visit." Sun Zhongda said, "That would be great. Please follow me, senior apprentice Uncle Yan." He looked at Meng Wan. Is this senior apprentice Uncle Yan's fellow disciple? Yan Zhaoge answered, this is the daughter of one of the world beyond world's 5 emperors, the Brocade Emperor. I wonder if it would be convenient for us to enter the roving Jade Heavens? Daughter of the Brocade Emperor? Sun Zhongda glanced rather quizzically at Meng Wan. As an elite of the world beyond world's younger generation, Sun Zhongda knew of Fu Ting's appearance as well. However, he did not continue speaking, nodding and saying, since he is senior apprentice Uncle Yan's companion, there is naturally no problem. While he was concerned about the conflict between the black and white Brocade Emperors, now that the 2 Brocade Emperors had vanished without a trace, he could only temporarily not think about it. He could only spend the next few days gathering information in this area before making a plan. Yan Zhaoge had long since hoped to have a chance to visit the roving Jade Heavens. Now that the chance had come, he would definitely not let it go. Under the guidance of Sun Zhongda and the others, he and Meng Wan entered a new world. Beneath the blue skies, spiritual qi was abundant. While it was different from that of the world beyond worlds, it was also profound in its own way. Here Yan Zhaoge could clearly feel a sharp qi. It was as if he was standing on the edge of a sword. For a world like this, such a balance of spiritual qi was a little strange. Yan Zhaoge had a thoughtful look on his face as he remained silent. Martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases might find it hard to adapt to coming to the roving Jade Heavens for the first time, Sun Zhongda said. It is naturally fine with senior apprentice Uncle Yan. It is just that it will be hard on this Miss Fu. Meng Wan smiled faintly. It's alright, it's really an eye-opener for me. Very soon Yan Zhaoge saw another old acquaintance. He had once been the head disciple of Golden Court Mountain of the world beyond world's southeastern Yang Heaven territory, the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua. Now he was a sword cultivator of the prime clear lineage Long Hanhua. Long time no see, senior apprentice brother Long. How have you been? Yan Zhaoge chuckled as he greeted him. Before coming here he had already known that Lin Hanhua was a pseudonym, his real name being Long Hanhua. He was precisely the son of the little sword god Long Xueji whom he had once met, the grandson of the Dragon Spring Emperor and the profound sovereign. In terms of seniority he was of the same generation as Yan Zhaoge. While the name was different he was still the same person. As he stood there, he resembled a sharp, unsheathed sword that was hard to look at. It had already been close to 10 years since the last time the two had met. The current Long Hanhua had already attained the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, the late Immortal Bridge stage. His appearance had not changed much as he smiled as he saw Yan Zhaoge. Still, I had not thought that you would actually come to the roving Jade Heavens. This is truly a joyous occasion. The seniors even guessed that it would probably be some time before you and senior apprentice Uncle Yan could find us. It was not a good thing for someone of the world beyond worlds to be related to the roving Jade Heavens. The two sides were currently not on good terms. Still, the situation of Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di was much more special. It was just that they had to keep a low profile as they could not be overly ostentatious. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Of course I had to come as soon as possible. Still, it is indeed a bit of a coincidence that I was able to arrive today. It is also my good luck. Might not be good luck. Long Hanhua teased, because he estimated that you and senior apprentice Uncle Yan would not arrive so quickly. Grandfather just happened to enter secluded cultivation a few days ago. You might not be able to see him this time. Sun Zhongda and the others were left speechless by the side. While this senior apprentice Uncle Long's personality was not as cold and harsh as his father's, he was also a cold, tough, and unyielding person. Ever since he had returned to the roving Jade Heavens, Gao Qing aside, the other disciples of the younger generation had never seen Long Hanhua chat and laugh with anyone like this. Senior apprentice Granduncle Long is in secluded cultivation? Yan Zhaoge put a hand on his head, smiling bitterly. This is indeed unfortunate. I wonder if the other seniors are here? He and Long Hanhua had been on pretty good terms back in the world beyond worlds back then. Meeting him now, he was extremely happy as he spoke in a very relaxed manner. Father is not in secluded cultivation. Eldest uncle should be here as well, Long Hanhua smiled. They are all very happy to hear that you have come. Come follow me. After Yan Zhaoge had left the 9 underworlds for many days, traversing the land of tranquil stream and drifting amidst extra-dimensional space, finally arriving at the roving Jade Heavens, someone had also left the 9 underworlds. World beyond worlds Kunlun Mountains Qianhua Peak. This Dao arena belonged to someone who shared the same name as it. It should be said that this mountain peak had been renamed after the owner of this place had occupied it. This was a famed sacred ground in the world beyond worlds as well. Its owner was naturally the head of the 10 exalts, the upper exalt Qin Qianhua. Still, Qin Qianhua did not reside here most of the time. Instead, it was his younger brother, the earthly young master Qin Kuanhua, who spent half of the year cultivating here. One day, as Qin Kuanhua was in the cave manor, a streak of radiance suddenly descended from the heavens. As the radiance faded, it was none other than the upper exalt, Qin Qianhua. This number 1 martial saint of the world beyond worlds had a rare look of despondency on his usually lazy face. Big brother you. Qin Kuanhua looked rather taken aback as he looked at his elder brother. Qin Qianhua waved his hands, saying rather vexedly, "Don't mention it. There was something extremely interesting that I missed out on. There is really nothing more vexing under the heavens." Chapter 1104. Earthly young master Qin Kuanhua looked at his elder brother and felt surprised. He couldn't imagine what could make him so vexed. Qin Qianhua did not explain further and clapped his hands lightly. The entire Qianhua peak instantly shook. Thousands of rays of light flashed from the foot of the mountain, illuminating the surrounding world. A vast and majestic aura burst forth. Qin Kuanhua was even more astonished. "Big brother, are you actually going to take out the heavenly heart ruler?" In the world beyond worlds, the upper exalt Qin Qianhua was the undisputed number 1 martial saint. Ever since he had established the position of the upper exalt, no one had relied on external objects, only their cultivation bases. He had been able to defeat all the martial saints of the world beyond worlds alone. Even a perfected immortal emperor who had pushed open the gate of immortality might not be able to defeat him. Without any special reason, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would naturally not make things difficult for him. Therefore, all these years, while everyone in the world beyond worlds knew that the upper exalt was very powerful, no one knew exactly how powerful he was. Barring the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, there was no one in the world beyond worlds who could push him to the bottom in a one-on-one battle. Therefore, there was naturally no one who knew that this upper exalt possessed an immortal artifact as a martial saint. A long bronze ruler flew out from the bottom of Qianhua Peak and landed in front of Qin Qianhua. Immortal weapon, heavenly heart ruler. A treasure that even some true immortal emperors did not possess had appeared in the hands of a martial saint. Qin Qianhua flicked his sleeve, casually keeping that bronze ruler. The 4 grands earlier heaven flag was in the way a little. Otherwise, I would have been able to see for myself how that Yen Zhaoge managed to split the brocade emperor into 2. Qin Qianhua did not seem to care much about the immortal artifact, which was as precious as their lives. If it wasn't for the fact that his interest had been dampened, he probably wouldn't have remembered that he had such a divine weapon. Right now, he wasn't bringing it with him to take revenge. Instead, it was for the sake of being prepared. He didn't want to encounter a similar situation again and be sent out of the arena in advance, missing the good show in his eyes. Qin Kuanhua looked at the bronze ruler that his elder brother had put away with some fascination. He could live in Qin Qianhua's cave mansion, use Qin Qianhua's other treasures and use Qin Qianhua's influence and connections. However, there were some things that he could never possess. An individual's strength was only one of them. That bronze ruler that seemed to be able to measure the heavens and earth was another example. It was not that Qin Qianhua did not allow him to use it, but his cultivation was not strong enough to activate the heavenly heart ruler. That was a true immortal weapon. How many people in the mortal world could control it? Sighing inwardly, Qin Kuanhua calmed his emotions and pondered on his elder brother's earlier words before he could not help but be slightly taken aback. Brocade Emperor, split into 2? Yeah. Qin Qianhua's eyes shone. It should be that Yen Zhaoge's handiwork that caused the Brocade Emperor's soul to completely split apart before refining the devilish chi of the 9 underworlds and reforging their respective bodies. Now, there are 2 Brocade Emperors, one walking the unfeeling Dao while the other walking the emotional Dao. This is something that I had not anticipated. That Yen Zhaoge is truly an interesting person. Even if the Brocade Emperor went mad, he would still be inferior to him. Saying thus, this upper exalt became vexed. Tisk, it's a pity that I couldn't see it with my own eyes, only able to deduce it afterwards. Just thinking about it makes me furious. That Yen Zhaoge is truly a little strange, the earthly young master Qin Kuanhua said. Elder brother, you weren't able to investigate his background. Qin Qianhua said straightforwardly, I couldn't. His younger brother was taken aback upon hearing this, feeling even more shocked than when he had heard about the Brocade Emperor earlier. Regaining his wits, Qin Kuanhua's expression directly changed as he was unprecedentedly solemn as he gazed at his elder brother, pausing between every word as he asked, Is it that you are unwilling to see through him so early, or is it that you really can't find out anything about him? I already said that I can't find out anything. While Qin Qianhua's expression was lazy, his gaze was bright as he was filled with excitement. It is precisely because of this that this Yan Zhaoge is truly a wonderful person. Do you know how joyous I feel? It is unprecedentedly joyous. Qin Qianhua was shocked upon hearing this. Qin Qianhua was probably one of the people in this world who was most clear on how terrifying this seemingly lazy, strange purple-clothed youth who came from the same mother as him was. Most of the time, even the words one of could be removed. This purple-clothed youth did not care about many things at all. That was because he could already roughly know the outcome of these things with just a single glance. Back when Qin Qianhua's cultivation base had still been low, if one were to say that there might still be deviations in the future, things that had already happened in the past were mostly as clear as palm lines in his eyes as the cause and effect could be seen clearly. The relevant people's cultivation bases were not much higher than his. To him, most of these matters were no secret at all. Of course, this required him to actively seek out information with a goal in mind instead of passively obtaining it. It was naturally not without reason that the upper exalt was knowledgeable, possessing countless treasures and secret manuals as well as the immortal artifact, the heavenly heart ruler, accompanying him. This was because he grasped too much information that others did not, being able to search for things that he was interested in. While there would be exceptions, they would be extremely rare. This was the reason why the upper exalt often roamed the outside world, his movements erratic and unpredictable. As Qin Qianhua's cultivation base grew higher and higher, the levels that he could come into contact with also grew higher and higher. The earthly young master Qin Qianhua, who had personally experienced Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony, did not doubt Yan Zhaoge's strength at all. Still, his cultivation base was still much lower than Qin Qianhua's at the end of the day. Now that Qin Qianhua admitted that he was unable to see through Yan Zhaoge, how could Qin Qianhua not feel shocked? The lofty true immortal, the brocade emperor who had already pushed open the door to immortality, could see through the cause and effect of many things. Yet, he was unable to see through an immortal bridge martial saint? When I participated in Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony previously, I was rather wary of that Yan Zhaoge. Yan Di had the grand simplicity splendor cloud. Therefore, I did not choose to act against them. After composing himself, Qin Qianhua said softly, I chose Yan Di's master, Yuan Zhengfeng. Through the heart's will seal I obtained some things. While he was not as knowledgeable as his elder brother, the upper exalt, the earthly young master Qin Qianhua was also renowned for being proficient in many supreme martial arts. It was naturally thanks to his elder brother that he was proficient in so many supreme martial arts. Still, few people knew that the supreme martial art that the earthly young master Qin Qianhua was most proficient in was the heart's will heavenly scripture of the Jade Clear lineage's primordial heavenly scriptures. According to Qin Qianhua's view, the heart's will heavenly scripture was the strongest existence amongst the later heaven six scriptures. Therefore he had cultivated it diligently, spending a great deal of effort on it. Through the heart's will seal, he was able to capture the thoughts and fluctuations of others. While he was unable to read their memories, against those whose cultivation bases were similar to or lower than his, when the other party was caught unawares, he would be able to virtually read their minds as he rarely failed. Qin Qianhua said, one of them is that there seems to be a female disciple of their sect who is very special. There are many people who look exactly the same as her. While they are not related by blood, they all look exactly the same, also possessing extraordinary talent and strength. Partway through his words he was interrupted by Qin Qianhua with a look of disgust on his face. You should know that I hate repetitive and similar things. Qin Qianhua nodded, saying no more. Whatever you want to do, you can do it yourself. Qin Qianhua walked out of the cave manor. Qin Qianhua asked, where are you going now, big brother? The purple-clothed youth halted, smiling lazily. It is rare that life has become interesting. I naturally have to properly enjoy it. Chapter 1105. Yan Zhaoge couldn't be bothered to analyze how the upper exalt Qin Qianhua was right now. Right now he was about to meet a person who could be on par with Qin Qianhua, or even surpass him. 200 years ago, little sword god. 100 years ago, young master Tian. The heavenly young master referred to the current upper exalt Qin Qianhua. The other little sword god was the person Yan Zhaoge was about to meet. Long Xueji traveled under the pseudonym Qian Xueji. He had once appeared briefly in the world beyond worlds before vanishing very quickly. He was hailed as the most dazzling meteor of the world beyond worlds in the past few centuries. His true identity was the third son of the roving Jade Heaven's profound sovereign, Gao Qingxian, and the Dragon Spring Emperor, Long Xingquan. In the world beyond worlds, it was he who had established a benchmark for the world beyond worlds in the recent centuries. Those who could be mentioned alongside him, such as Qin Qianhua and Ye Jingxun before and Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di now, were all hailed as geniuses amongst geniuses, definitely becoming legends of a generation. The rest were people like Fu Ting who were extremely talented. Even though they were famous, they were still a bit weaker. Yan Zhaoge had once met Long Xueji in the Immortal Court a few years ago. Sadly, they had parted ways in a hurry, only having officially met each other now. His appearance was still the same as the last time they met. He wore a snow-white robe and a jade crown on his head. He looked like a youth of 15 or 16 years of age. His sharp aura was even sharper than Long Hanhua's. Just from his external appearance alone, he was much younger than Long Hanhua beside Yan Zhaoge. However, in terms of actual age, Long Xueji was clearly over 200 years old. That year, he had revealed his identity and left the world beyond worlds to return to the roving Jade Heavens, getting married and having children. When his son Long Hanhua had more or less come of age, Long Hanhua had replaced him in returning to the world beyond worlds under the pseudonym Lin Hanhua. Other than Long Xueji, there was also a white-haired old man who stood beside Long Xueji. On the surface, one was an old man and the other was a young man, but they were real brothers. The white-haired old man was the eldest son of the profound sovereign and the Spring Empress, and Long Xueji's older brother, Gao Xuebua. At the same time, he was also Gao Qing's grandfather, the master of Green Duckweed Mountain's minor White Peak. Sun Zhongda and the others were all the second-generation disciples of his sect. Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao, Senior Apprentice Uncle Long, Yan Zhaoge smiled as he greeted the two. Looking at him, not only did Gao Xuebua smile faintly, Long Xueji also revealed a faint smile. Both of them nodded and said, "No need to be so polite." Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands towards Long Xueji. "Senior Apprentice Uncle Long, it is a great pity that we did not have a chance to have a deep conversation when we brushed past each other previously. Today we can finally formally meet again." After a short pause, he congratulated, "I also have to congratulate Uncle Master Long for pushing open the immortal door and ascending to the realm of true immortality." The Long Xueji before him had shockingly successfully passed the immortal mortal tribulation. Just a few years ago he was still revered in the human world. Now he had successfully crossed the heavenly chasm. Based on his age, he was probably the youngest perfected immortal in the past 1,000 years. Long Xueji was much younger than his elder brother, Gao Xuebua. However, he had already successfully taken that step and entered a completely new world. Looking at Gao Xuebua and Long Xueji, Yan Zhaoge pondered, even if this senior apprentice Uncle Gao is not as old as the Earth Exalt Wang Jingqing, he is still not young. Yet he has never managed to take that step. I wonder if it is similar to the Earth Exalts. As he thought this, Yan Zhaoge said, "While I have wanted to pay a visit to the roving Jade Heavens, I have yet to find a way to do so. It is truly a coincidence that I am able to come here this time. The stars of fortune are shining down upon me. My father has always wanted to come to the roving Jade Heavens to take a look. Now that I have found a way, I will report it to my father after returning so that I can come here as soon as possible." Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Gao Xuebua shook his head lightly. "While we have never met your father before, we have been friends for a long time. We also hope to meet him soon. Still, there is no need to rush. It is currently not peaceful in the world beyond worlds. You must be busy." Yan Zhaoge nodded. "Many thanks for your understanding, senior apprentice uncles." He asked, "From what senior apprentice brother Long said just now, senior apprentice granduncle and the profound sovereign are both in secluded cultivation now?" "That's right." Gao Xuebua said, "You have come at a bad time. My father has just entered secluded cultivation not long ago while my mother has already been in death seclusion for many years." Yan Zhaoge smiled, "It is fine. I will come with my father next time. Hopefully we will be lucky and the two majesties will have already left seclusion then." They conversed happily. Gao Xuebua was solemn and dignified while Long Xueji was cold and aloof. Still, they appeared very gentle as they conversed with Yan Zhaoge. Gao Xuebua even displayed his talkative side. While Long Xueji still spoke few words, he did not show any signs of impatience at all. Strictly speaking, this was the first time they conversed as they were of the older generation. Even Gao Xuebua and his brother seldom came into contact with the exalted gold luminary Yan Xintang couple. Still, Gao Xuebua and Long Xuebua both greatly revered Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian. Secondly, they similarly admired Yan Zhaoge and Di Qinglian. Yan Zhaoge was also adept at finding topics to talk about. With Long Hanhua accompanying him, the two sides who had originally had a good foundation swiftly became more familiar with each other. So, your name originates from a proverb of that lower world? Gao Shuebua stroked his beard, smiling. Yan and Zhao have many people who sing sorrowful songs. Yan Zhaoge, interesting. He swiveled his head to look at Long Xueji and Long Hanhua. Speaking of this, the name I gave Hanhua was somewhat similar to this. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Could it be from the Era 5 scriptures, the Dragon Han 5 tribulations? The supreme martial arts of the prime clear direct lineage were most renowned for their sword Dao. Now, many people only knew of the famed immortal exterminating four swords. Still, there were actually other supreme martial arts of the prime clear direct lineage besides the numinous treasure four swords. Besides the numinous treasure four swords, there were also the Era 5 scriptures which originated from the Era 5 tribulations. The 5 tribulations were the Dragon Han, Crimson Bright, Founding Emperor, High Emperor and Eternal Peace. They were also known as the Taoist 5 tribulations or the Dragon Han 5 tribulations. The 9 heavens open, the splendor of the Dragon Han. Long Xueji smiled, looking at his son. I didn't think too much about it back then. Just having this thought, I decided on the name. Yan Zhaoge rubbed his palms in admiration. Hearing this, Long Hanhua smiled. I've let junior apprentice brother Yan see a joke. How could that be? Yan Zhaoge shook his head repeatedly. As they chatted, Yan Zhaoge suddenly thought of something as he asked Gao Shuebua's trio. Right, there is something that I might have asked abruptly. I hope that you can forgive me. Long Xueji said, just say it. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge immediately asked, is the head of the world beyond worlds 10 exalts, the upper exalt Qin Qianhua, related to the roving jade heavens? While I have long heard of his name, this upper Qin is unrelated to my prime clear lineage, Gao Shuebua answered solemnly. Yan Zhaoge nodded. From the looks of it, his bright red tribulation scripture should have been a fortuitous encounter in which he obtained a legacy of the prime clear lineage of pre-great calamity times. Hearing his words, Gao Shuebua's trio exchanged looks. I only learned of this today. Other than my father and I, this person is probably the only one who possesses the martial arts of the prime clear lineage yet is still able to walk openly in the world beyond worlds, Yan Zhaoge pondered. Hearing his words, Long Hanhua raised his brows. Why is that? Chapter 1106. The world beyond worlds was currently on bad terms with the roving jade heavens. The earthly sovereign had long since set down a rule that descendants of the prime clear lineage were strictly forbidden from entering the world beyond worlds. Those who disobeyed would be slain. This rule was more or less supported or even tacitly agreed to by most of the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors and exalts of 10 territories. It was not really so strict that the offender would be slain. Still, the decree of the earthly sovereign would naturally not be empty words. If descendants of the prime clear lineage were to move about in the world beyond worlds, their fates would not be too good after their identities were exposed. Being able to leave the world beyond worlds alive would already be the best outcome for them. Against this background, there were only Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di who possessed supreme martial arts of the prime clear direct lineage and could still walk about in the world beyond worlds as they pleased. Their situation was very unique. Yan Zhaoge's grandmother Di Qinglian had been a peak expert of the prime clear direct lineage in the past, a peerless figure whose talent in the Tao of the sword was comparable to her husband Yan Xintong's. Yet, Yan Zhaoge's grandfather Yan Xintong had been one of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries who had established the world beyond worlds back then, the exalted gold luminary. Yan Xintong's disciple Yu Junbei was even one of the world beyond worlds 3 sovereigns, the sword sovereign alongside the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign. At the end of the day, Yan Zhaoge and his father were still people of the world beyond worlds. Still, if they possessed supreme martial arts of the prime clear lineage, it would not be so inconceivable. Therefore, unless Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di were clearly inclined towards the roving jade heavens, the world beyond worlds would naturally not take the initiative to force away this father and son pair who possessed shocking strength and potential. Even if the earthly sovereign had yet to return to the world beyond worlds from extra-dimensional space, even the Heaven Emperor and the others would not make a fuss over the matter of the prime clear lineage. Everyone else, even Long Xueji and Long Hanhua, would have to conceal their identities. While the Dragon Spring Emperor was of the Jade Clear direct lineage, after so many years, most people of the world beyond worlds viewed him as a bigwig of the roving Jade Heavens. Therefore, if his descendants were exposed as descendants of the prime clear lineage, while they would not be in danger, they would not be able to remain in the world beyond worlds. Now, hearing that the upper exalt Qin Qianhua possessed the bright red tribulation scripture and could also move about openly in the world beyond worlds, Long Hanhua was naturally taken aback. Gao Shuebua and Long Shueji looked at each other, a thoughtful expression on their faces, as if they had thought of something. As long as Qin Qianhua doesn't possess the immortal exterminating formation or doesn't cultivate in the chaos extinguishing origin scripture, even if he possesses other supreme martial arts of the prime clear lineage, he would most likely be able to move freely in the world beyond worlds, Yan Zhaoge added. When Long Hanhua heard this, the astonishment on his face gradually disappeared, and he seemed to be in deep thought. The Shangqing Lingbao Tianzuan symbolized the transition from existence to non-existence. The 10 supreme martial arts of the prime clear direct lineage were also known as the prime clear 10 scriptures. The epic 5 scriptures represented existence, while the numinous treasure 4 swords represented the process of existence to non-existence. Other than that, the last of the 10 scriptures symbolized nothing. This dharmic formulation was very special. It was compatible with the immortal extermination formation. To a certain extent, the immortal execution formation could also be considered its external appearance. An array formation was a Dao technique. When the array formation's activation reached its peak, it would be the time for the chaos extinguishing origin scripture to manifest itself. Of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures of the Jade Clear direct lineage, the strongest was unquestionably the peerless heavenly scripture. Meanwhile, the prime clear direct lineage was the exact opposite. Of the 10 supreme martial arts, the chaos extinguishing origin scripture was the last of the 10 scriptures, allowing one to cultivate in the grand divine art of chaos extermination. With this art, all creation returned to non-existence, chaos extinguished, the heavens and earth changed. Similar to the primordial infinity art, this was also a unique technique. When the Lord of Numinous Treasure was around, no one else could learn it. Besides the Lord of Numinous Treasure, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure was the only other prime clear bigwig who had grasped the complete immortal extermination formation diagram. While he could establish the immortal extermination formation, he was unable to unleash it to its peak. It was only after the Lord of Numinous Treasure had transcended that his descendants could truly cultivate in the chaos extinguishing origin scripture. Still, this supreme martial art of the prime clear lineage had vanished without a trace along with the Lord of Plentiful Treasure and the immortal extermination formation. It had already been lost long before the great calamity. As long as one does not possess the immortal extermination formation diagram or cultivate in the chaos extinguishing origin scripture, they would be fine? Long Shueji confirmed with Yan Zhaoge once more. Yan Zhaoge nodded. If my guess is not wrong, that should be the case. Is his foundation the Jade Clear lineage's peerless heavenly scripture or the origin heavenly scripture? Long Shueji asked directly. Gao Shuebua's probing gaze also turned towards Yan Zhaoge. Be it the first book of the primordial beginning, the peerless heaven book, or the first book of the primordial beginning, the heavenly book of the primordial beginning, they were both very special. Those who used it as a foundation would dabble in other methods. The other methods would only be supplementary and wouldn't affect their foundation. In the end, ascending to immortality and proving the Tao all depended on one's foundation. Therefore, cultivating in these 2 heavenly scriptures was an unshakable Jade Clear lineage. No matter how many supreme martial arts one cultivated in the prime clear lineage, they would not be able to change this fundamental fact. Unless it was the final prime clear technique, the chaos extinguishing origin scripture. Or they could be like Yan Zhaoge, walking the path of simultaneously cultivating in the 3 purities. However, Qin Qianhua was clearly not taking this path. I saw Qin Qianhua clashing with the world beyond worlds brocade emperor before. Yan Zhaoge said, in the process of clashing, facing a true immortal, Qin Qianhua was able to counter his moves many times, seemingly knowing how the brocade emperor would act later on. While it seems like he can only see what will happen within a relatively short period of time, also not being absolutely accurate, his opponent is an emperor at the end of the day while he himself is a martial saint. Yan Zhaoge recalled the scene back then. This is something that even the River Luo earlier heaven divination might not be able to achieve. While the River Luo earlier heaven divination can partially dispel Qin Qianhua's technique when cultivated to the maximum, it is still not enough. Gao Shuebua raised his brows. Origin heavenly scripture? The first of the earlier heaven 3 scriptures of the Jade Clear lineage's 10 primordial heavenly scriptures, the origin heavenly scripture. It symbolized the very beginning of the world from nothingness to existence, the very first, 1. The cause of all worldly affairs, the beginning of all things. From this, all things were born, the clues of all things and all sorts of karma could be deduced. If one really cultivated it to the peak, they would virtually be omniscient and omnipotent. Everything in the past would be known while the various possibilities of the future would mostly be seen. The future was hard to predict with all sorts of possibilities as no one could be certain of what exactly would happen. Just a little bit of influence could cause things to develop in a completely different direction. Therefore, when cultivating in the origin heavenly scripture and looking into the future, there might still be some deviations. Even so, however, there were many things that were virtually prophetic. If one looked into the past, there would be no secrets to speak of other than matters that were related to an extremely small number of people. Of course, this was also closely related to the cultivation base of the cultivator. The higher one's cultivation base and the deeper one's attainments in the origin heavenly scripture, the more and more accurate one would be able to see. In combat, the power of the origin heavenly scripture was not manifested in direct attacks and defenses. Therefore, in terms of direct combat power, it was inferior to the heaven-opening scripture of the earlier Heaven 3 scriptures. Still, it still possessed some profundities of its own. Outside of combat, the origin heavenly scripture had many wondrous uses. While he refined a Buddhist clone, Qin Qianhua's original body is definitely of our three clear lineages. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, therefore if I am not wrong, it should be the origin heavenly scripture without a doubt. Chapter 1107. In the 9 underworlds, Yan Zhaoge had caused the Brocade Emperor's cultivation deviation to worsen through the Heart's Will Thunder. Qin Qianhua had clearly not witnessed what had happened earlier. It was just that after seeing the Brocade Emperor, he had immediately understood the crux of the matter. This was the work of the Yuan Heavenly Scripture. In the process of clashing with Yan Zhaoge, the miraculous aspects of the origin Heavenly Scripture were not displayed at all. It wasn't that Qin Qianhua was restraining himself. Instead, it was because Yan Zhaoge possessed the peerless Heavenly Scripture. Upper Qin knows a lot of secret arts. Many of them have been lost for many years, and now he's teaching them again. Long Hanhua pondered for a moment before saying, he also has many ingenious treasures with him. Although there were many speculations before, now that I think about it, if his foundation is the primordial Heavenly Scripture, then everything makes sense. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. Many things had ended before they even happened. It sounded like a convenient condition, but in reality, it might not be smooth sailing. Knowing the outcome did not mean that he had the ability to change it. Prophets were often helpless. The more one knew and saw, the easier it was to feel that life had become boring. However, not everyone who cultivated the origin Heavenly Scripture would cultivate themselves to look like Qin Qianhua. The Qin family's eldest young master's uniqueness was rooted in himself. How much of the Jade Clear lineage's primordial heavenly scriptures has Qin Qianhua collected? Gao Shuebwa suddenly asked. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. This was also one of the problems that he had considered before. Other than the peerless heavenly scripture and the heaven-opening scripture, everything else is complete, Yan Zhaoge answered. Gao Shuebwa nodded slowly. Let's not talk about the peerless heavenly scripture, but the heaven-opening scripture. Everyone looked at each other with a thoughtful expression. The world beyond worlds possessed the legacy of the heaven-opening scripture, just that it was grasped by a limited number of people. Actually, with this eldest young Master Chen's personality, I feel that he might not be so obsessed with the heaven-opening scripture. Yan Zhaoge smacked his li as Long Hanhua and the others had not actually interacted with Qin Qianhua. They did not understand Yan Zhaoge's emotions at all. The battle between the Upper Exalt and Fu Jinxiu. Where did you see it, Zhaoge? Asked Gao Shuebwa. The matter of the Brocade Emperor, especially everything that had occurred at Star Reflecting Lake, had been kept highly confidential in the world beyond worlds. The roving Jade Heavens had rarely received any news of it as well. As Yan Zhaoge mentioned it briefly, Gao Shuebwa and Long Xueji exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. This world beyond worlds has really been troubled recently. While they were paying attention to it, the roving Jade Heavens clearly had no intention of interfering in the affairs of the world beyond worlds. On the contrary, Gao Shuebwa and the others were more interested in the matters of the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworlds was a great enemy of the human world no matter where it was. As for the immortal court heretics, they were despised by the roving Jade Heavens. However, Gao Shuebwa and Long Xueji both used sound transmissions to avoid Long Hanhua as they discussed these things. Zhaoge, You have yet to reach the human exalt stage and do not have the grand simplicity splendor cloud to protect you. Yet you have heard of the name of the immeasurable heavenly Lord. I'm afraid. Gao Shuebwa knit his white brows tightly. Up till now, neither the world beyond worlds nor our roving jade heavens have found a suitable way to resolve this. Thank you for your concern, Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao, Yan Zhaoge answered. Unlike Miss Fu Ting, I don't feel anything special. Gao Shuebwa and Long Shueji both raised their brows lightly. Oh? Yan Zhaoge said, I am not clear on the specific reason. Still, the last of the dim radiant 12 arts that I cultivate in involves the secrets of peerless infinity. It should have something to do with it. The dim radiant emperor's dim radiant 12 arts indeed involves the secrets of peerless infinity. Still, just this alone is still insufficient. Long Shueji said, with the influence of the immeasurable heavenly Lord on our descendants of Taoism, even the grand clear lineage's Tai fist would probably be hard-pressed to ensure its safety. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change. While the dim radiant wheel has yet to be truly completed, I have always been nourishing it with the help of cultivating in the dim radiant 12 arts. Combining with it, it might be able to display an unusual effect. That is indeed hard to say. Long Shueji nodded slightly, his expression relaxing greatly. Gao Shuebwa's expression was the same. Sadly, even if this method is feasible, it would still be hard to apply to most people. Immortal artifacts were hard to come by. How many embryonic immortal artifacts like the dim radiant wheel that contain the profundities of peerless infinity could there be in this world? They conversed for a while longer before Gao Shuebwa said, Right, since you rarely come here, there is a place that you should remember to take a look at. Is it the old residence of my maternal grandmother? Yan Zhaoge immediately understood his intentions. Thank you for your concern, Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao. I was just thinking about it. It is just that I am afraid that it would be rather presumptuous of me to bring it up. The Purple Zoisha Emperor Di Qinglian had been one of the peak experts of the roving jade heavens in the past. While Yan Zhaoge was her descendant, he was not of the direct lineage of the prime clear lineage at the end of the day, as he would still have to be wary of some taboos in entering Di Qinglian's old residence. There is no need to be wary, Zhaoge. You will naturally be able to go to little apprentice Ant's old residence, Long Shueji said. Follow me. Yan Zhaoge did not feel flattered by Long Shueji personally leading the way, as he instead inwardly scratched his head. From the looks of it, it was actually still rather taboo. Therefore, even Long Hanhua leading the way might not be able to keep things under control. Thus, Long Shueji had personally come. The profound sovereign was not the only peak expert of the roving jade heavens. While the profound sovereign possessed a lofty position in the roving jade heavens, this was not the world of her family. Back in the world beyond worlds, through Wang Pu, Nie Jingshan, Chao Jie and the others, Yan Zhaoge had already learnt that as opposed to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds, the roving jade heavens had 2 sovereigns and 4 emperors, including the Dragon Spring Emperor. The other sovereign was the master of the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian, his grandmother Di Qinglian, and the others, the legendary old ancestor of the roving jade heaven. It was said that she was injured and had been in seclusion for many years. Hence, the profound sovereign was the one in charge of the roving jade heavens. However, the profound sovereign couldn't decide everything in the roving jade heavens. Of course, with the old ancestor in seclusion, the profound sovereign, as the number 1 expert in the roving jade heavens, undoubtedly had the most weight. Moreover, Long Shueji had ascended to the immortal realm, and the roving jade heavens now had 2 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Little Sword God had become an immortal, but he was different from the others. Although he had just arrived in the celestial realm, with his outstanding talent and strength, most great emperors wouldn't have the confidence to fight against him. On the way, Yan Zhaoge could even feel a few gazes spying on him. Long Shueji was expressionless as he purposely stopped in midair. Those gazes quickly retracted as everything regained its tranquility. Not saying anything, Long Shueji resumed striding forward. Yan Zhaoge said nothing as he smiled and followed behind him. The vastness of the roving jade heavens was naturally unimaginable to ordinary people. There were innumerable martial practitioners and even commoners living here. Still, Di Qinglian's former residence was definitely at Green Duckweed Mountain. This divine mountain was similar to Kunlun Mountain in the world beyond worlds, as it was the core of the roving jade heavens. Green Duckweed Mountain's Pilglow Peak was the former residence of Yan Zhaoge's grandmother, the Sword Emperor Di Qinglian. As Yan Zhaoge followed Long Shueji to Pilglow Peak, the first thing that entered his eyes was a lotus pond. Chapter 1108. Di Qinglian had died many years ago, but in the lotus pond on the mountainside of her former residence, Danxia Peak, there were many white lotuses that bloomed. Everything here didn't give off the feeling of dilapidation. There were few people here and the scenery was even more pure. However, standing by the edge of that lotus pond, Yan Zhaoge was actually able to feel the numerous layers of sword qi at the bottom of the water, condensed yet not unleashed as they emanated an awe-inspiring might. Looking carefully, he did not see any weapons at the bottom of the lotus pond. As Yan Zhaoge was feeling doubtful, he saw Long Xueji suddenly unsheath his sword. When Yan Zhaoge had witnessed Long Xueji clashing with someone in the immortal court back then, he had used a very casual, ordinary green steel sword. It wasn't a holy weapon, not even a spirit weapon or a precious weapon. It was just an ordinary sword that could be found in the mortal world. Normally, when Long Xueji exchanged blows with others, he would casually take out an ordinary cyan steel sword. In the eyes of his enemies, his attitude was perfunctory and arrogant to the extreme. Yan Zhaoge, however, knew that this was Long Xueji's method of tempering the extraordinary through the ordinary, a method of cultivating in the sword. Long Xueji naturally had a sacred weapon. It was just that there were very few opponents who could force him to use it. Yan Zhaoge suspected that the leakless immortal artifact that Long Xueji's mother, the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian, had used when she had been a true immortal in the past, might have been passed down to Long Xueji. Of course, it could also be Gao Xuebua. Looking over at Long Xueji, Yan Zhaoge saw that the sword that Long Xueji was currently unsheathing was no ordinary green steel sword. Instead, it was shockingly a high-grade sacred artifact with a domineering sharpness that caused one's heart to palpitate. Its quality surpassed that of the Cloud Revolution Heavenly Light Sword, the Purple Sea Sword, and the Truth Striking Sword, which were also high-grade sacred artifacts. At the very least, it was no weaker than the evil sword Tao Tai. It wasn't as evil and strange as the evil sword Tao Tai, but its sharpness surpassed it. Pilglow Peak Sword Comprehension Pool was something that happened when little apprentice uncle was still alive. Still, it has continued even after his death, Long Xueji said to Yan Zhaoge. Looking at the lotus pond in full bloom before him, Yan Zhaoge muttered, "Sword Comprehension Pond? On the day that little apprentice uncle succeeds in his sword Dao, all direct lineage sword cultivators in the roving Jade Heavens, regardless of whether they are of the prime clear lineage or not, have all comprehended their swords in celebration." The usually cold and stern Long Xueji revealed a rare look of fascination. At that time, the swords flew over and landed in the lotus pond below Danxia Peak, bowing their heads in unison. From now on, anyone who goes to Danxia Mount must take off his sword and throw it into the pond before going up the mountain. Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge immediately understood why sword qi abounded at the bottom of this ordinary-looking lotus pond. They were all formed by the sword qi of the various treasured swords sinking together in the past. Although it had been thousands of years because the spiritual energy in Danxia Peak was sealed, there was little wear and tear, so it had remained until today. Long Xueji tossed his sacred artifact long sword into the lotus pond. Other than that, if the original owner wishes to retrieve the swords that landed in the pond earlier, he will have to undergo little senior apprentice uncle's examination before he can do so. After that, all sword cultivators of the prime clear direct lineage of Green Duckweed Mountain will have to make a trip to Danxia Peak before venturing out. Only with little senior apprentice uncle's approval will they be able to retrieve their swords from the pond and officially leave. If they cannot pass little senior apprentice uncle's examination, their swords will have to remain in the sword comprehension pond while they obediently return to continue tempering themselves, no longer mentioning the matter of leaving the mountain. Long Xueji said mildly, therefore at that time little senior apprentice uncle also had the nickname Sword Ruler, or Sword Heng, meaning to measure the sword cultivators of the world. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. The sword cultivators of the prime clear direct lineage of that era must have been numerous geniuses, all diligently cultivating to improve themselves. Otherwise, if they came to Danxia Peak only to have their swords left behind, they would have lost all face to the entire Green Duckweed Mountain. It was only after the exalted gold luminary came to the roving Jade Heavens that this rule was waived. Long Xueji said, when the exalted gold luminary and little senior apprentice uncle both passed away, some people persuaded mother to redo it. Still, in remembrance of little senior apprentice uncle, mother did not agree. Therefore, the sword hung ritual began with little senior apprentice uncle and ended with her. The only remaining rule was that those who ascended Danxia Peak would still have to remove their swords and toss them into the pond, being able to retrieve them when leaving the mountain. Yan Zhaoge nodded, retrieving the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring sword box within which was sealed the evil sword Taotai. Yan Zhaoge did not retrieve the sword as he tossed it into the lotus pond along with the sword box. After thinking for a moment, he retrieved the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword and the light Yin sword seal, tossing them into the lotus pond along with the green abyss sword that he had used as a martial grandmaster that year. Truly befitting of the name of plentiful treasures. Seeing this, Long Shueji could not help but smile. I've let senior apprentice Uncle Long down. Looking at the lotus pond before him which only had 4 swords, Yan Zhaoge could not help but sigh as he thought about how the sword cultivators of the prime clear lineage had all removed their swords and sunk to the bottom of the pond that year. His grandmother had been a master beneath the heavens. Even though his ancestor had passed away, her voice still lingered. As a descendant he too felt this. The two passed the sword dissecting pond, ascending to the peak of Pilglow Peak together. There was a simple courtyard at the peak. You can enter alone, Long Shueji nodded towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge understood that the roving Jade Heavens was giving him a chance to analyze the immortal exterminating sword manual. His grandmother, Di Qinglian, had successfully cultivated in all of the numinous treasure 4 swords that year. However, the one she was most proficient in and had long since reached the highest level was still the immortal exterminating sword manual. Of the numinous treasure 4 swords, the immortal ending sword destroyed all things, the immortal slaughtering sword extinguished all life forms, the immortal ending sword hacked through space and time, and the immortal exterminating sword broke through all arts. While they were referred to together, the most acclaimed and mightiest sword art was the immortal exterminating sword. Therefore, the numinous treasure 4 swords were also known as the immortal exterminating 4 swords. This was his grandmother's old residence. Even if not a single word had been left behind, the sword intent had existed for a long time. Comprehending the Tao here, one would be able to analyze and comprehend some of the profundities of the immortal exterminating sword manual. Having been bestowed the immortal trapping sword manual before and the immortal exterminating sword manual now, Yan Zhaoge felt rather grateful as he cupped his hands towards Long Shueji. Thank you, senior apprentice Uncle Long and the various seniors. The martial true intent of his father Yan Di had combined the immortal exterminating sword and the heaven-opening scripture to form was a completely new martial art. Yan Di himself had later named it the Creation Saber. The sword intents of the immortal exterminating sword and the jade illusory heaven-opening sword had all merged within, no longer existing as only the saber intent of the Creation Saber remained. While Yan Zhaoge simultaneously cultivated in the 3 purities, reverse deriving and separating them was not something that he could do with his current cultivation base. Having obtained the true sword intent of the immortal exterminating sword in the roving Jade Heavens today, he naturally had to make good use of this chance. Entering that small courtyard, it could be seen that someone had been cleaning this place regularly. Still, some things that had originally been left behind still existed here. Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes, not using his eyes to look as he just carefully sensed and felt. Amidst the darkness behind his closed eyes, a scene instead gradually surfaced. A white-clothed woman with a sword by her waist and a small wine flask in her hand was strolling leisurely and casually within the courtyard. She extended a finger, tapping lightly on the air as if she was writing, also like drawing a sword. Where the sword passed, there was a great terror that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth, sharp and resolute. Chapter 1109. Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes, a silhouette lighting up within his dark sea of consciousness. A white-clothed woman carried a small wine flask. As she drank, she substituted a sword with her finger as she brandished it in mid-air. While her movements appeared leisurely, as she brandished her sword, the sword intent within was brutal to the extreme. Yan Zhaoge was proficient in the immortal ending, immortal trapping and immortal slaughtering sword arts, all of which were extremely ferocious beneath the heavens. Still, as he watched that white-clothed woman brandishing her sword now, he still felt shocked to the core. It was as though the great Tao had collapsed, the heavens and the earth no longer existing. Everything that made up the world, time, space, matter, spirit and so on, was being assembled and fused into a single entity. The foundation and all sorts of principles were being destroyed. Exterminating immortal sharp, slaughtering immortal dead, trapping immortal red. Ending immortal transformations boundlessly marvelous, the blood of divinities drenched in blood. These 4 lines very vividly exposed the respective miraculous aspects of the numinous treasure 4 swords. The sharpness of exterminating immortal was all-conquering, breaking all arts with a single sword. There were countless powerful martial arts in this world that expounded on various principles. Amongst them there was no lack of powerful defensive techniques. Its defensive power was such that even the other 3 swords of the numinous treasure 4 swords would sometimes be helpless against it. Yet these techniques were like mere paper before the immortal exterminating sword. Against the immortal trapping, immortal ending and immortal slaughtering swords, the immortal exterminating sword could even suppress them. The head of the numinous treasure 4 swords, an existence only inferior to the chaos extinguishing sword amongst the prime clear supreme martial arts. In terms of offensive power, it was also one of the peak martial arts beneath the heavens. In the hands of that white-clothed woman, such a ferocious supreme martial art possessed peerless power. Yet she always appeared carefree and casual. While the two formed an intense contrast, they seemed to be in harmony as it was hard for others to feel that there was a difference between them. He really has grasped the essence of the sword art. No wonder he is able to use the Sword Emperor as his nickname. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge nodded his head repeatedly. While he was not a pure sword cultivator, he too used the sword and cultivated in the supreme arts of the prime clear lineage, even having once created the slaying azure dragon sword. Still, seeing that white-clothed woman brandishing her sword now, Yan Zhaoge felt that this trip had not been in vain as he felt greatly inspired. Needless to say, this white-clothed woman was naturally the roving Jade Heaven's Purple Zoisha Emperor, Yandi's mother and Yan Zhaoge's grandmother, the Sword Emperor Di Qinglian. The owner of Danxia Mount here was the mighty powerhouse who made all the sword practitioners of roving Jade Heaven bow their heads and willingly unsheathe their swords. After the Great Calamity, he was one of Taoism's most outstanding geniuses in the Tao of the sword. Only when Yan Zhaoge's grandfather, the sword god Yan Xintong, had suppressed the roving Jade Heavens with his sword had Di Qinglian finally met her match in the Tao of the sword. While she admitted that she had lost by half a move, in Yan Xintong's opinion, she was the only person in this world who could compare to him in the Tao of the sword. Yin Shiyang, who hailed from the immortal court, possessed shocking talent as well. However, his foundations were still a little weak at the end of the day. Yan Xintong felt that it was a great pity that he had been delayed and neglected. If not for the fact that such a person had died at a young age, he would have been like Yan Xintong, having the chance to become yet another legendary heavyweight of the Tao of the sword of Taoism, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity, the Purple Tenuity Emperor and other bigwigs of the Tao of the sword of Taoism. Perhaps even surpassing the master? Thinking of this, Yan Zhaoge sighed inwardly. Of course, it was not that they had deep feelings for each other. After all, they had never met before. It was just that Yan Zhaoge, as a martial practitioner of Taoism, could only sigh endlessly at the premature deaths of these two shocking figures. He spent the following days in Di Qinglian's old residence on Danxia Peak, quietly observing and comprehending the remnant sword intent that had been left behind when Di Qinglian had been cultivating in the sword here when she had still been alive. Such a chance was extremely hard to come by. It had not been like the situation at the Taoist temple where everyone had been caught off guard by the Great Calamity and unexpectedly collapsed. Therefore, many clues had been left behind. Di Qinglian's sword intent had likely been left behind at Danxia Peak by the Profound Sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor. They had been waiting for Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian's descendants to come here as a gift. Yan Zhaoge naturally cherished this chance as he calmed down and cultivated, earnestly analyzing it. Long Xueji, Gao Xuebua and the others did not come to disturb him. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's actions, they all nodded to themselves. While this junior apprentice nephew of ours is flamboyant in his actions, he is still able to calm down when he needs to do so, Gao Xuebua told Long Xueji in private. Long Xueji agreed with his elder brother's view. Still, he did not say anything else as he just evaluated, being able to attain his current accomplishments, he naturally has his extraordinary aspects. Right, that person at Dynasty Vessel Valley has indeed sent someone over to deliver the news after receiving it, Gao Xuebua suddenly said. Long Xueji frowned slightly before quickly relaxing. There are too many people who gossip. Gao Xuebua shook his head. Others are different from us at the end of the day. While there is some kinship between him and little apprentice uncle, Zhaoge is still someone of the world beyond worlds at the end of the day. Others still consider other things when they look at him, unlike us who view him as a junior or nephew. Just some trivial matters, only thinking about these little tricks, Long Xueji snorted coldly. Gao Xuebua waved his hands, having not concealed the fact that Zhaoge had come to the roving Jade Heavens earlier and also openly sent him to Pilglow Peak. He should have expected that today's matter might occur. While this matter is rather troublesome, it is still a fortuitous encounter for Zhaoge. You can make the decision, elder brother, Long Xueji finally said. Even if we want to send a letter, we should wait for Zhaoge to descend from Pilglow Peak first. How much longer do you think it will take? Gao Shuebua asked. Long Xueji shook his head. I cannot tell. Gao Shuebua was rather taken aback. This younger brother of his was probably already not much inferior to his little apprentice uncle Di Qinglian in terms of his attainments in the Tao of the Sword as well as his talent and comprehension. He was much more authoritative on this issue than Gao Shuebua. Never would he have thought that Long Xueji would actually give such an ambiguous answer. Zhaoge's martial talent is extremely high, and his comprehension ability in the Tao of the Sword is also extremely high. Long Xueji added, I am also unable to see through his depths in this aspect. Therefore it is hard for me to judge. I can only say, the eyes of the white-clothed, jade-crowned youth Long Xueji lit up slightly. If Zhaoge were to wholeheartedly cultivate in the sword, his accomplishments would definitely not be inferior to little apprentice uncle and his wife. It is rare to see you praise someone like this, and it is also rare to see you like this. You are a senior apprentice uncle at the very least. Don't go and compete in the sword with others without any sense of propriety. Gao Shuebua understood this younger brother of his too well. Long Xueji retracted his gaze, nodding, I know. That is why it is regrettable. What is even more regrettable is that I can tell that Zhaoge does not have the heart to focus solely on the Tao of the Sword. Amidst their conversation, a disciple of their lineage sent a message, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yen from the world beyond worlds has descended from Pilglow Peak. The two brothers exchanged looks, speechless for a long time. After a long time, the two great experts of the roving Jade Heavens simultaneously clapped their hands in admiration. Good! What a fallen deity! Chapter 11:10. Di Qinglian's remnant sword intent on Pilglow Peak had been there for many years at the end of the day. Although it had been preserved by some people, it was still a difficult thing to figure out the truth from it, and how much truth could one figure out from it. Not only did one have to possess supreme talent in the martial Tao, one also had to possess sufficient comprehension ability and spirituality in the Tao of the Sword. Yen Zhaoge had clearly spent much less time comprehending the Tao than Gao Shuebua, Long Xueji and the others had expected. How could these two peak sword cultivators not sigh in admiration at this? Gao Shuebua and Long Xueji were incomparably shocked upon receiving the news. Instead of mentioning it, Yen Zhaoge had been pondering over his gains from earlier as he walked down Pilglow Peak. Grandmother's comprehension of the immortal exterminating sword is indeed outstanding. There are many details that are worth pondering over and over again. Yen Zhaoge clicked his tongue in praise. The truth is revealed in the mundane, the details changing again and again. It is indeed extraordinary. Passing by the sword unsheathing pool halfway up the mountain, Yen Zhaoge retrieved the sword he had left there earlier. After pondering for a moment, Yen Zhaoge finally left the green abyss sword behind. Ever since Yen Zhaoge had roamed the martial world, his first sword had been the Jade Dragon Sword, which he had then gifted to his junior apprentice brother Inglongtu Han Longer. Now that Han Longer had become a martial saint, the Jade Dragon Sword that was merely a low-grade spirit artifact was no longer suitable for him. Still, he had always loved it as much as his life, always carrying it with him. Even now that he had other weapons to use, the Jade Dragon Sword that Yen Zhaoge had gifted him still never left his side for a moment. After the Jade Dragon Sword, the sword that Yen Zhaoge used the most was the high-grade spirit artifact, the Green Abyss Sword. This sword had been personally forged by Yen Zhaoge's Grand Master, Yuan Zhengfeng. It had followed Yen Zhaoge all the way until he had stepped into the martial saint realm and switched to using sacred artifacts. Still, this sword was always by Yen Zhaoge's side. In order to forge his dark green bamboo staff, he had burned countless divine weapons. At that time, almost all of the high-grade spirit weapons in his possession had been used as firewood. Later on he had even burned many of the sacred weapons. However, he had kept this Green Abyss Sword. In the future, if the need arose, he would not feel the pinch even if he burned the Light Yin Sword Seal, the Origin Circulating Heavenly Light Sword or even the Evil Sword Taotai. However, this Cyan Abyss Sword was different from the Jade Dragon Sword. Looking at the numerous white lotuses blooming before him, Yen Zhaoge finally left the Green Abyss Sword at the bottom of the pond. Back then you had the title of Sword Heng. It's a pity that I couldn't personally experience your guidance and test, so I don't know if I could pass. Yen Zhaoge sighed, bowing towards the lotus pond. I will most likely not be staying here for long in the roving Jade Heavens. This green abyss sword will remain here then. When he left the mountain, Gao Shuebua's disciples were waiting for him. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, the minor White Peak disciples were all greatly shocked, as they were even somewhat unable to recover their wits. They had been specifically instructed to stand guard here. His seniors had once vaguely mentioned that Yan Zhaoge was comprehending the Tao on the mountain, and that they should not disturb him. While Pilglow Peak had been empty for a long time, martial practitioners of the prime clear direct lineage naturally knew what this place was. In their opinion, comprehending the Tao in the Sword Emperor's former residence for many years was a very normal thing. Who could have known that Yan Zhaoge would descend the mountain after just a few days? If it were anyone else, those minor White Peak disciples would probably suspect Yan Zhaoge of being unable to accomplish anything in the end, having no choice but to retreat in the face of difficulties. That was why he had ended things so hastily, descending the mountain so early. Still, as disciples of Green Duckweed Mountain's minor White Peak who had been specifically instructed to stand guard here, they had a general understanding of Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's illustrious fame in the world beyond worlds had already gradually spread amongst the core circles of the roving Jade Heavens. How could someone who could battle human exalts head-on after just attaining the immortal bridge be a fool? It's just that this is too fast. The minor White Peak disciples all wondered inwardly, perhaps he is not proficient in the Tao of the sword? Still, since the seniors permitted him to ascend Pilglow Peak, he should at least know how to use the sword. While they were greatly surprised, the minor White Peak martial practitioners did not forget their etiquette as they went forward to greet Yan Zhaoge before leading the way back to minor White Peak. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly as he sensed that there seemed to be someone spying on him and Pilglow Peak in the distance. Seeing him descend the mountain, the other party had immediately fled as if they were on the lookout. Ah! The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly, but he said nothing more. The conflict between the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens was very deep. It was like how Gao Qing's fellow disciples and the disciples of the Brocade Emperor's lineage of the world beyond worlds Kunlun Mountain's ingenious flying peak had been bickering over the profound sky purple gold furnace that year. While the world beyond worlds did not allow martial practitioners of the prime clear direct lineage to roam freely, the roving Jade Heavens similarly prohibited descendants of the Jade Clear and Grand Clear lineage from appearing. If one's identity was exposed and caught, it would not be as simple as just being expelled most of the time. Instead, blood would have to be shed. Due to his grandmother, he had been able to enter the roving Jade Heavens without much difficulty. Still, he was not of the prime clear direct lineage at the end of the day. In the world of martial practitioners, there were many other factors besides bloodline that determined one's identity. The most important of these was one's lineage. In some situations, one's lineage was even more representative than bloodline. Led by those minor White Peak martial practitioners, Yan Zhaoge left Pilglow Peak and returned to minor White Peak. Along the way there were naturally minor White Peak disciples who tried to inform Gao Shuebua and his brother. Yan Zhaoge's attitude was mild as he conversed with those minor White Peak disciples, gaining a better understanding of the local customs and practices of the roving Jade Heavens, as he also told them about some of his experiences in the world beyond worlds and extra-dimensional space, broadening their horizons. As they walked, a sword light suddenly lit up before them. That sword light stopped before them, the figure of a youth appearing within. The other party had an ordinary appearance and a square expression. Still, sword chi emanated from his entire body. He first bowed, before the world beyond worlds fallen deity, I, Wen Daihong of the lineage of the roving Jade Heavens Green Duckweed Mountain's ingenious Tang Peak's Purple Light Cave, greet you. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands calmly. I wonder what you have for me? Wen Daihong's expression was solemn. I have long heard of the abilities of the fallen deity that are rarely seen in this world. You are one of the few outstanding talents of Taoism of post-Great Calamity times, and this one is filled with admiration. It is just that the matter of your ancestor that year is like a fishbone stuck in my throat. This one sincerely hopes to seek some guidance from you. The matter of that year? What matter of that year? It was naturally Yan Zhaoge's grandfather, Yan Xintong. Born of the Jade Clear lineage, he had suppressed the roving Jade Heavens with his sword, beating the sword cultivators of the prime clear lineage into submission. Following the Great Calamity, that had been the most humiliating moment for the prime clear direct lineage. It was not that the roving Jade Heavens had never experienced more setbacks, losses, and crises of death. Still, having been beaten to the point of being unable to do anything in the domain that they were renowned for, the prime clear direct lineage truly made them feel very vexed. Chapter 11:11. While he knew that he was rather conspicuous in the roving jade heavens, Yan Zhaoge still felt rather surprised at being challenged just like that. After all, he was a guest of the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor. A few days ago he had even been personally brought up by the newly ascended true immortal Long Shueji. Before Yan Zhaoge could answer, a minor White Peak disciple sent him an awkward sound transmission. "Forgive me, senior apprentice Uncle Yan." This senior one is devoted to the sword Dao and is rather straightforward. At the same time, other minor White Peak disciples seem to be conversing with Wen Daihong via sound transmission. Facing Wen Daihong's challenge, the minor White Peak martial practitioners felt more awkward than enraged. Exquisite Tang Peak's purple light cave. Yan Zhaoge gazed upwards, recalling some things. During his trip to Kunlun Mountain in the world beyond worlds, he had interacted with Wang Pu and the others of Northern High Peak's Jade Capital Crag Sword Sovereign's lineage. This included matters regarding the roving Jade Heavens. The world beyond worlds was not on good terms with the roving Jade Heavens. While the middle and lower level martial practitioners did not interact with each other, the higher level experts had sent spies to grasp the situation of the other side. While they were unable to grasp the details, they were still aware of the general situation of the roving Jade Heavens. Therefore, the Dragon Spring Emperor and the others of the roving Jade Heavens were all aware of Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain's unceasing disturbances in the world beyond worlds. Thus, the world beyond worlds was also aware of the general situation of the roving Jade Heavens. Wang Pu and the others were naturally aware of Yan Zhaoge and Yendi's relationship with the roving Jade Heavens. Therefore, they did not hide anything from Yan Zhaoge. From what Wang Pu and the others had said, they knew that the roving Jade Heavens were not united. The profound sovereign Gao Qingxuan's authority in the roving Jade Heavens was even greater than that of the earthly sovereign in the world beyond worlds. Still, the roving Jade Heavens did not belong to the profound sovereign at the end of the day. This probably had something to do with Yan Zhaoge's family. While Wang Pu's words were vague, Yan Zhaoge still understood them. The roving Jade Heavens' old master Gao Qingxuan's and Di Qinglian's master had been greatly dissatisfied with the matter of Yan Xingtang's abduction. Di Qinglian's untimely death was regarded as the greatest regret of her life by the roving Jade Heavens' old ancestor. After the rupture of their relationship with the world beyond worlds, while the roving Jade Heavens viewed the world beyond worlds as a whole, there were still moderate and radical differences in their attitudes towards it. As for the other apex powerhouses of the roving Jade Heavens, most of them were very radical, and this was directly related to the old patriarch's attitude. The profound sovereign, on the other hand, was relatively gentle. It was not just because of her relationship with the Dragon Spring Emperor. While the profound sovereign had been incomparably sad over the matter of Di Qinglian that year, she did not bear much ill will towards Yan Xingtang of the world beyond worlds even if she had once lost to him. However, the ancestral master of the roving Jade Heavens and the other almighty experts of the roving Jade Heavens clearly had a different view. Of course, apart from this, there were many other grievances. After so many years, the roving Jade Heavens had divergent views on the people of the world beyond worlds now. Meanwhile, on the issue of Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, this divergence was even more evident. However, the master of the Violet Radiance Cave of the roving Jade Heavens Green Duckweed Mountain's Violet Radiance Peak was the abode of the true immortal emperor, the Trueness Emperor. It was rumored that the Trueness Emperor did not view the world beyond worlds as intensely as the other emperors of the roving Jade Heavens. After seeing the reactions of the descendants of Minor White Peak now, Yan Zhaoge felt that the rumors were indeed true. The Trueness Emperor's relationship with the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor was probably pretty good as their lineages were extremely familiar with one another. Therefore, when the matter of Wen Daihong obstructing their path and challenging them had arisen, the descendants of Minor White Peak had felt more awkward than enraged. From the looks of it, they were clearly trying to smooth things over, placating him whilst trying to persuade Wen Daihong. Yan Zhaoge watched on coldly from the side, finding this very interesting. Since the Trueness Emperor was more gentle in his view of the world beyond worlds, being on the same side as the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor, why had someone of his lineage come over to challenge him? This would undoubtedly put the descendants of the profound sovereign's lineage in a difficult position, as it might also affect the relationship between the Trueness Emperor and the profound sovereign. The problem was that the Wen Daihong before him really did not seem to realize this. It was not that he had other thoughts and wanted to go against the will of the Trueness Emperor. Instead, it was just like what the Minor White Peak disciple had said, he was devoted to martial arts and was an upright person. Perhaps he did not feel much animosity towards descendants of the Jade Clear and Grand Clear lineages or Yan Zhaoge as a person. Still, he was rather mindful of Yan Xintang's sword suppression of the roving Jade Heavens that year. Now that he had learnt that Yan Zhaoge had come to the roving Jade Heavens, he had immediately come looking for him. To a certain extent, this was a hot-headed young man. Even though he was a lofty 8th-level martial saint and was extremely young in terms of his cultivation base, his potential could be said to be limitless. Still, in terms of the ways of the world, this person might not necessarily be much better than Han Long-er and Xia Guang. How do you know that I am in Danxia Mount? And also know when I will leave Pilglow Peak? Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like you have been waiting for me outside the mountain. When Dai Hong was slightly taken aback and hesitated, not answering immediately. It was not just Yan Zhaoge. Seeing this, even the other minor White Peak disciples knew that when Dai Hong had probably been instigated by someone as he had come here to challenge him without understanding much of the situation. Senior Apprentice Uncle Yan, it looks like this is a misunderstanding. A minor White Peak disciple hurriedly tried to smooth things over. It is fine. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Fellow Taoist one, is it? Let us spar then. We are all friends through martial arts after all. The minor White Peak disciples all felt rather anxious. In this exchange, no matter who won or lost, there would be people who would lose face. The liberal emperor of exquisite Tang Peak's Purple Light Cave had always been neutral, leaning slightly towards the profound sovereign. It would be hard to say if there would be any changes in this. Please guide me. When Dai Hong did not continue thinking about this as he solemnly cupped his fists towards Yan Zhaoge. He was about to take on a stance when Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. We are sparring and not engaging in a life-and-death battle. According to the rules, you set the time and chose this day. Shouldn't I decide the location then? When Dai Hong retracted his stance, nodding, that's right. That should be the case. Follow me then, Yan Zhaoge said as he strode forward, moving so fast that they were virtually unable to see him clearly. Only when Dai Hong could barely see that Yan Zhaoge was clearly heading in the direction that he had come from. They hurriedly followed, rushing far into the distance. Yan Zhaoge was currently smiling as he blocked the path of a group of prime clearsword cultivators. They were also a group of prime clearsword cultivators. With their path blocked by Yan Zhaoge, their expressions turned ugly. What are you trying to do? This Yan is sparring with fellow Taoist one of exquisite Tang Peak's Purple Light Cave. Spectators are not prohibited, Yan Zhaoge said casually. You can openly watch. Why wait here for the results? Isn't this what you want? Chapter 11-12. The group of over 10 people had their path blocked by Yan Zhaoge. Seeing this, when Dai Hong felt a little ashamed. This guilt was directed towards those who had been stopped by Yan Zhaoge. While it was indeed them who had informed him of Yan Zhaoge's departure from Pilglow Peak, when Dai Hong himself had indeed wanted to challenge Yan Xintang's descendants. Seeing Yan Zhaoge following the path he had come from, finding his way here, when Dai Hong inevitably felt a little embarrassed. The dozen or so people were also a little embarrassed, but they were still calm. The leader knew that when Dai Hong wouldn't sell them out, so he pretended to be confused. He cupped his hands. This fellow Taoist Yan, if there's a sword duel, we'd naturally be happy to bear witness. However, we don't understand what you're saying about being open and above board. Haha. Yan Zhaoge sized him up for a while before smiling. When I left Pilglow Peak earlier, you were one of the people watching me, right? The other party's expression didn't change. To criticize and speculate like this, fellow Taoist Yan is thinking too much. His hands behind his back, this middle-aged man said mildly, while we of the prime clear lineage indeed do not welcome a descendant of the jade clear lineage like you, since you are a guest of the profound sovereign and the spring emperor, we still have to treat our guests with respect at the very least. Otherwise, wouldn't we be a joke of the world beyond worlds for nothing? How should I address you? Yan Zhaoge asked indifferently. I'm Wang Shun from Green Duckweed Mountain's Ashen Spirit Valley. Ashen Spirit Valley? Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The lineage of the Cloud Conquest Emperor? Back when the roving Jade Heavens was established, there were a total of 7 almighty powerhouses who had first established the roving Jade Heavens. They were collectively known as the roving Jade Seven. The profound sovereign, Gao Qingxian, was one of the 7 princes in the past. Di Qinglian rose to fame rather late. By the time she rose to fame, the roving Jade Heavens had already been established. She wasn't one of the 7 princes. The 7 sons each had their own lineage. While not all of them were of the old Grand Master's lineage, they were all of the orthodox prime clear direct lineage. Time flew by, and the roving Jade Seven of the past had already become history. They'd scattered and withered away, and there was no lack of them that had fallen. Of the 7 sons of the past, only 2 remained in the roving Jade Heavens. Other than the profound sovereign, there was also the Cloud Conquest Emperor, also known as the Cloud Emperor. This old man was a figure of the same generation as the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor. In terms of seniority, he was even a generation higher than the profound sovereign, and he was on the same level as the old ancestor. He similarly wielded great influence in the roving Jade Heavens. Also, he was like the profound sovereign's master when it came to the world beyond worlds, as they were both intensely hostile towards each other. In the world beyond worlds, Wang Pu, Bai Tao and the others had specifically mentioned this old man to Yan Zhaoge. If there was someone in the roving Jade Heavens who might not give the profound sovereign face and make things difficult for Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, besides that old Grand Master, the most likely person would be this old antique. Wang Shun and the others had completely calmed down. Does fellow Taoist Yan wish to emulate what your ancestor did all those years ago? Wang Shun asked slowly. Yan Zhaoge was surprised. If not for someone being meddlesome, why would fellow Taoist Wen be blocking my path? He shrugged. But it doesn't matter. Let's get to know each other through martial arts. Fellow Taoist Wen, I have decided on the location. The location is here. Do you have any objections? Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge looked at Wen Daihong. Wen Daihong shook his head. Of course not. While he was straightforward and did not understand the ways of the world, he was not a fool, as he could already vaguely sense that something was wrong now. Still, with Yan Xintang's descendant having come to the roving Jade Heavens, Wen Daihong had truly been unable to hold himself back as he had sought out a battle. The minor White Peak disciples were helpless, as they could only watch from the sidelines. Still, their gazes towards Wang Shun and the others were all rather unfriendly. Wang Shun sighed inwardly, but his expression did not change. While they had been exposed somewhat imperfectly, things had already come to this. The result was still good at the end of the day. Everyone looked towards Yan Zhaoge and Wen Daihong. Yan Zhaoge's martial fame spread far and wide, as there were many legends about him even in the roving Jade Heavens. While Wen Daihong was a brilliant disciple of the liberal emperor's lineage and an elite of his generation in the roving Jade Heavens, as an 8th-level martial saint, there were probably not many who thought that he would be able to defeat Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge having battled human exalts just after attaining the Immortal Bridge stage, no one had any confidence in Wen Daihong at all. Still, this battle would only be a contest in the Tao of the Sword. It was just like how the Dragon Spring Emperor had come to the roving Jade Heavens before having attained the Immortal Realm that year to challenge the various heroes of the roving Jade Heavens. That way, Wen Daihong of the Prime Clear Direct lineage might still stand a chance. While Yan Zhaoge was not a pure sword cultivator, he had always used the sword as his weapon, as well as being a descendant of the late sword god Yan Xintang. Being challenged in the Tao of the Sword, he could only accept the challenge. Since it is just a spar, let's not use the sword. Yan Zhaoge did not draw his sword as he said leisurely, please fellow Taoist Wen. Wen Daihong similarly did not draw his sword as he said solemnly, pardon me. Then a black sword light streaked past before Yan Zhaoge's eyes. It was shockingly the immortal slaughtering sword of the numinous treasure 4 swords. The immortal slaughtering sword extinguished all life forms, transforming life into death. It was just that as the black sword light lit up, before it had even arrived, Yan Zhaoge already felt a latent threat as his internal organs seemed to be shaking slightly. He cultivated in the life creation heavenly scripture, the 5 elements tempering the 5 internal organs and stabilizing the 5 mountains, nurturing the 5 spirits, as he had attained the 5 elements deific immortal body, possessing great defensive power as well as shocking regenerative abilities. Yet, meeting the immortal slaughtering sword, it was like meeting its natural enemy. Even against other supreme martial arts that were not inferior in power to the immortal slaughtering sword, the 5 elements deific immortal body would still be able to resist some of them. Yet, against the immortal slaughtering sword, it would probably not even be able to withstand a single sword. It was not just the life creation heavenly scripture. Other supreme martial arts of similar principles would be countered by the immortal slaughtering sword as well. Yan Zhaoge felt that Wen Daihong's cultivation base was virtually no inferior to Long Han Hua at the same cultivation level. He was indeed worthy of being one of the outstanding figures of the Prime Clear Direct lineage. Still, Yan Zhaoge had not intended to forcibly resist the other party's immortal slaughtering sword with the 5 elements deific immortal body in the first place. Black sword light lit up as Yan Zhaoge struck out with his finger as a sword, counterattacking with the immortal slaughtering sword as well. Numerous black lines intersected between the heavens and the earth, bringing with them the great terror of death. The surrounding heavens and earth were completely enveloped as those of Minor White Peak, and Wang Shun's lot were also surrounded by terrifying black sword qi. Still, as the streaks of sword qi rampaged, they merely clashed as they did not harm the spectators at all. This Yan Zhaoge actually possesses such high attainments in the immortal slaughtering sword of our prime clear direct lineage. Wang Shun and the others were shocked as they reveled in the high-level sword battle before them when the two sides suddenly stopped. They were all shocked. What's going on? Wen Daihong's expression was rather ashen as his gaze was rather complex. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he let out a long sigh towards the heavens before saying straightforwardly, "I have lost." It is not shameful for a prime clear sword art to lose to a prime clear sword art, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Everyone else was taken aback. No matter how one looked at it, the earlier clash had been evenly matched. Why had Wen Daihong admitted defeat so straightforwardly? This simple-minded person was stubborn and competitive. Otherwise he would not have blocked Yan Zhaoge's path and challenged him. How could he have admitted defeat so easily? Fellow Taoist Wen, what exactly is this? Wang Shun looked disbelievingly at Wen Daihong. Wen Daihong glanced at them, his expression even more complex as he sighed, "Behind you." Chapter 11-13. Yan Zhaoge clashed with the immortal slaughtering sword against Wen Daihong's immortal slaughtering sword. His attainments in the prime clear sword arts had surpassed the expectations of many prime clear sword cultivators. After all, as a descendant of the Jade clear lineage, Yan Zhaoge's many dazzling accomplishments in the world beyond worlds had nothing to do with the legacies of the prime clear lineage. Under such circumstances, he was still able to have such profound attainments in the prime clear swordsmanship. It was truly shocking. It was a well-known fact that if one wanted to have a higher achievement in a martial art, apart from talent, the necessary hard work was also indispensable. With Yan Zhaoge's current age, however much time he had, it was still limited. In a short period of time, it was equivalent to 10 or even 100 years of hard work. How could anyone not be shocked? Still, Yan Zhaoge's immortal slaughtering sword against Wen Daihong's immortal slaughtering sword still caused the descendants of the prime clear lineage to inwardly rejoice. This was due to his pride towards the prime clear lineage's sword Dao. The sword battle between the two fully displayed the subtlety and terror of the immortal slaughtering sword, causing the spectators to be intoxicated. But halfway through, Wen Daihong actually abruptly abandoned his sword and admitted defeat, once again shocking everyone. Everyone's gaze fell on Wen Daihong. Those with lower cultivation couldn't see any clues. Those with higher cultivations such as Wang Shun were even more surprised. He's not injured. No matter how they looked at it, the battle just now could be said to be evenly matched. Although the sword battle between the two sides was extremely dangerous due to the power of the immortal culling sword, and a single mistake could result in blood, Wen Daihong did not seem to be losing at all. At worst it should be a tie. Speaking of which, even if it was a draw, the news would be enough to shake the entire roving jade heavens. After all, Yan Zhaoge was not a sword cultivator who specialized in the Tao of the sword, let alone the Tao of the prime clear lineage. As for Wen Daihong, not only was he a direct disciple of the prime clear lineage, he was also a well-known figure amongst his peers. Even Long Xueji's son Long Hanhua might not necessarily be able to defeat him. The one worth paying attention to here was Long Hanhua, not Lin Hanhua. In order to conceal his identity, the head disciple of Golden Court Mountain of the world beyond world's southeastern Yang Heaven territory, Lin Hanhua, was unable to display his full strength. For Wen Daihong to be able to compete with him, there was no need to mention how extraordinary he was. This person was stubborn, and very competitive. Wanting him to take the initiative to admit defeat was as difficult as ascending the heavens. But now, facing Yan Zhaoge, Wen Daihong actually took the initiative to admit defeat, admitting that he was no match for him. This had truly exceeded the expectations of Wang Shun and the others. If it was someone else who would use such a method to curry favor with the profound sovereign Dragon Spring Emperor Long Xueji and the others, it might be possible. However, to Wen Daihong, it was absolutely unimaginable. Not to mention Wang Shun and the other Ashen Spirit Valley martial practitioners, even the minor White Peak disciples present found it hard to believe. Look behind you. At this moment, Wen Daihong had already walked out of his dejected mood. But looking at the expressions of Wang Shun and the others, he felt even more conflicted. With Wen Daihong's reminder, Wang Shun and the other Ashen Spirit Valley martial practitioners felt their hearts tighten. They glanced at each other. Wang Shun didn't move, but one of the Ashen Spirit Valley disciples next to him leaned slightly and looked behind Wang Shun. He immediately let out a cry of alarm. What happened? Wang Shun frowned. The fellow disciple beside him didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned around and looked behind the person on the other side. After that, he had a strange expression on his face. He wanted to take a few steps back to see what was behind everyone. What exactly happened? Wang Shun asked. A smile that was even uglier than crying appeared on the other party's face. Senior apprentice uncle, the robe on your back has been torn, and someone has drawn a ghost character on it. Senior apprentice brother Ho on my right has drawn every character on his back. Stand still and don't move. Wang Shun roared in a low tone as he retreated. Then, he saw that a word had been drawn on the backs of all his fellow disciples before him. From left to right they were Sword, Dao, Song, Lai, Li, Di, Zhong, Qin, Pai, Duo, Defiled, Han, and Feng. Adding on the ghost character on his back, there were precisely 14 characters. The Dao of the sword is always straight, taking from the center the ghost's every filth, cold edge. Wang Shun could only feel disbelief as he stared dazedly at this scene. Someone had left these characters on their robes. Still, including himself, there were 2 8th-level martial saints, 6 7th-level martial saints and 6 6th-level martial saints. Not a single one of them had discovered anything unusual about this. 14 characters, there had to be at least 4 strokes. This was 4 swords. If Yan Zhaoge had wanted to take someone's life, of the 14 of them, the one who had died the least would have already been slain 4 times over. Not to mention words that had so many strokes. The words left behind on their tattered robes were not harmful as they were even completely undetectable. Wang Shun and the others were of the Cloud Emperor's lineage and were of Ashen Spirit Valley's direct lineage. Their bodies were also filled with treasures. Even these protective treasures had not been disturbed, yet words had still been left behind. What kind of heavy-handed skill was this? What was especially noteworthy was that Yan Zhaoge had not used some light, agile sword art. He had used the immortal slaughtering sword, which was extremely vicious and dangerous, having killing as its goal. In Yan Zhaoge's hands, such a sword art would be able to be retracted and unleashed as he wished, its difficulty far surpassing that of other martial arts. It is not just the immortal slaughtering sword. Wang Shun's thoughts flashed at lightning speed. There is also the immortal trapping sword. His 2 swords as one are virtually indistinguishable from each other, yet he is actually so familiar with them? It was no wonder that even someone as stubborn and competitive as Wen Daihong would willingly admit defeat. While it seemed like the immortal slaughtering sword was no match for the 2 swords as one, how many in this world could merge 2 great sword arts to such an extent? Everyone here was knowledgeable as they were all very clear on the profundities involved. While Wen Daihong was competitive, he too admitted it. While they seemed to be evenly matched, he had already long since suffered a crushing defeat. Since that was so, he might as well admit defeat. Wang Shun's face was ashen, while the other Ashen Spirit Valley disciples were still unable to see what was happening behind them. The minor White Peak martial practitioners were all extremely curious as well. While they did not know what words were behind them, they unconsciously felt that it would be best if they were not seen by others. The Tao of the sword is always straight from the heart, the ghostly lands often tainting the cold edge. Yan Zhaoge now recited slowly, "This yen shall encourage you all." If those who were familiar with him were present, they would probably all roll their eyes in unison. This yen had never minded using some sneaky tricks. Yet, in front of Wang Shun and the others now, Yan Zhaoge was full of righteousness and righteousness. Silently reciting Yan Zhaoge's words before looking at the 14 people of Ashen Spirit Valley, those of Minor White Peak gradually understood as their expressions turned strange, seeming like they were smiling whilst also not as they simultaneously gazed at Wang Shun and the others. Wang Shun could only feel a fiery pain on his face. "Farewell," he reluctantly bowed towards Wen Daihong, turning to leave. Suddenly thinking of something, his movements halted as he could neither advance nor retreat. The other Ashen Spirit Valley disciples looked the same. In the end, they actually retreated into the distance, hurriedly leaving the area. Chapter 11-14. The minor White Peak disciples couldn't help but laugh when they saw this comical scene. Wang Shun and the others were slightly muddle-headed from embarrassment and rage. They could have destroyed their outer robes that had been cut open. Although it was a little unsightly, it was not a big deal. Humiliation was still humiliation. It wouldn't disappear just because he was deceiving himself, but at least he wouldn't be as embarrassed as he was now. Yan Zhaoge did not make things difficult for Wang Shun and the others. In fact, those 14 words weren't all written for Wang Shun's group. The main audience was someone else. In the distance, in the depths of the clouds, two gazes were quietly looking over. Interesting, you can even sense this old man's existence? An old voice muttered to himself. Beside him, another voice sounded, "It should only be sensing the position of this disciple, not you, master." The old man murmured, "The descendants of Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian are indeed extraordinary. It is no wonder that they were able to cause such a great disturbance in the world beyond worlds. From the looks of it, they actually seem to be surpassing their predecessors." "How frivolous. What do you think the roving Jade Heavens is?" The second voice said coldly. "It is fine." "He would be even more uneasy in the world beyond worlds," the old man laughed. "Let's go." The figure in the cloud disappeared, and the clouds in the sky rolled and unfolded, calm and undisturbed. Yan Zhaoge retracted his gaze from that direction and muttered in his heart, "True immortal. Cloud Emperor? Liberal Emperor? Or someone else?" As the other party left, Yan Zhaoge's attention returned to what was before him. "I've heard that exiled immortal isn't a sword cultivator who established his Tao with the sword, yet you have such profound attainments in sword techniques. I'm impressed." Watching Wang Shun and the others leave, when Daihong sighed before cupping his hands towards Yan Zhaoge once more, "Fallen deity, please forgive me for my rudeness." He felt a little defeated. The current Yan Zhaoge might not be able to suppress the roving Jade Heavens with his sword like Yan Xintong had in the past. The problem, however, was that Yan Zhaoge was not a pure sword cultivator like Yan Xintong of the past. Being defeated by such an opponent, when Daihong of the prime clear direct lineage felt even more disappointed. Fortunately, Yan Zhaoge too cultivated in the sword arts of the prime clear lineage. As he had said, while he had lost to Yan Zhaoge in this battle, it had also been the prime clear lineage's sword arts losing to the prime clear lineage's sword arts. However, when he thought of how the prime clear lineage's sword arts actually surpassed his prime clear lineage in the hands of a Jade clear direct lineage martial practitioner, when Daihong felt ashamed. Apart from feeling disappointed, the prime clear cultivators felt conflicted. While the martial practitioners of Minor White Peak were serving Yan Zhaoge on the orders of their sects, they too felt the same way at this moment as they could empathize with him. Exchanging looks, everyone smiled bitterly. "No matter what, senior apprentice Uncle Yan still left us some face." The ones who are embarrassed are Wang Shun and the others from Ashen Spirit Valley under Emperor Yun. Although Senior One lost, this result will not affect our relationship with Tang Miao Peak's Purple Light Cave, nor will it anger Emperor Trunus and change his stance. The hearts of the Minor White Peaks people, which had been in suspense before the competition, all relaxed. Then everything is fine. Even if there is a follow-up to this matter, we can just report it to our sect's seniors to deal with it. While when Daihong felt conflicted, he indeed did not hold any grudges against him. After his mental state had stabilized, his personality of focusing wholeheartedly on the martial Tao and studying the sword Tao flared up as he instead asked Yan Zhaoge curiously, "From what I see, the fallen deity's immortal slaughtering sword does not seem to originate from my roving Jade Heavens lineage? Let's talk as we walk." Yan Zhaoge smiled as he continued towards Minor White Peak, not hiding anything along the way. "I do not lie before a true person. This Yan's immortal trapping sword manual indeed does not originate from the roving Jade Heavens. Instead, I encountered a fortuitous encounter while adventuring outside earlier." When Daihong and the others came to a realization upon hearing this, they were all mentally prepared for Yan Zhaoge's proficiency in the sword arts of the prime clear lineage. While Di Qinglian had long since passed away, the profound sovereign would naturally look after her descendants. It was not surprising that Yan Zhaoge had obtained the sword Tao legacy of the roving Jade Heavens. While others had lower cultivation bases and could not see clearly, as when Daihong had directly clashed with Yan Zhaoge and was also an elite of the roving Jade Heavens of the same generation, he was able to see through it. No wonder. The fallen deity's immortal slaughtering sword seems a little like the legendary legacy of the Lord of Plentiful Treasures lineage, when Daihong sighed in admiration. While the prime clear direct lineage of the roving Jade Heavens had their own lineage, tracing their roots back to the lineage of the incongruence Divine Mother who was also a personal disciple of the Lord of Numinous Treasure. Other lineages existed as well. Still, they were few in number and ultimately not as orthodox as the incongruence Divine Mother's lineage. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge's immortal slaughtering sword originated from the lineage of Taoist origin piece of the Taoist temple, tracing its roots back to the Tao legacy of the Lord of Plentiful Treasure. Different people would have different gains in the same martial art when cultivating in it. While the general direction was the same, it was very normal for the specific details to differ. While the Lord of Plentiful Treasure and the Incongruence Divine Mother were both personal disciples of the Lord of Numinous Treasure of the Prime Clear lineage, still, there were naturally differences in the martial arts and cultivation legacies of the Lord of Numinous Treasure. This was especially so after many generations of descendants had analyzed it. Many changes would occur. After the investiture of the God's era, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure had vanished without a trace as few descendants had appeared in this world. Therefore, when Daihong had not dared to be certain of Yan Zhaoge's immortal slaughtering sword even after seeing it. Only after Yan Zhaoge had personally admitted it did he confirm his guess, as he could not help but sigh in admiration. The fallen deity and the sword Tao of our prime clear lineage are truly fated. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart, but he didn't mean it. Yet, in the ears of others, it sounded like he was trying to persuade Yan Zhaoge to forsake the world beyond worlds for the roving jade heavens. Hearing his words, the disciples of Minor White Peak did not reply. Still, they all pricked up their ears. I feel that fate is indeed something that is hard to say for sure. Yan Zhaoge smiled as if he did not mind it at all. After walking for a while, they arrived at Minor White Peak where Long Hanhua was already waiting for them. Seeing Wen Daihong, he was first slightly taken aback as he seemed to have thought of something. Fellow Taoist Long, this one has come to apologize and ask for forgiveness from the Spirit Leaf Exalt, Wen Daihong immediately said. The Spirit Leaf Exalt was the title of Long Hanhua's eldest uncle, the Lord of Minor White Peak, Gao Shuebua. A disciple of Minor White Peak told Long Hanhua about what had happened via sound transmission. After glancing at Yan Zhaoge, Long Hanhua first exchanged a few pleasantries with Wen Daihong. Then they all entered the mountain together. Only then did Long Hanhua send a sound transmission to Yan Zhaoge. While little apprentice granduncle is proficient in the four swords, I heard that only the sword intent of the immortal exterminating sword was left behind on Pilglow Peak. It looks like this immortal slaughtering sword of yours is also your own fortuitous encounter? I was just talking to them about it earlier. Fate is indeed indescribably wondrous, Yan Zhaoge smiled as he answered. Back when he had gone to the Taoist temple, he had originally thought that it was of the Grand Clear Direct lineage. Who would have thought that it was of the Prime Clear Direct lineage instead? He had been very surprised. Right, now that you have returned from Pilglow Peak, there is still something that I would like to discuss with you, Long Hanhua said. Long Hanhua said, my father is currently at Minor White Peak. He and eldest uncle will tell you the details after we enter. Chapter 11:15. After entering Minor White Peak, when Daihong saw Gao Shuebua and apologized sincerely. Although he was straightforward and did not understand the ways of the world, he was not stupid. Seeing Wang Shun and the others, he had vaguely felt that something was wrong. After clashing with Yan Zhaoge and receiving Yan Zhaoge's warning, he had gradually realized that he might have been made use of. Gao Shuebua didn't blame Wen Daihong. After chatting with him for a while, he sent him away. Long Shueji was expressionless upon learning of what had happened earlier, but a cold light shone in his eyes. His usual cold, severe expression reappeared, his sharpness revealed to the point that Yan Zhaoge and Gao Shuebua were virtually unable to look straight at him. I'll make a trip to Ashen Spirit Valley? Long Shueji said coldly. No need. Gao Shuebua shook his head slightly. Zhaoge has already handled it very well. Glancing at his elder brother, Long Shueji's sharp aura gradually calmed down. However, it still caused one's heart to tremble with fear. Senior apprentice brother Long said just now that the two senior apprentice uncles are looking for me for something? Yan Zhaoge smiled, asking, I wonder what it is? Gao Shuebua slowly said, regarding this matter, you need to make a decision yourself. Because it might be beneficial, a fortuitous encounter, but it might also be detrimental. Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge's interest was aroused. For a person of Gao Shuebua's level to make such an evaluation, it was clear that this matter was no small matter. There must be a reason behind it. Please instruct me, senior apprentice Uncle Gao. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands. The news of you coming to the roving jade heavens has not been completely sealed. It has fallen into the ears of someone who wishes for you to bring a letter for her when you return to the world beyond worlds. Gao Shuebua said slowly, This majesty was originally from the world beyond worlds as well. He only came to the roving jade heavens afterwards and settled down here. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge was rather taken aback. Senior apprentice Granduncle Long aside, there are other peak experts of the world beyond worlds who have switched allegiance to the roving jade heavens? When Gao Shuebo mentioned this person, he addressed him as Your Majesty. In other words, he was at least an expert who had pushed open the immortal door. In that case, after Uncle Master Long pushed open the immortal door, the roving jade heaven will have at least 6 true immortal emperors? It's not accurate to say that she joined the roving jade heavens, because she lives in seclusion most of the time. Gao Shuebo explained, she never participates in any of the major decisions of the roving jade heavens. She doesn't even bother to inquire about it. It should be said that my roving jade heavens only allows her to live in seclusion here. We do not interfere in other matters. Although he said so, he still occupied a place in the roving jade heavens after all. At a critical juncture, whether it was out of consideration for himself or out of kinship, this almighty powerhouse would most likely not remain indifferent. However, it was impossible for her to take the initiative to do anything. After hearing this, Yan Zhaoge scratched his head. Senior apprentice Uncle Gao, the person you speak of, it can't be. She's not the Bright Connection Emperor, Hu Yuexin from your mother's faction. Guessing what Yan Zhaoge wanted to ask, Gao Shuebo shook his head, denying Yan Zhaoge's guess. We have also investigated Bright Connection Hu's whereabouts in the past. Still, there was no news of him. Oh. Yan Zhaoge nodded, feeling increasingly curious. The world beyond worlds really had many dark histories, let alone the Bright Connection Emperor Hu Yuexin, the 6th emperor that year. Not only had she disappeared without a trace, there were actually other peak experts who had disappeared. When this emperor left the world beyond worlds that year, she had yet to ascend to the immortal realm, Gao Shuebo added. She pushed open the door to immortality in my roving jade heavens. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. She shouldn't be a nameless person then, right? Gao Shuebo shook his head. She originally stayed in the world beyond worlds, seldom going out. Thus she was not well known. Those who are related to her are all famous. That's right. Here, Gao Shuebo asked instead, regarding the 3 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds, you should already know that your ancestor's disciple, the sword sovereign Yu Zhenbei, was not one of the original 3 sovereigns, right? Yes, I have already heard of it, Yan Zhaoge nodded. The world beyond worlds' 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors and exalts of 10 territories had been established for many years. This was especially so for the exalts of 10 territories. Other than the Earth exalt Wang Jingqing, the other 9 had long since changed. There was no need to mention the 5 emperors. The dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia of the past had already passed away. The 3 sovereigns were the most stable. However, there had also been a change. That was Yu Zhenbei, who had once been one of the 5 emperors. His cultivation increased and he became a sovereign. Before him, there was another bigwig expert who was known as the 3 sovereigns together with the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign. When Yan Zhaoge first heard of this title, a person's figure immediately appeared in his mind. One of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, the exalted water luminary. The facts proved that his guess was right. The astro sovereign was the exalted water luminary. In the past, the exalted earth luminary, the exalted concealed luminary and the exalted water luminary were followed by the earthly sovereign, the concealed sovereign and the astro sovereign. They were the original 3 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds. However, for some unknown reason, the astro sovereign disappeared and never appeared in the world beyond worlds. One of the 3 sovereigns was missing. Until Yu Zhenbei became the sword sovereign, this vacancy was filled. It was worth mentioning that among the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, the exalted water luminary had a good relationship with Yan Zhaoge's grandfather, the exalted gold luminary, Yan Xintong. Wang Pu once mentioned that the astro sovereign vaguely knew about the special situation of Yan Di, Yan Zhaoge's father. In order to protect Yan Di and make sure that nothing would happen to him, the astro sovereign acquiesced to the matter of the Kunlun 9 luminaries being diluted. Unfortunately, before Yan Di was born, the astro sovereign had already disappeared from the world beyond worlds. Even the sword sovereign Yu Zhenbei didn't know about the specific situation. Perhaps only the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign knew about it. As for whether the female emperor Yu Jiamingkong knew about it or not, she was probably the only one who knew about it. The existence of the astro sovereign wasn't buried like the Bright Connection Emperor. He was widely known in the world beyond worlds. His sudden disappearance was regarded as the biggest mystery of the world beyond worlds in the recent thousands of years. Although the official statement given by the experts of the upper echelons was that the Astro Sovereign had left the world beyond worlds to travel, most people still had doubts about it. Could it be that the person here is the Astro Sovereign? Yan Zhaoge asked curiously. Gao Shuebua shook his head. No, it's not the Astro Sovereign. It's his disciple. Disciple? Yan Zhaoge's pupils suddenly shrank. The Astro Sovereign has 2 disciples. It was well known in the world beyond worlds that the Astro Sovereign, also known as the Exalted Water Luminary, only had 1 disciple. It wasn't that his disciples died one after another. Instead, the Astro Sovereign only had 1 disciple. That was the female emperor Jie Mingkong, one of the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds. That's right. The disciple of the Astro Sovereign. Gao Shuebua nodded and said, my father and mother have both verified it. There's no doubt that he is the disciple of the Astro Sovereign. And he didn't learn it secretly. Yan Zhaoge put his hand on his forehead. That's so complicated? He looked at Gao Shuebua and the others with a bitter smile. Well, who is the letter for? Chapter 11:16. Who was the letter addressed to? This question seemed normal, but in the current situation it was quite crucial. If he said that he would take it to Astro Sovereign, it would solve a mystery in everyone's mind. The former Exalted Water Luminary, one of the 3 sovereigns, the Astro Sovereign, was still in the world beyond worlds. However, for some unknown reason, he had been living in seclusion and was even more low-key than the concealed sovereign. If the letter was given to someone else, the previous mystery would probably continue to remain, and it might even become more confusing. They didn't say anything. I think they need you to agree and go there before they tell you the messenger, Gao Shuebua replied. Yan Zhaoge looked thoughtful. Since this disciple of the Astro Sovereign who lived in seclusion in the roving Jade Heavens didn't care about the affairs of the world, who would tell her the news of his visit to the roving Jade Heavens? People in the roving Jade Heavens must be concerned about Astro Sovereign's whereabouts and recent situation. After all, he was a sovereign who was as famous as the earthly sovereign, the concealed sovereign, and the profound sovereign of the roving Jade Heavens. Gao Shuebua and the others were probably curious as well. Still, they left the choice to Yan Zhaoge. To Yan Zhaoge, just as Gao Shuebua had said, this could be a fortuitous encounter, yet it could also be a problem. More importantly, they had too little information at hand, which was not conducive to making a judgment. I wonder where that emperor is now. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge still accepted this errand. Gao Shuebua answered, the place she lives in seclusion is called Chaoheng Valley. I'll let Qing take you there later. Qing and she get along well. A moment later, a woman appeared. It was none other than Gao Qing, whom Yan Zhaoge had met once before and whom he had not seen for a long time. She was indeed worthy of being a stunning genius who was on par with Fu Ting. During these past years she had already attained the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage. Also, looking at her, Yan Zhaoge could see that she was just a half step away from the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm, as she might be able to cross over at any time. Senior apprentice Uncle Yan? Gao Qing looked at Yan Zhaoge, her expression filled with curiosity. Yan Zhaoge nodded, smiling. It's been over a decade since we last met. You've improved tremendously. Senior apprentice Uncle Yan, are you praising yourself? Gao Qing giggled. Back then our cultivation bases were virtually the same. Now that you have ascended the immortal bridge, you are much faster than me. Yan Zhaoge's face did not turn red, his heart not leaping. Let's work hard together. Qing. Gao Shuebua turned his gaze towards Gao Qing. Gao Qing shrunk her neck and instantly became listless. Her grandfather's personality had always been strict. Seeing that she seemed to be much more relaxed in front of Yan Zhaoge today, she also became a little more casual. In the end, she was immediately suppressed. Looking at her, Yan Zhaoge could not help but smile. After bidding farewell to Gao Shuebua and the others, they immediately set off. After following Gao Qing for a long time, Yan Zhaoge discovered something. It looks like this Dynasty Vessel Valley is not at Green Duckweed Mountain? That's right. The Chaoheng Valley that Granny Li lives in is in the Heavenly Vault Mountain of the Serene Province. Gao Qing answered matter-of-factly. The Yu region mentioned here was completely different from the Yu region that Yan Zhaoge had known in the Eight Extremities world that year. Having already been in the roving Jade Heavens for some time, Yan Zhaoge had long since come to know that the division of land here was similar to that of the world beyond worlds, as it was also roughly divided into 9 regions. Still, unlike the world beyond worlds, which was named after the 9 heavens, the roving Jade Heavens used the name of the ancient Chinese 9 regions. These 9 regions were different from other places where the word region, or continent, was present in the name of a place. Any one of the 9 regions of the roving Jade Heavens was vast and boundless, as it was virtually comparable to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory or the southern Blazing Heaven territory of the world beyond worlds. Each region was divided into many different regions of varying sizes. Any one of them could be even larger than the entire world of a lower world. At the very center of the 9 regions was the Yu region, where Green Duckweed Mountain was located. Like the central June Heaven territory of the world beyond worlds, the Yu region was the most central region of the roving Jade Heavens, as it was the most abundant in spiritual qi and abundant in natural resources. Green Duckweed Mountain was even more important, as it was the best blessed land of the roving Jade Heavens. The direct lineage and peak experts of the prime clear lineage all resided here, as its status was equivalent to that of Kunlun Mountain in the world beyond worlds. It seemed like that disciple of the Astro Sovereign was really keeping a low profile and seclusion here, as she did not even stay at Green Duckweed Mountain, not even establishing a cave manor in the Yu region, as she directly went to the Yu region. Granny. Hearing Gao Qing's reply, the corners of Yan Zhaoga's mouth twitched slightly. This is a female expert? When he had been conversing with Gao Shuebua and the others earlier, Yan Zhaoga had not been able to tell the difference between he and she. Hearing how Gao Qing had addressed this person now, Yan Zhaoga knew that this person was a female, just like Jie Mingkong. The problem, however, was that the Astro Sovereign was a man. While it was not that male masters were forbidden from taking female disciples, under most circumstances where they were not related by blood, such things were still rather rare. The Astro Sovereign and the female emperor could be considered a pair of master and disciple who were rather famous and had extremely high accomplishments in post-Great Calamity times. Now, not only did the Astro Sovereign have another disciple, this disciple just had to be a female as well. While it was not impossible, Yan Zhaoga instinctively felt that something was off, as if the flames of gossip within his heart were being stoked, causing his thoughts to wander off to the side. Am I too bored? Yan Zhaoga stroked his lower chin. As he was pondering, he suddenly heard Gao Qing ask, "Little apprentice uncle, I heard from other disciples that not only did you defeat exquisite Tang Peak's purple light caves when Beifeng, you even inscribed words on the backs of those of Ashen Spirit Valley without them even noticing it?" Sword Sweeping the North Wind was Wen Daihong's title, referring to him being like a fierce wind that pierced through the skies, tough and unstoppable. Still, there were some who privately claimed that this title was a mockery of Wen Daihong's stubborn personality as well as his lack of empathy. Of course, due to Wen Daihong's personal strength and the liberal emperor of exquisite Tang Peak's purple light cave behind him, not many dared to openly mention this. What I can do, fellow Taoist, one cannot. Therefore he admitted defeat. Yan Zhaoga said casually, still this fellow Taoist, when strength is indeed extraordinary. While he is impetuous, he is also open and aboveboard. I wonder if there have been any other outstanding figures in the roving Jade Heavens besides him in recent centuries? Right, Senior Apprentice Uncle Long and Senior Apprentice Brother Long definitely don't need to be mentioned. I already know about them. Hearing his words, Gao Qing answered without hesitation, there are. Little Ant, as well as 9 heavens, he who is equally famous as her. Isn't there a saying in the world beyond worlds, Kunlun's God-shocking dragon youth enlightening 8 sects? Our roving Jade Heavens also has 9 heavens soaring solitary crane, splendor fills the divine lands. Gao Qing then said rather regretfully, still, little apprentice uncle, you might not be able to see a single one of them this time. I heard that 9 heavens he is currently in secluded cultivation, while Little Ant left the roving Jade Heavens a year ago to go adventuring. If you call her Little Ant, then. Yan Zhaoga felt rather curious. Gao Qing's originally cheerful mood dimmed somewhat. She's Second Grand Ant's daughter. Of course I call her Little Ant. Sadly, Second Grand Ant has already passed away. Chapter 11-17. Looking at the rather downcast Gao Qing, Yan Zhaoga could not help but sigh. Gao Qing's second grand aunt was the second daughter of the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian and the Dragon Spring Emperor Long Xingxuan. Gao Shuebua's second sister and Long Xueji's second elder sister. As compared to Gao Shuebua, who was often in secluded cultivation, and Long Xueji, who was renowned outside, this second grand aunt of Gao Qing's was much more low-key. Yan Zhaoga had virtually never heard of her in the world beyond worlds. On the one hand, she was low-key in the first place. On the other hand, she was already dead. There was even less news about her. 9 heavens soaring solitary crane, splendor fills the divine lands. Yan Zhaoge wanted to change the topic as he asked, the legendary twin prides of the roving jade heavens in recent years? Gao Qing calmed her emotions, calming her thoughts as she nodded. Right? Have you heard of them too, little apprentice uncle? Yan Zhaoge said, there are some rumors about the roving jade heavens in the world beyond worlds as well. Still, most of them are very brief. The 2 of them are the most outstanding figures to emerge from our roving jade heavens after little granduncle. Gao Qing nodded, and then she explained. Amongst these words, the second half of the phrase, beauties fill the entire divine continent, refers to little ant, whereas the first half, the solitary crane of the 9 heavens, refers to the disciple of Ashen Spirit Valley's Cloud Emperor, He-Mian, whose sword shakes the 9 heavens. He's honored as the exalt of the Holy Court, and some call him the exalt of the 8 heavens. Yan Zhaoge burst out laughing. 8 heavens exalt? What's with that? He's not the 9 heavens exalt? Why don't you be a bit more arrogant and call yourself the 9th firmament sovereign? Now you don't dare call yourself the 9th firmament sovereign. Isn't that a joke? The 9 heavens referred to the sky. The 9 heavens exalt was virtually equivalent to being known as the heavenly exalt. This title was really heavy. The legendary primordial suppressing immortal who ruled alongside the world claimed that he only worshipped the heavens and earth, not the 3 purities. While he said that he only worshipped the heavens and earth, he actually only worshipped the heavenly Tao. The addition of the earth signified harmony between the heavens and the earth. The difference between the heavens and the earth could be seen from this. The number 1 martial saint of the world beyond worlds, Qin Qianhua, who was able to face a true immortal head-on as a human, had been known as the heavenly young master in the past. Now he was known as the upper exalt, not the heavenly exalt. While this was due to the tradition of the world beyond worlds 10 exalts, it was also because the title of heavenly exalt was too heavy. It was not something that humans could bear. Of course, this was what others called him. Qin Qianhua himself did not care about it. According to tradition, the titles of Broad Creed Mountain's past chief of the 8 extremities world all contained the word heaven in them. In that kind of lower realm, it wasn't a big deal. Even if people knew about it, they wouldn't take it too seriously. Most of them would just laugh it off. Still, things were different in the world beyond worlds. Moreover, the higher one's cultivation base was, the more one had to pay attention to this taboo. With Chen Qianhua's personality, he wasn't too interested in such things. Still, if it was anyone else who was the world beyond worlds upper exalt and encountered other martial saints using the title of heavenly exalt, they would probably take the initiative to measure the other party's worth. The title was too honorable and not everyone could bear it. It was just like how a person who had yet to ascend to the celestial realm called himself an emperor. That wasn't just a matter of being laughed at. If a true immortal expert with a bad temper or who was more serious found out about it, they might very well come knocking on his door. Also, beating you up would be pointless. If a true emperor were to slay you, no one would pity you as they would only think that you deserved it. In pre-Great Calamity times, similar things had happened before. Those who claimed the title of emperor had had their entire clans directly exterminated by a true immortal. It wasn't 9 heavens he himself who suggested it. Instead, there was indeed someone who addressed him as the 9 heavens exalt when he attained the 10th level of the martial saint realm, the human exalt stage. Gao Qing smiled as well. While it was a shortcut to directly change it to his original title of Sword Shaking 9 Heavens, it was still doubted by many. Everything else aside, little granduncle was still in the human realm back then. Gao Qing said, while it was someone else's title, senior he himself did not reject it. Therefore little granduncle went to look for him. Tisk tisk. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. 9 heavens transforming into 8 heavens, this is how it came about, right? That's right, little granduncle won the duel in the sword. Gao Qing first nodded before shaking her head. Still, this title of 8 heavens exalt is not entirely a joke. While Long Xueji had won that battle, it had only been by a slight margin. Long Xueji had praised He-Mian greatly afterwards, as he had once said that it had been the most difficult battle he had had with a martial saint in recent years. While the 9 heavens had transformed into 8 heavens, He-Mian could still be considered to have suffered a glorious defeat. Considering that He-Mian was younger than Long Xueji and had only just entered the human exalt stage at the time, his strength could be considered shocking. Ha! Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the roving jade heavens as well. This He-Mian seemed to be an arrogant person as well. Not feeling ashamed of having retained the title of Eight Heavens Exalt, he definitely had the intention of challenging Long Xueji again, changing his title from 8 heavens to 9 heavens after his victory. His resolution and confidence could be seen at a glance from this. That's right. After little granduncle pushed open the door to immortality, the sacred court exalt of the roving jade heavens would probably be one of the most powerful martial saints. Gao Qing said straightforwardly, little aunt's talent is comparable to his. Still, because of her age, she is still a 9th level martial saint. She would naturally not be able to defeat an exalt of the sacred court. Little aunt aside, even grandfather would not have sufficient confidence in facing off against an exalt of the sacred court. Gao Qing had spoken to her heart's content for a time. Only afterwards did she realize that it was inappropriate as she unconsciously shrunk her neck, as if her grandfather, Gao Xuebua, was right beside her. She looked at Yan Zhaoge in an ingratiating manner. Little apprentice uncle, could you pretend that you didn't hear my last sentence just now? That is hard to say. Sometimes my memory is very bad, but sometimes it is very good, Yan Zhaoge intentionally teased. Gao Qing's face instantly turned bitter as she regretted her words. The two chatted and laughed as they headed north, traversing countless mountains and rivers as they headed in the direction of the Yu region. Just as they were about to leave the borders of the Yu region, Yan Zhaoge glanced back in the direction of Green Duckweed Mountain seemingly unintentionally. After leaving Green Duckweed Mountain, that sharp aura that shook one's soul had faded greatly as it no longer gave one the feeling of being on the edge of a sword. After having left the Yu region, that sharp aura virtually could no longer be felt at all. Yan Zhaoge pondered as he retracted his attention, traveling together with Gao Qing as they headed to the Yu region's Heavenly Contour Mountains Dynasty Vessel Valley. They did not encounter any trouble along the way or when Daihong blocking their path to challenge them. While it was only Gao Qing who had led the way, Long Xueji and Gao Xuebua had definitely not been slacking off. After a rather long time, their destination finally appeared before Yan Zhaoge's eyes. While the northern lands were icy cold, there was currently no wind or snow. As the sunlight shone down, the snowy water was insufficient to freeze. Still, an ice-sealed gorge appeared before their eyes, the entire gorge frozen within a glacier. As Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qing approached, before they could even be notified, a crevice soundlessly split open within that glacier, resembling an open door as it welcomed the two within. Chapter 11-18. Looking at the glacier, feeling the spiritual qi fluctuations within, Yan Zhaoge seemed to realize something. It really is of the same origin as the female emperor Jie Mingkong, just that there are some differences in the details. Little apprentice uncle, let's go in. Gao Qing looked at him. Yan Zhaoge nodded, all right. The two entered the icy valley together. After traversing through the layers of cold ice, a wave of warmth assaulted their faces. Sunlight actually seeped through the valley which had appeared dark due to being sealed off by the ice. As Yan Zhaoge walked in, the scene that appeared before him was actually one of spring, the grass growing long and birds flying in the air. The sunlight here was not natural sunlight. Instead, it was condensed from the light of the sun by someone, being equivalent to man-made. The owner of this place probably has a different personality from the female emperor. This thought quickly flashed through Yan Zhaoge's mind. The world of ice outside the valley was for the sake of concealment. It was warm as spring within the valley, which was the ideal living environment for the owner of this place. As the two entered the depths of the valley, they did not see any attendants or servants within. Granny Li resides here alone, having no disciples as she only has a strange beast, the Fei-Fei, by her side, Gao Qing said, not finding it strange at all. Yan Zhaoge nodded in understanding. At the center of the valley, a small courtyard could be seen amidst the flowers and grass. Outside the courtyard, Gao Qing raised her voice, "We're here, Granny Li." Laughter resounded from within the courtyard. "If you already knew, come in yourself. You're already familiar with this place." "Yes, Granny." Gao Qing smilingly pushed open the door, turning to look at Yan Zhaoge. "Come, little apprentice uncle. I'm very familiar with Granny's place." Yan Zhaoge shrugged, entering alongside Gao Qing. As the door was pushed open, a faint white qi surged. Coming into contact with that white qi, Yan Zhaoge felt a bone-piercing chill which he could feel even with his current cultivation base. Yet, this white qi did not affect the warm environment of the surrounding valley in the slightest as it was clearly visible. With Gao Qing's cultivation base, while she had long since broken through space to see true divinity, she would probably be frozen stiff in an instant if she were to directly walk amidst the white icy fog. Still, a red jade pendant hung around her neck which emitted a ring of red light that kept the icy fog at bay, protecting her from being harmed by the extreme cold. Granny Li gave it to me, Gao Qing said as she walked. This way, little apprentice uncle. In front of him was a vast icy mist, and he couldn't even see his own fingers. Even if a martial saint entered, he would not be able to see anything clearly. It was set up by the master of this place, forming a protective restriction. It was formed from his own immortal energy, as well as formation mysteries merged within. With Yan Zhaoge's eyesight just having entered the icy fog, he could already feel that time seemed to have come to a standstill. He had cultivated the immortal trapping sword and the Aeon Light Heavenly Tome, so he had a deep understanding of the profound mysteries of time. If it were anyone else, they would probably be unconscious. Time stopped as if they were sleeping peacefully. Just like how Yan Zhaoge had wielded the thunder of eternal night to deal with others in the past. If one lost consciousness, even if they didn't freeze to death, they would remain in the ice fog forever. At that time, as time passed, he would eventually run out of energy and really become a lifeless ice sculpture. However, the person who set up this protective restriction deliberately left a chance of survival. She had clearly imparted to Gao Qing the method to find this chance of survival and to pass this trial. Gao Qing was indeed familiar with this place as she led Yan Zhaoge through the restrictions. Only after the icy fog before them had vanished did the two truly enter this small courtyard. Just having entered, an ear-piercing shriek resounded by their ears. "I don't want to. Let go of me, Lily. I don't." Before she had finished speaking, she was interrupted as an indistinct voice resounded. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw a woman grabbing a strange beast that resembled a small fox with both hands, pressing it head first into a basin of water. The small beast struggled unceasingly. "Lily, I'm telling you, I won't be a gentleman if I don't take revenge. Awoo." The voice that had spoken was shockingly that small beast that resembled a fox, its tone sharp like that of a child. This small beast resembled a fox in appearance, its entire body snowy white and its limbs thick and short. It was precisely the legendary Feifei. These beasts were few in number and could be used to alleviate one's worries, not being fond of fighting. Still, Yan Zhaoge could tell with a single glance that while this Feifei was small in size, the dense demonic chi concealed within its body was much more powerful than most demonic beasts he had seen before. If this strange beast were to go berserk outside, human exalts aside, there would probably be few who would be able to withstand it. Yet, this Feifei was currently being pressed into a basin of water like a small cat, being rubbed unceasingly as it was being forced to take a bath. The woman who was pressing it down had the appearance of a young girl who looked no more than 16 years of age, similar in age to the similarly young Gao Qing. "Behave yourself. How long has it been since you last took a bath? It's fine if you don't like to be clean normally, but you have to meet guests now." The woman rubbed that Feifei while looking up at the entrance of the courtyard, smiling. "Qing, you're here? Go in and find a place to sit. I'll be right back after I've finished bathing Ping Ping." Gao Qing called joyfully. "Granny Li?" Looking at that Feifei again, she was all smiles as she said, "Ping Ping, you're running away to be washed again. Little Gao Qing, don't just stand there and watch. Come save me quickly, Wu." That Feifei struggled to speak before it was drenched in water once more. Seeing this scene, Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "Oh, that mischievous fatty at home, have I been too indulgent in pampering him?" Looking at him, the woman smiled. "You are Boss Yu's junior apprentice nephew?" Hearing this form of address, Yan Zhaoge was momentarily taken aback before realizing that she was referring to the sword sovereign Yu Jinbei. Yan Zhaoge pays his respects to senior. Even as Yan Zhaoge answered, thoughts flashed within his mind. It seemed like the sword sovereign Yu Jinbei knew that the female emperor had not been the only disciple of the astro sovereign in the past. Still, he seemed to have kept his mouth shut about this as he had not even told Wang Pu, Nie Jingshan and Bai Tao about it. I wonder how I should address senior? Yan Zhaoge considered his words for a moment. Yan Zhaoge would definitely not follow suit if Gao Qing addressed the other party as Granny Li. "I am Chu Lily. My master was a close friend of your ancestor. Still, to be honest, I was born too late, having never seen your ancestor's flair. Instead, I am rather familiar with Boss Yu." The woman smiled. "If it is from Boss Yu, you can call me Aunt. Otherwise, I don't mind if we talk about our own relationship." While her tone was casual, Yan Zhaoge could vaguely feel the majestic power within her body. While she might seem a little unreliable, not having the demeanor of an emperor at all, still, she was a genuine true immortal like the Brocade Emperor, the Encompassing Emperor and Long Shueji. Since the other party did not have an emperor title or an exalted title, Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands. Senior Chu seems to want this Yan to bring a letter back to the world beyond worlds? I wonder who it is for? Chapter 11:19. That's right. If it's convenient for you, help me send a letter back. As Chu Lili said this, she first cleaned the Fei in her hands. The beast that resembled a little white fox did not appreciate her kindness at all as it shook off the water droplets on its body rather discontentedly. Let me tell you, Lily, don't even think about sleeping in for the next few days. I'll definitely wake you up early. You dare. Chu Lili flicked the head of the Fei, instantly causing the little beast that could kill an immortal bridge marshal saint with a single slap to sprawl on the ground. The little beast clutched its head with its paws. Humph, just wait and see. While it was very dangerous to make fun of an emperor, Yan Zhaoge could not help but smile as he looked at the two of them. Please help me send this letter to Kunlun Mountain's restful immortal valley in the world beyond worlds. Chu Lili did not mind, just that a jade coin had appeared in her hand. The message she wanted to send was sealed within this jade coin. It was just that the destination caused Yan Zhaoge's heart to jump. It was not for the female emperor of Jade Sky Peak's Cold Wave locale or the sword sovereign of Northern High Peak's Jade Capital Crag. This letter was actually for the concealed sovereign of Restful Immortal Valley. If she knew that the sword sovereign was not in the world beyond worlds, it would be fine if she did not send the letter to Jade Capital Crag. However, she did not send it to the female emperor either. The concealed sovereign was indeed in the world beyond worlds now, but he was in seclusion most of the time. Was Chu Lili sending the letter to the concealed sovereign or asking him to send it to someone else? Was the Astro Sovereign still in the world beyond worlds? Many thoughts flashed through Yan Zhaoge's mind in an instant. Of course it's convenient, Yan Zhaoge first agreed. Since Gao Shuebua and the others of the roving Jade Heavens did not mind him sending the letter for Chu Lili, it meant that they were very certain that Chu Lili was not a spy. Yan Zhaoge sending the letter for Chu Lili would not be a taboo for the roving Jade Heavens. Still, before I left the world beyond worlds, I heard that the concealed sovereign is in seclusion again. He probably would not care about external affairs for a long time. Yan Zhaoge reminded, not that this Yan is making excuses, but it really cannot be guaranteed that this letter will be delivered to the concealed sovereign in time. It may only be delivered a little later. Even after the Brocade Emperor had caused such a huge ruckus, the concealed sovereign had not appeared. From the looks of it, it was as if he was in death seclusion. I see. Chu Lili looked disappointed. She pondered for a moment before saying, since that is so, please help me deliver this to Jade Capital Crag. When Boss Yu returns to the world beyond worlds, you can just hand it over to him. If the concealed sovereign leaves seclusion before Boss Yu returns to the world beyond worlds, send him to the restful immortal valley then. Yan Zhaoge nodded, receiving the jade coin. He didn't seem to want to consider becoming a disciple of the Earth Sovereign of Qilin Cliff. Senior Chu, forgive me for asking, Yan Zhaoge probed, is your master he? Chu Lili paused halfway through her sentence. Her mood became gloomy. He almost acted up again. She waved her hands towards Yan Zhaoge in utter boredom. When you go back and see Boss Yu, ask him. If he can tell you, he will tell you. All right. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. From Chu Lili's attitude and tone, he could already make some judgments. First, Astro Sovereign should still be alive and hadn't died yet. At least, when Chu Lili, who lived here in seclusion, mentioned Astro Sovereign, she didn't look sad at all. Whether her information was correct or not, it was hard to judge. Second, there was a reason why Chu Lili hid herself in the roving Jade Heavens and isolated herself from the world. Maybe it was related to Astro Sovereign, and the Sword Sovereign Yu Jinbei should know about it. With Chu Lili's personality, she obviously wouldn't like to live in seclusion like this. The current situation was a kind of pressure for her. But she endured it and restrained herself. Maybe she was willing to accept punishment because she had made some kind of mistake, or she was avoiding trouble and didn't want to make it worse. From this point of view, there might be hidden dangers in this matter. But relatively speaking, there were also opportunities hidden in the dangers. Actually, the only problem that he should pay attention to was female Emperor Jie Mingkong, who seemed to have nothing to do with this. Although it seemed to have nothing to do with this, it was the biggest problem. After all, female Emperor was also a disciple of Astro Sovereign and Chu Lili's senior apprentice sister. However, it was not good to ask Chu Lili herself about this. He could only ask Sword Sovereign or Concealed Sovereign when he returned to the world beyond worlds. Now Yan Zhaoge could only hope that Chu Lili didn't mention female emperor because she knew that female emperor didn't know the situation of Astro Sovereign. Otherwise Yan Zhaoge would be in a lot more trouble after this matter. Yan Zhaoge had heard a rumor from Wang Pu. Jie Mingkong, the #1 emperor in the world beyond worlds, had opened her eyes. Yan Zhaoge agreed with this rumor because he had seen female emperor fight with his own eyes. Being knowledgeable, he knew the trick of it. Female emperor didn't keep silent and sealed herself in ice. Actually, she was cultivating something similar to the silent meditation of Buddhism, which was called dark profound pass. In other words, although she could go out and had attended the opening ceremony of the Broad Creed Mountain, she was actually in a state of seclusion at that time. Even when she fought with Heaven Emperor, she still didn't come out. Only when she opened her eyes could she really come out. Before this, when she fought with others, it would actually be equivalent to her cultivating while fighting with others. While the atmosphere had been pretty good during the opening ceremony, only the heavens knew if anything unexpected would happen after the female emperor learnt of the letter he had delivered today. "Granny, my little apprentice uncle is helping you deliver the letter. Isn't there any benefit in it?" Gao Qing hugged Chu Lili's arm, asking smilingly. Yan Zhaoge gave her a big thumbs up in his heart. "Well done. Senior apprentice Uncle Gao really didn't send you over for nothing." Even if Chu Lili didn't give him a reward, Yan Zhaoge still intended to accept this task. Once the matter was completed and everything was done properly, there would naturally be potential benefits waiting for him. Still, if he could get some benefits now, Yan Zhaoge would definitely accept it. "You," Chu Lili tapped Gao Qing's nose, "am I the sort of person who orders others around for free?" With a light wave of her hand, a completely transparent crystal bottle appeared before Yan Zhaoge. "Still, I am indeed a poor person, not having anything that I can take out. Little friend Yan, why don't you take a look and see if this thing catches your eye?" Yan Zhaoge received the crystal bottle, uncorking it and sniffing it lightly. "Oh, it's actually Devil's Sealing Godly Water?" Yan Zhaoge was rather taken aback. This was a good item for dealing with the evil devils of the 9 underworlds. If the cultivation bases of the 9 underworlds were high, treasures like the devil-shattering arrow would be useless against them. While the devil-sealing godly water was unable to slay peak devils, it could seal and suppress many of them. Used at a critical moment, it would have the effect of reversing the situation. Chapter 11:20. The martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace of Pre-Great Calamity Times contained the method to refine the demon-sealing godly water. Sadly, Yan Zhaoge currently did not have the raw materials, and even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Therefore he had not thought about this thing all along. Even if he didn't use it to deal with the demons of the netherworld, the demon-sealing godly water itself was an excellent material for forging tools. Just like the splendid thousand yarn, it could be used to forge immortal weapons. If it could only be used to deal with the demons of the netherworld, it would be somewhat useless. The effects weren't singular and every effect could be said to be top-notch. The value of this item skyrocketed. What satisfied Yan Zhaoge the most was the fact that devil-sealing godly water was incomparably rare and precious. While the bottle before him did not seem like much, it could actually be considered to be an ocean's worth. "Thank you, Senior Chu." Yan Zhaoge did not stand on ceremony as he kept the small crystal bottle, cupping his hands towards Chu Lili. "It is just that this Yan is untalented and often roams about. If there is a reply, I might not be able to send it back in time. I would have to entrust it to someone else then. I wonder if Senior Chu would mind?" Chu Lili thought for a moment before replying, "If you can handle it yourself, that would naturally be for the best. If you can't, then let Boss Yu and the others decide." "I will follow Senior's instructions." Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands. The conversation that followed was much more relaxed. Most of it was a discussion about Dao techniques. Chu Lili had pushed open the immortal door. Her experience was needless to say. Still, as they conversed, she discovered to her surprise that Yan Zhaoge, who was still a martial saint, had many extraordinary insights that far surpassed that of ordinary martial saints. As the two of them chatted, they eventually started teasing Gao Qing, causing her to stomp her feet in anger. In the end, Chu Lili smiled and said, "I'm really happy today, but I've delayed you for a long time. Little Qing, accompany your martial uncle back. After all, it's his first time in roving Jade Heavens." Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qing immediately took their leave, Gao Qing even saying, "I will bring Senior Apprentice Uncle back to Green Duckweed Mountain before coming back to chat with you, Granny." Go. Chu Lili waved at them. When the two of them left the courtyard, Chu Lily sighed and looked at the sky above, lost in thought. A desolate expression gradually appeared on her face. The fox-like Feifei jumped onto her shoulder and gently brushed her cheek with its furry tail. "Lily, don't be sad. His Majesty Astro Sovereign must be fine. After receiving your letter, he must have sent you a reply. Ping Ping, I must go back to see Master." Chu Lily's empty eyes became focused again as she said word by word. Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qing left Dynasty Vessel Valley, immediately returning to Green Duckweed Mountain in the Yu region. On the way he turned his head back to look at the Qianqua Mountain where Chaoheng Valley was. "What is it, little apprentice uncle?" Seeing Yan Zhaoge's movements, Gao Qing asked curiously. Yan Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head. "It's fine, let's go." While Gao Qing was on rather good terms with Chu Lily, she clearly did not know what exactly had happened to Chu Lily and why she had left the world beyond worlds to live in seclusion in the roving Jade Heavens. Even the top almighties of the roving Jade Heavens were quite curious about this. They must have been monitoring Chu Lily for a long time. Even now they might not really let their guard down. Some had used Yan Zhaoge, who also hailed from the world beyond worlds, to probe her. Indeed, there had been some activity. Chu Lily virtually never left the roving Jade Heavens, as it would be very difficult for her to obtain important information. Therefore, there was no need to worry that she was merely passing on information. Still, the information contained within the jade coin that Yan Zhaoge possessed would probably be of interest even to Gao Shuebua and Long Shueji. "Right, little apprentice uncle." On the way, Gao Qing suddenly thought of something. "Do you still remember the first time we met?" Yan Zhaoge casually answered, "I do. It was in that world of 7 immortal pills." His heart jolted as he recalled what had happened that year. Back then, aside from him and Feng Yunxing, there had also been the roving Jade Heavens disciples led by Gao Qing and the ingenious Flying Peak martial practitioners led by Fu Ting of the world beyond worlds. The three sects had congregated then, vying for the profound sky-purple gold furnace within the world of immortal pills. Whether it was the roving Jade Heavens Green Duckweed Mountains Minor White Peak or the world beyond worlds Kunlun Mountains ingenious Flying Peaks Red Lotus Cliff, late immortal bridge martial saints had participated then. For Yan Zhaoge, who had still been emerging avatar martial saint at the time, both sides had been massive entities that were hard to shake. It would not be easy for him to take advantage of the situation. He could only wait and see if both sides would be heavily injured, giving him a chance to reap the benefits. Who would have thought that a strange change would suddenly occur in the end? The illusory silhouette of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Pill Hall actually resembled a living monster as it devoured the 6 immortal bridge martial saints of ingenious Flying Peak and Minor White Peak from across numerous layers of space. The profound sky-purple gold furnace was drawn along as well, traversing through space as if wanting to return to the Pill Hall. Yan Zhaoge, Fu Ting, Gao Qing and the others were drawn away along with it. Along the way, Yan Zhaoge had secretly activated the profound sky-purple gold furnace, shaking off the suction force of the Pill Hall and allowing them to escape with their lives. The profound sky-purple gold furnace had thus secretly fallen into Yan Zhaoge's hands. Afterwards, they had ended up in the blessed lands of Buddhism, landing in a Buddhist world known as the Obscured Way world. Still, the first 6 immortal bridge martial saints who had been drawn away had not been able to escape, as there had been no news of them thereafter. When Yan Zhaoge had met Fu Ting again earlier, he had even mentioned this matter. It was said that the Brocade Emperor and the experts of ingenious Flying Peak had both attempted to search for them, yet had found nothing. "I wonder how those fellow Taoists of your lineage who were lost amidst space back then are now?" he asked Gao Qing. "Is there any news?" Gao Qing answered, "There is no news of Senior Apprentice Grandaunt Tang and the others. Still, Little Granduncle discovered some clues amidst space earlier that seemed to point towards that legendary Pill Hall of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace." She was deeply worried. More than 10 years have already passed. Even if they can find the Pill Hall, Senior Apprentice Grandaunt Tang and the others are probably... May the heavens bless them. Yan Zhaoge could not say anything more now. It was naturally a good thing that the roving Jade Heavens had obtained new clues. Still, Yan Zhaoge felt that it was better for him to wait and see. The Pill Hall of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace had successfully survived the Great Calamity and been completely preserved. Still, it seemed rather strange now. When the two returned to Minor White Peak, Long Shueji was nowhere to be seen. Only Gao Shuebua and Long Hanhua were present. Yan Zhaoge did not conceal their meeting as he gave a rough account of it, sending it to the Sword Sovereign or the Concealed Sovereign, yet not mentioning the female emperor. Gao Shuebua pondered for a while before saying, If you are willing to accept this matter, just accept it. If it is difficult for you, this old man can find someone to do it for you. It will not cause any problems. He felt that this matter was probably more dangerous than fortuitous for Yan Zhaoge. If he offended the female emperor Jie Mingkong, the losses would outweigh the gains. If his roving Jade Heavens sent someone to do it for him, he would not have to worry about this. It is fine. Leave it to me, senior apprentice Uncle Gao. Yan Zhaoge smiled, though he was not joking at all. Seeing this, Gao Shuebua nodded before changing the topic. News just came from the world beyond worlds. This morning, the Upper Exalt Qin Shenhua trampled on Ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff. Chapter 11:21. While the consequences of having their identities exposed would most likely not be good, whether it was the world beyond worlds or the roving Jade Heavens, both sides had sent people to infiltrate the other's territories in secret to gather information. It was extremely difficult to get first-hand access to secret and important information. However, the Upper Exalt Qin Shenhua had actually gone to attack the Dao arena of the Brocade Emperor's lineage. It would be very difficult for such a thing to remain undetected. Although there were people who dealt with the matter in a low-key manner and prevented the news from spreading, there was no doubt that this was an earth-shattering event. On one side was the head of the 10 Exalts, the undisputed #1 expert of the world beyond worlds Martial Saint Realm, one of the most outstanding geniuses of the past 200 to 300 years. On one side was a true immortal of the 5 emperors, one of the peak figures of the entire world beyond worlds. The collision of these two colossal beings naturally caused quite a commotion. Still, the Brocade Emperor himself was not in the cave manor. In the end, Qin Shenhua directly destroyed Ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff. Red Lotus Cliff was where the Brocade Emperor's Dao tradition was located. Its defensive power was naturally not something that the minor no-hatred Dao arena could compare to. Still, the Upper Exalt Qin Shenhua was an expert who could contend head-on with the Brocade Emperor himself. Without the Brocade Emperor personally presiding over it, while Red Lotus Cliff could block Qin Shenhua for a time, given enough time he would be able to break through it in the end. Hearing the news, Yan Zhaoge was a little taken aback, but not especially shocked. He now had some understanding of that Upper Exalt's temperament. While he had been backstabbed by Yan Zhaoge in the 9 underworlds, being injured by the Brocade Emperor's immortal artifact, the 4 Grands earlier heaven flag, in the end he had still been injured. Still, Qin Shenhua would not be unable to forget the Brocade Emperor just because of this, thinking about taking revenge for him. There was only one reason why he went to destroy Ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff. Fu Ting. Qin Shenhua's target was the Brocade Emperor's eldest daughter, the Grand Red Lotus Fu Ting. Of course, he didn't have any special feelings for Fu Ting, and he wasn't going to ask for her hand in marriage on behalf of his younger brother, Qin Kuanhua. To be precise, Qin Shenhua's goal was to kill Fu Ting. Whether or not a victor was determined in the battle between the black and white Brocade Emperors, killing Fu Ting and Meng Wan would allow the strength of the black-clothed Brocade Emperor who walked the unfeeling path to increase. This was not a result that Yan Zhaoge was happy to see. Qin Shenhua was using the Brocade Emperor as a chess piece against Yan Zhaoge. I wonder if there were any casualties at Red Lotus Cliff? Yan Zhaoge asked. What was the final result? Long Hanhua answered, the exact situation is unclear, but there are indeed casualties. With the Brocade Emperor himself not present, did no one obstruct him? Yan Zhaoge rubbed his temples lightly. Long Hanhua was silent for a moment before he said, the encompassing emperor made a move, but failed within the Great Hall. Red Lotus Cliff was ultimately breached by the Upper Exalt. Yan Zhaoge was a little surprised this time. Generally speaking, when the strengths of A and B were about the same, A would attack C, and B would try to protect C. In this situation, A would have the initiative, and it would be easier for him to gain the upper hand. However, in today's matter, Red Lotus Cliff, as the third party, had focused on defending themselves. Their strength was not weak. Secondly, the strengths of the two sides were not equal. Indeed, in terms of cultivation base, the Upper Exalt Qin Shenhua possessed the ability to contend head-on against true immortals. He was the only martial saint in the current world beyond worlds who could do so, truly deserving of the title of the strongest martial saint. The problem, however, was that the encompassing emperor had an accompanying immortal artifact just like the Brocade Emperor. While immortal realm experts might not be able to do anything to a human martial saint, it would not be nice for him to have actually used an immortal artifact. Still, since it was to protect Red Lotus Cliff, it was understandable that the encompassing emperor had gone all out. If the encompassing emperor had used an immortal artifact, yet Chen Qianhua had still succeeded in breaching Red Lotus Cliff, it would be rather shocking indeed. The encompassing emperor did not bring an immortal artifact with him? Yan Zhaoge asked. Having clashed with Chen Qianhua before, he knew that Chen Qianhua was indeed very powerful. Still, Yan Zhaoge did not believe that Chen Qianhua had been able to withstand the attack of a true immortal who wielded an immortal artifact barehanded while also breaching Red Lotus Cliff. The encompassing emperor finally used an immortal artifact, Long Hanhua said quietly. Yan Zhaoge frowned, a thought flashing through his mind. Could it be? You guessed right. Knowing what he was thinking, Long Hanhua answered. Upper Chen also wielded an immortal artifact. This is really... Yan Zhaoge put a hand on his forehead. Gao Shuebua and Long Hanhua exchanged glances, shaking their heads as well. An immortal weapon was hard to come by. One reason was that it was difficult to forge, and the other reason was that the materials were scarce. Therefore, some of the great emperors who had truly pushed open the immortal door might not even have an immortal weapon. This had already been the case before the Great Calamity, much less needed to be said about the era after the Great Calamity. Even perfected immortals lacked immortal weapons, let alone mortal martial saints. It was true that there were always exceptions to everything. For example, Gao Shuebua, who was standing before Yan Zhaoge, was a human exalt who wielded an immortal artifact of the leakless level. However, strictly speaking, this immortal weapon could not be considered as Gao Shuebua's personal possession. It was the sword of his mother, the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian, when she was still a leakless true immortal. Afterwards, it was passed down to her eldest son, Gao Shuebua, to wield. That was why Gao Shuebua could wield an immortal weapon as a martial saint. His younger brother, Long Xueji, had already opened the immortal door, but he did not even have an immortal weapon. Of course, this was related to Long Xueji's advocacy of forging his own swords. In any case, it was evident how rare it was for a martial saint to possess an immortal weapon. Chen Qianhua didn't have an elder who could pass down an immortal weapon to him? His own fortuitous encounter? Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. The origin heavenly scripture is indeed sharp in this aspect. The information obtained from the roving Jade Heavens was still too simple, as it was unclear exactly what was going on in the world beyond worlds. Still, with Chen Qianhua having stirred up so much trouble this time, Yan Zhaoge believed that things would not end so simply. Instead, Yan Zhaoge was rather uncertain about Fu Ting's current situation. Logically speaking, Red Lotus Cliff and Fu Ting should have made preparations in case the Brocade Emperor suddenly rose in revolt. In the end, it had been Chen Qianhua instead of the Brocade Emperor. If it had been anyone else, Fu Ting would have been able to escape this tribulation if she had not been at Red Lotus Cliff at the time. Still, it would have been much easier for Chen Qianhua to find Fu Ting's whereabouts since he possessed the origin heavenly scripture. If Fu Ting had been at Red Lotus Cliff at the time but not been killed by Chen Qianhua on the spot, instead being taken away by the encompassing emperor for protection, she would have been a little safer. Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao, I intend to return to the world beyond worlds. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before bidding farewell to Gao Shuebua and the others. Whether it was his personal friendship with Fu Ting or the conflict between the black and white Brocade Emperors, Yan Zhaoge would have to hurry back to the world beyond worlds. While he did not understand Yan Zhaoge's thoughts, Gao Shuebua did not question him as he immediately nodded in agreement. Send my regards to your father. The roving Jade Heavens welcome you all. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao. After taking his leave of Gao Shuebua, Long Hanhua and the others, Yan Zhaoge brought Meng Wan along as he returned to the world beyond worlds. Traveling from the roving Jade Heavens to the world beyond worlds required traversing numerous layers of space. When the two had finally returned to the world beyond worlds after a long journey, before they had even stabilized their footing, they learnt of another piece of unexpected news. A new Southern Exalt had ascended to the throne. Chapter 11:22. After learning that Chen Qianhua had broken through Ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff, Yan Zhaoge immediately took his leave from the roving Jade Heavens and returned to the world beyond worlds. Still, traveling from the roving Jade Heavens to the world beyond worlds was not something that could be accomplished in a single step, as one would have to traverse numerous layers of space. The long journey would take up a lot of time. While Yan Zhaoge was hurrying on his way, it was naturally impossible for the others to just wait for him to return without doing anything. Many other things happened during this time. In the world beyond worlds, Qin Qianhua's attack on the Dao arena and cave manor of the Brocade Emperor's lineage had undoubtedly caused great waves. The influence of this matter might even shake the current structure of the world beyond worlds: 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and exalts of 10 territories. Under the control of some people, the news did not spread widely, but in the eyes of those who knew about it, it was no small matter. On the other hand, the upper exalt Qin Qianhua had sufficiently proven his strength as well. Against the pressure of the myriad emperor, he had actually still been able to breach the Brocade Emperor's dwelling. The encompassing emperor had used an immortal weapon, but Qin Qianhua actually had an immortal weapon to defend himself. The eye-catching battle record raised Qin Qianhua's reputation once again. In the world beyond worlds, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had always been superior to the 10 exalts. The true immortal martial emperors who pushed open the immortal door were fundamentally different from the martial sages who remained in the mortal world. They were on 2 completely different levels of deterrence. But this time, Qin Qianhua had broken that barrier. As a human immortal, he was truly on the same level as a true immortal emperor. In the hearts of many in the know, he was an emperor in name but not in name. Of the world beyond worlds' 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, it might be more accurate to say that there were 3 sovereigns and 6 emperors. If one day he also pushed open the immortal door and achieved the leakless body, the realm of true immortals, what kind of strength would he have? Of course, even then, everyone believed that since Qin Qianhua had destroyed Ingenious Flying Peak, the matter wouldn't end so easily. As the person concerned, the Brocade Emperor would definitely not let things go just like that. The encompassing emperor, who had lost face in the mediation, might not continue to pester the matter. After all, both sides had relied on their own abilities. However, the 3 sovereigns would not sit idly by. While the earthly sovereign and the sword sovereign were not in the world beyond worlds and the concealed sovereign was in secluded cultivation, as soon as the 3 bigwigs were free, it was possible that they would get involved in this matter. Qin Qianhua himself did not care about any of this. The 3 sovereigns might ask about this matter, but he did not take it to heart. He did not take the praises and fear of the others to heart. He didn't feel worried, nor did he feel complacent. He was just a little annoyed because he hadn't achieved his goal. Fu Ting was not at Red Lotus Cliff. So that's how it is. There is a ritual that the Brocade Emperor designed for Red Lotus Fu here which is closely related to her. It is no wonder that I misjudged it. It is the handiwork of a true immortal after all. Unable to find Fu Ting, Qin Qianhua left the Red Lotus Cliff. A faint trace of interest appeared on his lazy face. This ritual. Oh, it wants to try and eliminate the influence caused by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord? Qin Qianhua seemed to be completely unaware that his previous actions had caused a mighty uproar, and he leisurely returned to his abode in Kunlun Mountain, Qianhua Peak. It was not caused by the Brocade Emperor's cultivation deviation this time. Instead, it was something that happened some years ago, he muttered to himself as he walked, his gaze distant as streams of light seemed to flash through it. Still, being willing to forsake this ritual and hide from Red Lotus Cliff, you are actually hiding from the Brocade Emperor? Qin Qianhua chuckled. The Brocade Emperor's cultivation deviation this time is interesting indeed. Returning to Qianhua Peak, he saw that the earthly young master Chen Kuanhua was still waiting there. After learning about the details, Chen Kuanhua could not help but feel dazed. This matter could be big or small, but it was not something that he could help to cover up. Chen Kuanhua said nothing about Fu Ting's predicament. He understood this elder brother of his too well. When he did things, he would not care about the thoughts and feelings of others, even if that person was his own younger brother. Meanwhile, he had no ability to stop his elder brother. Still, it is still not as interesting as that Yan Zhaoge. Qin Qianhua lazily reclined in his armchair, a rare look of excitement appearing on his face. If I want to find that Red Lotus Fu, it will probably fall on Yan Zhaoge. This really could not be any better. I was just thinking of having some fun with that Yan Zhaoge in the first place. Qin Kuanhua frowned. Yan Zhaoge? That's right. I have tried to find Red Lotus Fu's whereabouts, but the clues are indistinct and scattered. This means that someone is helping her conceal her karma and fate. Qin Qianhua said matter-of-factly, in the world beyond worlds, there are currently only those few who possess sufficient ability and might interfere in this matter. The concealed sovereign is in seclusion within the valley. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. North Guan is busy preventing the land of Tranquil Stream from entering the world beyond worlds through the spatial dimensional passageway in the northern snowy plains. Qin Qianhua smiled. Therefore there is only one left now, the grand simplicity splendor cloud that Yan Zhaoge's father, Yan Di, possesses. So, Fu Ting secretly left Red Lotus Cliff and sought Yan Di's help, making use of the grand simplicity splendor cloud to conceal the search for her? Chen Kuanhua asked. It was originally meant to guard against the Brocade Emperor. Instead, it has now become a hindrance to you, big brother? Chen Qianhua said nonchalantly. Yes, with the grand simplicity splendor cloud shrouding him, it would be inconvenient for me to find him. However, the problem was that there were only a few ways that Chen Qianhua couldn't find his target. In fact, it didn't affect his ability to lock onto his target. It would be much more troublesome if it was the Brocade Emperor instead. This had originally been to guard against the Brocade Emperor. Still, now that it was Chen Qianhua who was looking for him, its effectiveness was greatly reduced. Yindi, where are you now? Chen Qianhua asked Chen Kuanhua. Due to the existence of the grand simplicity splendor cloud, the effects of the primordial heavenly scripture were limited. In the southern blazing heaven territory, Chen Kuanhua answered. Chen Qianhua raised his head and thought for a moment before he suddenly smiled. The position of the southern exalt is still empty, right? What do you think about me becoming the southern exalt? Hearing this, Chen Kuanhua was taken aback. The death of the southern exalt Zhuang Shen had created an empty position for the exalts of 10 territories. In the current world beyond worlds, there was actually more than just a single 9th-level martial saint who had hopes of breaking through into the human exalt stage. While no one could say that they were completely confident, they were all filled with confidence. Still, everyone was at a loss. Now that there was a shortage of exalts, an empty position would be left empty. If someone made a breakthrough now, the position of the southern exalt would definitely be filled by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Yan Di was currently leading Broad Creed Mountain and boldly advancing into the southern blazing heaven territory. The position of the southern exalt was currently like the mouth of a volcano. If he didn't have the ability to suppress the Yan father and son, yet still took that position, ruling over 2 people who were not exalts but were superior to exalts, how different would this southern exalt be from a puppet? Also, if he refused to accept it, it would really be too damaging to his family's face. In truth, in the hearts of many, this position was equivalent to being specially left empty for the Yan father and son pair, the 2 exalts who were in name but not in name. Let alone the newly ascended experts, most of the other 9 exalts of 10 territories would not be willing to become the southern exalt. Chen Kuanhua had heard of a saying before that someone hoped that the southwestern exalt by Tao could become the southern exalt. That way they would be able to slowly work together. If one had to name an exalt who could simultaneously suppress the Yan father and son pair, it would naturally be the upper exalt Chen Qianhua who could contend against true immortals as a human and take on the combined forces of all the other martial saints of the world beyond worlds. Still, Chen Kuanhua did not know whether to laugh or to cry. The exalts of 10 territories were of a higher status than the 8 territories. His elder brother was the most deserving upper exalt, the number 1 martial saint. If the upper exalt became the southern exalt, wouldn't that be equivalent to a demotion? Still, this elder brother of his really didn't seem to care about this. In order to make it easier for him to have fun, Chen Qianhua would definitely take the initiative to demote himself to the south. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.